Speedway Instapanels race night here at the Speedway. We'll start things off with our first qualifying heat race for the Instapanels Duel on the Dirt Thunderstock Series open draw for tonight's event. So no handicapping tonight. These drivers drew for their starting position, their qualifying heat races here this evening. Here's how the lineup for heat race number 1 on the pole out of Demarest, Ontario, the 53 of Wade Purchase. Outside him, the number 24 of Blake Bomberry Jr. Kyle Pelrine and Mark Bazine make up row number 2. Pete Reed in the 05, Frank Turkey in the 38. They are in row number 3. Steve Shaw Sr. in the 96, and Casey Huffman in car number 13 are in row number 4. Then Trevor DeVore and Adam Plazik in row number 5. Heat race number 1 is underway.
Off of turn number 2, it's Wade Purchase leading the way. Blake Bomberry down off the banking with a good run. A little further back, Pete Reed and Steve Shaw getting mixed up there for the 5th position. But at the conclusion of lap number 1, it'll be Wade Purchase over Bomberry as we got Casey Huffman putting out lots of smoke at the back of the field.
Yeah, big smoke out of the number 13 at the rear of the field. At the front of the field, it is the reigning track champion from Brighton Speedway leading heat race number 1. Wade Purchase in car number 53. Blake Bomberry Jr. running about a lane higher through turns 3 and 4 that time. Closes the gap to within 2 car lengths of the 53 as they race into corner number 1. We work on lap number 3 now as Pelrine and Bazine go side by side for third.
Down the back straightaway, 3 car lengths separate the leader Wade Purchase in the 53 from Blake Bomberry. And that pretty purple number 24 in the 2nd position. The top 4 have pulled out. About 15 car lengths over the 5th place Steve Shaw. And DeBoer still deep in this field in the 23.
A little contact there on the front straightaway as they worked into turn number 1 with Pete Reed's number 05. Reed trying to come back at him on the bottom side of the speedway, but DeBoer will drive away up to the top side of the racetrack here. So they get the halfway sign from Kyle McKenzie. 4 down, 4 to go here in race number 1.
The only side-by-side right now is at the very tail end of the field. Adam Plazik in that 41 makes the pass. At the front, Wade Purchase getting faster and faster. The interesting thing here to me, Clayton, is this is not the racetrack they will be running tonight in the feature. It will be a lot wider, a lot slicker. But right now, the track is pretty heavy. They're really able to get the power down. Later on, I don't think we're going to see that.
No, I think that's absolutely going to be a very different racetrack, as you said, right down around the bottom side of the speedway right now. The leader, Wade Purchase, he gets the signal for 2 laps to go. But like you said, this track is going to widen out, especially once the sprint cars get out there a little bit later on, and hopefully we'll be able to see these Thunderstock drivers take it 3 and 4 wide and really use that outside lane.
Steve Shaw working the inside on Mark Bazine in the 21. That's a battle for the 4th position as the white flag flies. Wade Purchase all by himself out in front. That battle for the 4th spot still under contest down into turn 1.
Steve Shaw sticks the nose to the inside of Mark Bazine. Bazine has caught Kyle Pelrine. 3-car battle for the 3rd spot here as they race down the back straight into turn number 3 for the final time. Bazine takes a peek to the inside of the 47X machine. Meanwhile, Wade Purchase will take the checkered flag. Bomberry takes the 2nd spot. Pelrine holds on for 3rd. Bazine will grab the 4th spot. And Steve Shaw will take home 5th. And perhaps a little pleasantries exchange there between Shaw and Bazine as they pull to the exit ramp.
Clayton, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's Jay Fontaine in the 21X again tonight. Still trying to work out the bugs with the Burger Barn team.
There you go.
Heat race number 2 about to roll out onto the racetrack. Here's how they're going to line up. On the pole at Acaster Center in the 28, it's Jim Lampman. And keep in mind, this was a draw for starting position, so we're seeing different drivers in different places than we're used to seeing them. On the outside of row number 1 from Victoria, the 84 RK is Ryan Beagle. Driving the 53 from Jerseyville, it's Logan Schwedick. Driving the 93 from Hagersville, Melissa Miller. In the number 1 from Brantford, it's Chris Dickey. And in the 49 out of Hagersville, it's Dave Bailey. Driving the 11 from Thorold, it's Go Fast Teeple. Driving the 7K from Font Hill, Kevin Cokerich. Driving the 72 out of Trenton, it's Doug Anderson. And rounding out the field from Six Nations in the A1, it's Spencer General Thomas, slated to roll out last, and I don't see him out there on the racetrack.
Well, guys, just bringing you a bit of story into what's going on. This is obviously the Duel on the Dirt combined races. So these are the 5 tracks: Brighton, Merrittville, Humberstone, Ohsweken, and Southern Ontario Motor Speedway. All 5 of the tracks have mini stocks and thunder stocks rolling this year. They all come together. So this is a tour race for the thunder stocks and mini stocks here tonight. Of course, it's our big Brock Leonard and Art Hill Memorial events. Just want to let you know there'll be 4 heats. Top 3 out of each heat will redraw for both divisions. Top 5 will qualify from each heat for a total of 20. We'll take 4 out of the consi with 2 provisionals. The highest home track guy for each division who's not qualified, and the highest Duel on the Dirt combined points guy who's not in, for a total of 26 guys. That'll be the format for Thunders and Minis tonight.
Sounds good, Clinton Jeffrey, as we're getting set to go green. Ryan Beagle up at the front of this field. He was the Ohsweken Outlaws driver of the week. Of course, the Ohsweken Outlaws, an iRacing series, and Ryan Beagle's pretty darn good on iRacing.
Keep an eye on that yellow number 72, the big smooth Doug Anderson, 5-time track champion of the Brighton Speedway, starting shotgun on this field here in heat race number 2.
And that's his nickname, eh? The Big Smooth?
The Big Smooth.
That's a great nickname.
Speaking of multi-time champion, here comes Dave Bailey racing through the field, not wasting any time, coming after Logan Schwedek for the 3rd spot. They bang wheels at the bottom of corner 3.
Yeah, Schwedek kept Bailey pinched right down to the inside. Chris Dickey getting that run to the high side, the driver from Brantford in that black number 1. Now Dave Bailey's going to split the difference and drive right up the middle in that battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
That lane closed up pretty quickly for the number 49 machine. Opens up again here in corner number 3. Can't make it stick now. Now he's going to take it to the bottom and turn underneath Schwedek. 3 wide here for that 3rd position across the start-finish line. Meanwhile, Jim Lampman all over the back bumper of Ryan Beagle for the race lead.
Ryan Beagle out in front. He's pretty quick on any kind of racetrack, but a heavy racetrack does not favor the driver of the 84. He's better by comparison when things slick over a little bit, but he's holding his own right now. He's got, like you say, Jim Lampman just hounding him from behind.
Absolutely, and evidence of that 84 car being good on slick racetracks. He won this event 2 years ago. The Brock Leonard Memorial was a huge win. I believe perhaps his first feature win came in this event a couple of seasons ago. So keep an eye on that number 84 machine as the night continues on, as he brings them off corner number 4 to the halfway point. 4 down, 4 to go in heat race number 2. And now Dave Bailey all over the back bumper of the 28 of Lampman for the 2nd spot. Lampman a bit of a bobble there in corner number 1. That's going to allow Bailey to drive off at the 2nd spot after corner number 2.
Bailey up into the 2nd position, about 3 car lengths back. Doug Anderson, we talked about him earlier. He is up to the 6th spot after starting all the way in the back, but he's got a long way to go. Without a yellow flag, I think 6th is about as good as he can hope to run in this qualifier, as the top 5 pretty stout competitors, and they're quite a ways out front.
That's going to be tough, because if you don't get in through your heat race, the highest you can start is 21st in the feature race. So he's going to want to make it to 5th here this evening in order to try and better his starting position come feature time. The battle up front continues between Bailey and Beagle. Bailey to the inside of the number 84 machine. They work off of corner number 2 down the back straightaway. Bailey has the inside in turn 3.
It's been a real character-building season for Dave Bailey. They've had some engine troubles, and then at Merrittville they had what they thought were engine troubles, and he surprisingly loaded up and left the facility there a month or so ago, as white flag is out. 1 more lap in this qualifier. But other nights it's been a Dave Bailey type of year where he's just out in front, charging through the field and looking good doing it.
And despite that, he is the only driver in any of the Ohsweken divisions that has not finished outside the top 5 so far in 2019, and he shows why there as he picks up another heat race win. Ryan Beagle will come home in the 2nd spot. Jim Lampman 3rd, Logan Schwedek 4th. The final car to transfer the number 1 of Chris Dickey. Everybody else will have to go to the B main. Doug Anderson, Go Fast Teeple.
Melissa Miller and Kevin Cochran.
We get set for heat race number 3, rolling trackside here for the Instapanels Duel on the Dirt Thunderstock Series. On the pole in car number 6R will be Jeff Roloffs. Outside of him, the 108 out of Port Robinson is Bill Bleach. For tonight as the number 21, Jason Fontaine in car number 21 this evening. Mark Fawcett rolls out from the 4th spot in the number 32. Ryan Dinning lines up in the 5th starting position in car number 8. 25 of Ken Sargent goes from the 6th starting spot. Rolls from the 8th starting spot, and the 7X of Dave Small from the 9th starting position here this evening.
White flag is out as race director Doug Leonard getting these drivers to pack in the racetrack just a little bit, use that one extra pace lap to get things packed in the way he'd like to see them. What are the odds that by luck of the draw, it's only Camaros in the top 3.5 rows? The poor metric car stuck at the back.
That's a tough bounce to start your night.
Wow, whatever just got touched made a big buzz in my head.
There was no buzzing in my head. I think that's a you issue.
It must have just plugged in.
Green flag on heat race number 3 for the Instapanels Thunderstock Series. Zach Bleach with a big move on the outside here on lap number 1. He races to the point off of turn 2.
Bleach with a nice launch down the back straightaway. So important to get a nice clean turn 1 and 2 if you're out in front, just to build up that little bit of cushion. Zach Bleach extending a little bit farther down the front stretch. Fawcett in the 32 up to second. Kenny Sargent trying to follow him through, but Zach Bleach, he's got to try to enjoy this lead and stay out there. Like you said, if you're in the top 5, you've got a chance to start near the front. Not saying Zach Bleach wouldn't in an even fight, but definitely take the advantage early and get it.
I called that and I let it straight. Bill Bleach out in front of the field. Zach Bleach getting the 108 Zen coming towards the tail. That lead pack there in the 7th position at the man's open. Spot for the moment for Ryan Dinning all over the back bumper of the 6R machine.
Down through 3 and 4, the groove is much lower on the racetrack than we're used to seeing these Thunderstocks run. Generally, they get up on the high side, but there isn't much of a high side right now. I'm sure the track will widen out as the evening goes on. Right now, they're all groundhogs working the bottom of the racetrack, and Ryan Dinning back there in the number 8, trying to battle with the 6 of Rulifs and get up into that 5th spot.
A little bit off-brand was the number 8 of Ryan Dinning for a couple of seasons there. For about a year and a half, it seemed like every week it was either him or Dave Bailey that was in victory lane. Hasn't quite been the same thing for the number 8 machine, and right now just trying to fight his way into the feature through the front door.
And I know that a lot of drivers have raised their games. They've gone to the shop, they've done their homework, they've made things faster. But yeah, we expect more, and I'm sure Ryan Dinning expects more as well. It's got to be frustrating for him. Having to dig as hard as he's digging for middle of the pack runs.
So still Bill Bleach out in front of the field in the number 108 with Mark Fawcett running in the 2nd spot as they come to take the white flag in front of the field here. Ken Sargent holds the 3rd spot, and Jason Fontaine trying to wrestle that away from him as they work into corner number 1 for the final time in heat race number 3.
Fontaine digs his nose to the inside of Sargent. Sargent with a good line though, down the back straightaway into 3. It'll be tough to get around him on the bottom, but Mark Bazine doing or Jason Fontaine doing a nice job down there. Bleach for the win. Fawcett 2nd, Sargent 3rd, Fontaine in 4th, and Rulifs holds off Zach Bleach and Ryan Dinning, who got into the back bumper of Bleach. I think that might have just been a matter of some of the drivers checking up as they crossed the line instead of racing all the way down into turn number 1. Heat race number 4 is going to line up like this. On the pole out of Harley in the 37, it's Robert Hoskins, and on the outside of row 1 from Belleville, the 03 is Justin Ramsey. Number 40 from Brantford is Derek Liverance, and the 14 out of York is Johnny Lowenberg. Number 4 from Simcoe is Aaron Rowitsky, and from parts unknown here in Ontario, the 42 is Matt Cody Wilson. The 28D is out of Keister Center, that's Donnie Lampman. Car number 85 from Brighton, it's Austin Reed. Rounding out the field from Guelph, the 79 is Christopher Hale. This is your 4th and final qualifying heat in the Duel in the Dirt Thunderstock Series. Once again, 1 lap for track in the packing the track. Now they'll get into formation and get ready for a green flag with Robert Hoskins in the 37, Justin Ramsey in the 03. Of course, Ramsey a regular at the Brighton Speedway. Hey guys. Spencer does say don't touch anything. It's perfect.
That's not good for me. I can't follow the race.
Right on. You got it here?
I gotta hear you.
Yeah.
Push me on, man. I'm going home.
Set to come to green from the hand of Kyle McKenzie. Green flag waving 3 wide off the initial green. Everybody trying to get a spot here in turn number 1.
That was some serious congestion down the front straightaway into turn 1 off at 2. Justin Ramsey with the edge over Robert Hoskins as they charge into turn number 3. Hoskins going to slide up behind the race leader, settle into second place for the time being. In third, it's Aaron Rowitsky in the fourth, and a bit of a gap back to Lowenberg on the outside in the 14.
As you know, Adam, Justin Ramsey, one of the top contenders each and every Saturday night down at Brighton Speedway. Good showing so far here in that number 03 machine as he works to lead lap number 2. The 37 of Hoskins running in that second spot right now. And Rowitsky in the number 4 machine holds that final redraw spot for the moment. The top 3 drivers in each of these heat races going to redraw for the top 12 starting spots.
Another hot shoe early this season, Donnie Lampman in that orange 28D. He is well outside of a transfer spot, and ahead of him, Christopher Hale making a little bit of contact with Johnny Lowenberg in the 14.
Another up-and-comer is that 85 machine of Austin Reed, also another driver from down east at Brighton Speedway, has worked his way up the ranks in this Thunder Stock division down there, and continuing to battle here for a transfer position on the number 14 of Lowenberg. He gets a little bit of a nose to the inside. There's Lowenberg bobbled in the middle of corners 3 and 4. Now it's a 3-car battle for that 5th and final transfer spot to the A feature, Adam.
Donnie Lampman working the inside groove. I mean, Clayton, how awesome is universal rules for this Thunderstock division across the province? It used to be you would go track to track to track, and the racing was phenomenal. Now they can all come to one track. They can all go as like the traveling carnival under the same umbrella, basically for rules, and put on awesome racing.
Yeah, these 4 nights a year where we have these combined races really are pretty intense and good, solid racing here. As Reed laid the bumper to the back of the 14 of Lowenberg there in corner number 3. Lost a bit of ground, allowed Lampman to drive through, and still lots of grip in this racetrack. We've seen Donnie Lampman pick that left front tire up off the ground a couple times through corner number 1.
It's way up there as Lampman slides across the racetrack. Reed gets a jump down the inside. Donnie Lampman had to check up a little bit, but let's see if he can get into this mix as well, as the white flag is out for Ramsey in the 03.
Justin Ramsey continuing to pace the field off of corner number 2. Final time down the back straightaway.
Did you say it's all me, Spence?
Martin. Matthew Hill drives the MK8 from Hagersville, and at a Gore's Landing, he'll start shotgun on the field. In the 19, it's Brandon Merle. That's your starting lineup for Crate Sprint Car Heat number 1, Strickland's GMC Crate Sprints.
Green flag waving on heat race number 1. Stephen Beckett, Paul Klager drag race into corners 1 and 2. Everybody sorts it out through turn number 2 as we got 3 wide there for the 4th position there momentarily as Klager will lead lap number 1 in the 1A.
Keep in mind where the outside groove is right now. I have a feeling even through these Crate Sprint Car Heats, we're going to see the track really widen up for these drivers. Look at Jesse Costa in that 52, pounded that thing off the cushion, carves it down the racetrack to get a run on that next position. It didn't work, but it was fun to watch.
Yeah, Darren Dryden up over the cushion a couple of times. He's really trying to carve out an outside groove, see if there's a little bit of extra grip to be found up there for that number 43 machine. Oh, Brandon Merle a little bit sideways there, keeps his foot in it and pointed back in the right direction. Will stay green here. Lap number 3 in the books. Klager still out in front of Stephen Beckett and Eric Gledhill.
Gledhill doing a nice job in that Oakwood Transport number 14, holding down the 3rd position ahead of some of the heaviest hitters we've got in this Crate Sprint division. There's Liam Martin, Jacob Dykstra, Jesse Costa. Those are 3 of the big stars of this class.
The Oakwood Transport sponsored number 14, part of the Bar Motorsports stable. It's a 3-car team again tonight. Ryan Litt back in the pit area of the 4B tonight, adding to the list of drivers, along with Hannah Farrell and of course Eric Gledhill, the 3-car team, for the Bar Motorsports group. As we work on lap number 6, here will be 2 to go. This time for Paul Klager. It opened about a 20-car length lead over Stephen Beckett's number 08.
And the Litt family is one of the great families in southwestern Ontario and London, Ontario. Of course, Ryan Litt's dad, Alec Litt. No, his dad, Wade Litt. His grandfather, late grandfather, Alec Litt, sponsored a lot of race cars, drove a lot of race cars. Good to have him here racing in our Crate Sprint Car division. Coming in front, Paul Klager by nearly half a straightaway has already seen the white flag. He is half a lap away from taking the flag. Cruising off of turn number 4, it's Klager for the win. Coming home in 2nd is Stephen Beckett. Not for a lack of trying, but Jacob Dykstra is 4th behind Gledhill. 5th, the 52 of Costa, and then it's Liam Martin, Noel Teal, Darren Dryden, Matthew Hill, Brandon Merle.
And Adam, that was what we might refer to as a stacked heat. We had 3 of the top 5 drivers in points in that qualifying heat race, and the Strickland's Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Cars come into tonight with a tie at the top of the point standings. The 52 of Jesse Costa, the 08 of Stephen Beckett came into tonight with 639 points apiece, and those 2 drivers just 6 points ahead of Lucas Smith. And at a lot of racetracks by August, it's down to, you know, maybe 1 or 2 drivers, or in some cases the points championship is pretty well sewn up by 1 driver who's dominated the division. Not the case in this Crate Sprint Car division, as it is wide open for at least 3 or 4 drivers to try and contend for this championship down the stretch. Set to go with heat race number 2. Lining up on the pole, car number 74 out of Rockwood, Ontario's Rob Neely. Outside of him in car number 4 out of Vanessa, Ontario's Hannah Farrell. Inside of row number 2, 3rd starting spot, the 49H out of Hagersville, Ontario's Jerry Hill. Outside of him in car number 28 out of Ohsweken is Jordan Hill. 5th starter out of Ancaster, Ontario, car number 51 of Trevor Young, and the number 45 of Nick Sheridan out of Mount Bridges goes off 6th. Ryan Hunsinger driving tonight in the 70 M&M. He's out of Caledonia, Ontario. Terry Baker out of Ancaster. He's in the 26X. He goes off from the 8th spot. The 39 of Shane Stickle out of Kitchener. He goes from the 9th spot. And Adrian Staley, also out of Kitchener, board car number 50 LS. He lines up from the 10th spot. Good to see Shane Stickle back in that 39 machine after a hard wreck a couple weeks ago.
That was a wild ride. And Dale Callan, our track photographer, got some beautiful shots of it. You might think drivers don't want to see that, but I can remember way back to my day, I always wanted pictures of the crashes that I was in. Like, those are things you remember later on, and the images that Dale Callan got were phenomenal. Remind me to explain, I just did to you exactly what Greg Calvin does to me every week, and I realized it afterwards, like, man, do I ever feel like a jerk.
Set to come back to green off of corner number 4. Heat race number 2 underway for the Strickland's Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Cars. Trevor Young out of shape in corner number 1. Everybody gets by, though, will stay green. Out in front of the field, though, Hannah Farrell racing to lead lap number 1.
Farrell out in front, and Trevor Young, that car is evil on him. I almost wonder if he's got something wrong with the suspension, maybe a broken shock mount or something, because that car is all over the place.
Yeah, something's not right. He's going to take that car to the pit area, the 51 machine. Tough break there for the school teacher, Trevor Young, who does not make it through 2 laps here in heat race number 2. Nick Sheridan working in the second spot. Rob Neely battling with Jordan Hill, and Jerry Hill around in corner number 2. And there is the first caution flag of the night as the 49H machine goes around all by his lonesome at the top of corner number 2.
So Clayton, week in and week out, what I just heard was you telling a story a couple of minutes ago. And I had my head down in my computer because people are messaging. We've got some audio issues in the pits. And I could tell you were telling a story. And I had just finished typing when you got to the end of your story where I should step in and either compliment you on the great story you just told or try to segue into whatever my next point is. I had no clue what you had just said. And you had to break back in and start calling the lineup of the next race. And Greg does that to me and he's busy on his computer, but I'll say something and want him to answer back, but he's too busy. And now I know how it feels because the shoe's on the other foot.
There you go. Great crowd here with us at Ohsweken Speedway tonight. If anybody is new to sprint car racing, our restarts for sprint cars are single file past that restart cone that you see positioned just out to the left side of the flag stand, the turn 4 side of the flag stand. The drivers have to stay single file to the outside of that cone. They cannot pass each other, cannot get side by side until they pass that cone once the green flag is waved.
Yeah, a little bit different process and, of course, a different scenario because these cars have no clutches in them. So when they do spin out, they have to be pushed back off to be started again.
No clutch, no transmission, direct drive off the rear end of the motor, which makes them the lightest and fastest cars on dirt usually. Take out all that extra paraphernalia and you've got a pretty much a bare bones race car. You got 4 tires and a motor, and somewhere in there's a seat.
You ever try to tell a diehard sprint car person these cars need starters and clutches?
Yeah, you'll be there a while.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't fly. Doesn't keep me from trying. Although I'm over it now. We've got such a good system here at Ohsweken. The way they push these cars off and get them ready. It looks like what they're doing right now is packing in that racetrack. The cushion on the outside is a little bit evil, so Doug Leonard taking a little bit of extra time, just like they did in the Thunder cars, to get these cars up on the cushion. Quality of racing is one thing. I don't want to say safety because that's a word I try not to use much in racing, but predictability. If you can get that cushion laid down, you can more easily predict where your car's going to go when you go into the corner. When you go in on a heavy cushion, it makes the car lurch this way and that way and surprise the driver.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. And you know what, take a couple extra moments here to try and pound that cushion in just a little bit more. They're going to do it here as the white flag waves, maybe one more lap to try and push that dirt down a little bit and hopefully maybe save a couple more cautions later by widening out that racetrack and giving the drivers a little bit more room to race. Absolutely.
And it sounds like our audio issues are fixed up. That's a good thing. A warm welcome we've got to give to Gail Hill. Gail, we are so thrilled you're at the racetrack with us tonight. It's not the same without you, but your presence is always felt, even when you're not able to be here. But yeah, when he is here, especially when he is here for a special night for the Thunder stocks and the mini stocks, this is Gail Hill's wheelhouse. These are drivers he has helped over many, many years.
Back to green with our Strickland's Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Cars on heat race number 2. Nick Sheridan trying everything for the race lead. Staley all kinds of out of shape. He's got probably, looks like left rear might be down in the 50 machine.
He got together with, trouble for Rob Neely. He goes around. Ryan Hunzinger collects him. Staley with damage. He got into it with Terry Baker in that 26X. Trevor Young back on the racetrack in that 51. A lot happened that lap.
A lot.
If you weren't watching, I can't help you. You should have been.
Well, I didn't see what happened to Staley, but all of a sudden he got into turn number 1 there and came out with a flat left rear tire. And that's not usually the sneaker that goes down on a sprint car, but
yeah, he tangled the wrong way with Terry Baker and sort of got himself airborne straight up the racetrack. He saved it very quickly. He got it back pointed the right direction, but obviously the damage was done and things did not work out that well. Clinton Jeffrey is down checking out Ryan Hunsinger's number 70 machine. And what they're looking at is the front steering. There's so many bars involved in making those cars steer. We're going to have a look at the replay of what happened in turn 1 and 2. Hold that thought, Clinton Jeffrey. You see Staley roll up on the back of Terry Baker. Oh, got over him with the left front, landed so hard on the left rear, it broke the tire right off the bead.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Or the bead right off the wheel, rather. So they might actually be able to just remount that tire.
It looked like Staley just got in a little bit hot to the rear end of the couple cars in front of him. Terry Baker, it's hard to tell who the other car was. It might have been Jordan Hill. Just got up on them a little bit too quickly. And up over the right rear, as you said, and then coming down hard there. And didn't see how those two, how Neely and Hunsinger came together there at the bottom of turn 3. Looked like they were just racing in that bottom groove.
Well, Neely went around, and I think he mostly went around on his own, but Ryan Hunsinger obviously had nowhere to go, or felt he had nowhere to go, and there he went. I love that we get so many messages on Facebook and so many comments.
I can't keep up with it. I don't try anymore.
The funny thing is I just got corrected because I thought I got a message from the backstretch grandstands when it turns out I got a message from people who are watching at home because they're babysitting the grandkids. Other times you get messages from the stands. Other times you get it from the pits. You just never know. So Ryan Hunsinger got pushed off. That car is running, but it is not in gear.
Well, Adam, a little bit of right side damage on the upper radius rod for Ryan Hunsinger and Gary Morton 70mm. The other one involved was the Rob Neely Radio Shuttle 74. When he hit the wall, it pushed that front crash bar up a little bit, but that's the only damage I can see, guys. Both of them, we'll have to see what happens with Hunsinger.
I don't know where Dave McKnight would be this weekend. If Tommy Googe is listening, I'm sure he'll send a message and let us know. But I would imagine they've got Ryan Hunsinger in that car to try to get it shaken down. Dave McKnight, by no stretch a rookie to racing, but he is a rookie on the dirt. So why not have someone like Ryan Hunsinger who's turned more laps in a crate sprint car than just about anybody?
I'm not sure what happened there.
Check things out. No, you don't see that every day.
I wanted to make the point that we have a couple of former TQ midget drivers in this field for this particular heat race. It seems that little by little, since Mac DeMann comes over, we've had a couple of drivers that have at least wanted to try their hand at this and said, that looks kind of fun. The latest being Adrian Staley in his rookie season here in the crate sprint car division. It hasn't been full time. He's been dabbling. The TQ midget has still been his full time deal. He's run a handful of races at Merrittville Speedway with the Action Sprint Tour and a couple here with us at Ohsweken as well. So cool to see that. And of course, Rob Neely, also a former member of that TQ midget series in that number 74 machine.
And it that way, racers looking for a place to go-kart. Southern Ontario would go into the TQ midgets. For a little while, they went into the vintage modifieds. And then tracks really started to figure things out because places like Merrittville had an infield go-kart track. Right around the same time as they really started pushing kart racing, they started pushing the crate engine. And there are fathers who can attest to this, that they can race for the same amount of money, at that time a crate sportsman, as you could in a go-kart. Because go-karts, you're always paying entry fees and getting nothing in return. And it's real hard to get any kind of sponsorship on a kart. But you could get a little bit of sponsorship on a sportsman car. Crate motors meant that you weren't going to be running a serious risk of blowing a lot of motors. And that's where the stepping stone really jumped in. So you're starting to see tons of go-karters jump into crate sprints, jump into crate sportsmen. And that's really what was missing for a lot of years, was that logical next step.
Back to green here with the Strickland's Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sportsman division as Hannah Farrell paces the field back to the green flag here. halfway home, 4 down, 4 to go for the number 4 machine. Jake Sheridan running in the second spot in that number 45. Then Jordan Hill and Terry Baker going at it for the third spot. Jerry Hill in the final transfer for the moment in the number 49H.
Terry Baker's had some great runs in that 26X. I don't want to run the risk of calling him a part-time racer anymore, but I don't think he's dedicated to a full schedule, and it used to show in his performance. You really got to be here week in and week out, but they have turned up the wick this season in that 26 machine. Terry Baker having some great runs. I believe he had a heat race win earlier this season.
2 laps to go for the Hurricane. Hannah Farrell out in front of the field in car number 4. Less than that now, she'll get the white flag from the right hand of starter Kyle McKenzie. This time by Nick Sheridan holding down the second spot at the moment with Jordan Hill in third, Terry Baker fourth, and Jerry Hill holding down that fifth and final transfer spot. Shane Stickle's going to have to make something serious happen here in the final 2 corners to try and get that spot away.
Shane Stickle might be fairly content to keep it on all 4 wheels for the race. You never want to go to a B main, but that's not a bad run for Shane Stickle. He's going to have a good starting spot as the checkered flag flies in this crate sprint qualifier. We'll see how much work Ryan Hunsinger has to do in that 70 machine, but obviously something amiss. Talk about go-kart racers and midget racers, and I get messages from Mike Coleman sometimes on Facebook. He brought out Paul Smith to the races tonight. Paul Smith was a whale of a go-kart racer, a whale of a TQ midget racer, and I'll tell you, he would be fun to watch in a crate sprint car. He's our age. He had some great battles, in fact, over the years with Ryan Hunsinger, driver of that Lifto number 70 tonight.
Did you just say he's our age? Because we are not the same age. We're not in the same ballpark.
Listen, Greg usually sits in that chair. I gave you a little bit of prestige that maybe you were a grown-up.
I'm not that experienced.
Did you turn red after you said that? Did you just blush after calling me out, or is that sunburn?
No, I don't know what that is. It's definitely not sunburn.
Okay.
I don't think I blushed, but it's not sunburn. I work in a hockey rink 5 days a week.
I like that. You dropped the hammer there. I respect that. Speaking of old, I think Clinton Jeffrey just turned his mic on. Or is that the background music?
Background music.
Ah,
You had a 50-50 shot there.
I really did. Spencer Davis on the pole of this one in the 83 on the outside from Carlisle. It's Davey Boughton in the 1C. Jesse McDonald drives the 88. Lucas Smith is in the 49L. The 70 is Bailey Hurd. The 2 is Travis Hofstetter. Tyler Ward in the 29W. The 2J is Jeremy Hughes. The 4B is Ryan Litt. The 69K is Jason Dixon. Let's tell stories here, Clayton. Where do you want to start? How about Jeremy Hughes and the 2J?
The 2J of Jeremy Hughes. Jeremy back in a sprint car for the first time in a while, driving that car that was put together originally for the Bob Deswage Memorial a couple of weeks ago at Humberstone Speedway. Bob Deswage was better known as Bobby the Pilot to the Team Turner Racing. Was one of the truck drivers for the team and passed away unfortunately over the last off season. So that car put together in honor of Bobby this year.
Driven by Jeremy Hughes tonight out of Burlington. That's the 2J.
The black car with the blue top wing. We get set to come to green. Spencer Davis leads the field off of corner number 1. Davey Boughton looks to his outside. Here comes Jesse McDonald and Lucas Smith looking to make up some ground. And Jesse McDonald had to get on the binder, some contact there. Spencer Davis will lead lap number 1, but all kinds of chaos through the middle of the pack.
Davey Boughton was a little hesitant getting into the corner, and Jesse McDonald, he did the sportsmanlike thing. He didn't run him over. He had to back out, but it caused everyone behind them to chain reaction as well. Looks like Boughton a little more up to speed right now, but he's got to shake off a little bit of racetrack rust. This is only his second outing this season in that one machine.
New leader Lucas Smith in the 49L came into tonight just 6 points off the championship points lead. Trouble off of corner number 2. Tyler Ward's number 29W slowing down the back straightaway. Looks like yellow flag will have to fly as the field approaches him off of corner number 2. We'll get that caution flag to come here with 3 laps complete in heat race number 3. Lucas Smith leading Spencer Davis and Davey Boughton of a single single file restart. I don't want to go back to what you were talking about a couple of last heat race about the stepping stones that were created. I think the big thing too is that you don't have to jump into just one division and be stuck with that crate motor. You can go to the Thunderstock division and with a crate motor, and then you could take that same motor and move up to a sports division a year or two later if you want to. You don't have to get a new motor. It's the same motor for a number of these different divisions, and that really makes a difference for a lot of drivers and really keeps it affordable for a lot of these teams that it really truly is just a family operation. One night a week and father and son working on the car in the garage, a couple nights throughout the week to get the car ready.
Absolutely, and it doesn't make the racing. It doesn't make racing cheap, because racing is not cheap. But when you know you're not going to spend $10,000 on an engine that could blow up on opening night, you don't see that very often with the crates. So you'll spend the money on it. It's more of an investment than it used to be getting involved in this sport.
Affordable is a relative term for those in racing circles. None of it is cheap by any means, but it's more affordable than a division that has a built motor, let's put it that way. Back to green as we roll with heat race number 3. 3 down, 5 to go. Lucas Smith in front of the field. Spencer Davis running in the second spot. Here comes his teammate Jesse McDonald. Behind him to the inside is Davey Boughton, the 1C, trying to take the second spot back.
Davey Boughton gingerly to the inside makes that move on Spencer Davis, not giving Justin McDonald a whole lot of racetrack to work with, as McDonald stuck back there in the 4th spot without a lot of grooves to race.
Jeremy Hughes doing a good job in that 2J. He's in a transfer spot right now, running in the 5th position and coming after Jesse McDonald for the 4th spot. He is hard on the gas in that 2J that Team Turner Racing prepared, number 2J.
To me, these are nice stories. He and Davey Boughton out there in the stable.ca, load covering trailers. Jake Sprint Car News sponsored 1C for his second event this year. And I believe he's had some support as well over time from Gail Hill, Gail's Auto Aftermarket.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, I know Gail was one of his primary sponsors on the number 18 machine at the time. White flag waves now for the Massage Pro sponsored 49L of Lucas Smith. He takes it to the bottom of corners 1 and 2. 20 car length lead for him down the back straightaway over Spencer Davis is number 83. The rookie driver doing a good job to run in that second position right now. Jesse McDonald to the inside of Boughton, trying to take 3rd spot away. Checkered flag will wait for Smith. Davis will finish in the 3rd spot at the line. McDonald just edging Boughton out for the 3rd spot. And Bailey Hurd steals the final transfer spot in the number 70 machine on the final lap. Jeremy Hughes, Ryan Litt, Travis Hofstetter, the 69K machine.
And while we're
Pardon me, the
talking
69K of Jason Dixon will have to go through the B main as well. My apologies, sorry.
No problem. Talking about that tribute car, the 2 for Bob Deswage. We lost another member of the racing family in the last week or so, Pops Lettingham. Rob Lettingham's dad, his name was Earl, fixture at the racetrack for many, many years. Passed away after a battle, and actually the obituary, Rob shared the obituary on Facebook, and I just thought it was beautifully written, a nice tribute for a wonderful man, and condolences to the Lettingham family and friends on the passing of Pops Lettingham.
Fourth and final qualifying heat race for the Strickland's Brantford Chevrolet crate sprint cars. On the pole in car number 38 out of Ohsweken is Derek Miller. To his outside in the 19D out of Waterloo, Ontario, that is Alan Downey. Starting in the 3rd spot out of Ohsweken, the 69 of Joshua Hill. Outside of him at a Six Nations, the number 20 of Johnny Miller. Brad Heron rolls from the 5th spot in car number 12, and lining up in the 6th starting spot, the number 5 of DJ Christie. 7th starting spot belongs to the 9C of Brian Nanakoke, while the number 3B of Blaine Barrow rolls from outside of row number 4 in the 8th starting spot, and rounding out the field in the 9th starting spot, the number 56 of Derek Lemaire. Looks like Blaine Barrow may be opting to start this one at the rear, really only giving up 1 starting spot. Was scheduled to go from 8th. Appears he may try to go from 9th.
Don't forget, folks, the 50/50 tickets are available. When you see the people walking around the grandstands in those bright pink T-shirts, that's your chance to go home with quite a bit of cash. We've had some impressive 50/50 draws this season. Judging by the crowd here tonight, I think we're going to have another good one here this evening.
Green flag starts heat race number 4 for the Strickland's Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Cars. A couple of cars getting out of line there to start this one. Brian Nanicoke got down almost into the infield there, the 9C. Keeps it pointed in the right direction, and Blaine Barrow around the outside goes from the rear of the field up to 5th on lap number 1.
Oh!
4th, and now he's in the fence.
That was a hard one for Blaine Barrow.
Wow, red flag on the Speedway. Barrow upside down on the front straightaway.
I don't know if it was Derek Lemaire he got together with, but you know, we saw Adrian Staley down in turn 1 get knocked together and shot up the racetrack, and that was unfortunate. In this case, we saw it happen to Blaine Barrow, and it's just a matter of a horrible spot for that to happen, because once you get bounced into the air, the car landed, but there was nothing he could do with it because it was inevitable he was about to slap the wall. I want to see the replay, but he did a nice job. I think he got into the throttle to get the back end around rather than driving it in, and probably minimize the damage. We'll have a look at this right here.
Yeah, Josh Hill did not quite know that he was out there, and Blaine Barrow just wasn't able to get a little bit further up the racetrack. And I think you're right, Adam. I think he did hit it with the right rear rather than with the nose of the car. Yeah, he did. That's a pretty good piece of driving there.
You know what? And he won't think so. He's going to be disappointed, and the fact that they're rolling the car back over tells me the safety crew has had a chat with him. Clinton Jeffrey is there on the scene. But when you park a car right front into the wall, it is just a sudden and abrupt and more hurtful stop than when you're able to slap it with the back end like he did.
Well, guys, he's down here getting out of the car gingerly. The crew is talking to him. He is just working at him out of the car. Blaine just catching his breath here, but is moving around. He's unbuckling his own belts, which is a great sign. Give us a minute, we'll get him out.
Here we can see from our camera view, Adam, that he's unbuckling the car. He's, speaking with the safety crew. He's got his visor up on his helmet, so all good signs for Blaine Barrow. Fortunately, like we were talking about, he hit that wall from the side rather than head on, and it just kind of climbs the right rear of Josh Hill's number 69, and from there, about all he can do is get that car turned sideways. And you know what? From looking at that, he probably needed maybe another couple of feet, and he would have avoided it. He wasn't far off from keeping that off the wall.
No, and he drove it right to the very end. I mean, hats off for that. And that is a tough landing. I mean, that'll take the wind right out of you when you slap the wall like that. It looks spectacular from up here. Hopefully when they get it back to the pits, there's salvageable bits and pieces. Looks like they've got the driver's helmet off, and he's about to climb out there on the front straightaway just at the turn 4 side. Nope, that's the driver with his helmet on, just climbed out.
Let him know you appreciate he's all right. Blaine Barrow down here has really improving their game lately, Adam, especially on the act.
Well,
and here at home, and Blaine Barrow out of the car, so that's a great sign.
And that first lap was a great one. He went from all the way at the back straight into a transfer spot with a great turn 1 and 2, Clinton. And we're having one more look at the replay here as, he just gets up over the right rear tire of his competitor there and slaps the wall. The wall doesn't give.
Yeah, this car's a mess down here. This will be the end for Blaine Barrow here tonight. We'll get him over here and get a quick word with him. Blaine, obviously one of the lower budget teams. You and your dad can't go at it. It doesn't look very good, does it?
No, we got another car. We'll be back next week.
You all right, though? That's the main thing?
First sprint car roll, man.
He's smiling and laughing, saying his first sprint car roll. They get back.
Well, sorry, Clint, you're breaking up a little bit there, but what you may not realize is the car is the cheap part of sprint car racing. The pieces you bolt on, the engine that you put in it. So you're never thrilled when you wreck stuff. But like Blaine says, it's not a monumental job to go home and strip whatever pieces are good off of that, get a new car ready, and you've got a new iRacing sim cockpit there.
Pretty well the case. The beauty of these of sprint cars is that there's not pretty well any body work to strip off those cars, and you can get to most of the nuts and bolts of them without touching any of the body work. It looks like the core of the car is fine. Likely the chassis is bent a little bit in some way, shape, or form there, but lots of pieces still salvageable off of that race car, Adam.
And what you'll do when you go in and really take inventory is the bolt-on pieces, the shocks, the suspension. I would imagine the rear end is going to be junk because that was the first thing to really smack the concrete and take the brunt of that impact. But you'll go through a lot of the bolt-on stuff, pull it out, give it a quick check. Okay, that goes into the spare parts pile. And you amass a pretty impressive stockpile of spare parts.
They're expensive spare parts, though, because they cost the same as the new ones you had to buy.
Yeah, that's the truth. But you'll see people amass these things because a lot of teams, say the Glenn Steyer's racing team, they'll rotate their cars so late in the season you can go to Town Hills Racing, Glenn Steyer's Racing, buy a rolling chassis at a reasonable price, and it's got the best of the best. It's quality bolt-on stuff. Roll that into the garage just for this kind of occasion. Like I said, nobody wants to see it, but when you've raced long enough, you amass these spares and you plan ahead.
Yeah, you know that is likely going to happen at some point in the season. You don't want it to happen, but seems to happen to everybody at some point in the season in sprint car racing. You're going to end up with an issue of some significance where you're going to need at least probably half a car's worth of parts. So
I was going to say that, but I thought it would be too difficult to explain. But for every 2 or 3 cars you destroy, you'll have a complete car left over.
Pretty well.
Right, so the stuff you're able to keep, you hope you hit at a different part of the car next week because you still have the spares from the other part of the car last week. But that's how racing goes. I mean, you talk to people that have been around the sport.
And I think if you're going to wreck a race car, I'd like it to be a sprint car because they're probably the easiest car to put together from scratch to a whole car. Now, you see the professional teams that can literally put a car together in a day. Less. 12 hours?
It's amazing. Yep.
If all the parts are there.
And not even. You're right. It's amazing how quickly it can be done. And it's amazing how quickly we can get back to green flag racing with iRacer Alan Downey out in front of this field.
Number 19 machine set to come to green off of corner number 4. We are back underway. 1 lap in the books, 7 to go on this 4th and final qualifying heat race for the Strickland's Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Cars. Johnny Miller to the 2nd spot in the number 20 machine. Up the racetrack goes the 38 of Derek Miller. DJ Christie's going to fill the void, try and wrestle that 3rd position away down the front chute into corner number 1. Derek Lemaire has the final transfer spot right now in the 5th spot in car number 56.
Watch Brad Herron deep in this field in that 12 machine. He'll be looking to climb up into a top 5 spot. We'll have to get our statisticians on who has started in every feature race this year. I can't remember. I believe we're down to 3 drivers who have made every feature event start.
Yeah, I believe it's 3 or 4 cars. Brad Herron is one of them, as Brian Nanico really taking that car up over the cushion in the number 9C machine, trying to carve out a lane up top, and a little bit more conservative there in corners 1 and 2, but still up over the cushion at the exit of turn number 2, not making up any ground though. The 38 of Derek Miller, Alan Downey in commanding control in that number 19 machine. And on the back half of heat race number 4, Johnny Miller 2nd, DJ Christie running the 3rd spot in the number 5.
Derek Miller in that Victory Games number 38, he could really use a ticket into tonight's races. We've got one almost over there in turn number 2. That is Josh Hill. Got that car spun around and then just about tipped over on the left-hand side. No harm, no foul. But Derek Miller in that 38 machine, he needs a good night. He could stand to qualify into the feature event, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. That would certainly help the driver, the number 38 machine, the Victory Games sponsored machine.
We talk about drivers who haven't missed a feature in a long time, and unfortunately, there are drivers who haven't made a feature in quite some time. So these are people who try to get out of their streak, and I'm not sure if it's a streak or not, but Trevor Young in the 51 is one who I can remember has had some tough nights here as of late. Derek Miller as well in that 38, some tough outings. And it's not getting any easier in this crate sprint car class. The youth movement is on. There are a lot of young, fierce competitors out here. They don't make it any easier for people to get into the show.
No, it's getting tougher and tougher every week, and you saw that last week at the Northern Summer Nationals with, 46 cars signed in for competition. Only 24 are going to start the main event. I mean, literally half the field is going home before the main event gets started. So it's that tough, that competitive. On the subject of the drivers who have started every A feature this year, Lucas Smith, Brad Herron, and Rob Neely, the 3 drivers that have made all 9 so far this year. Jesse Costa qualified for the first one of the season, but was not able to start the race. He had some mechanical problems, so officially he did not start all 9 features. He's qualified for all 9, but hasn't started them all.
So Brad Herron and Rob Neely both at risk right now, because I don't think Rob Neely got back out into a transfer spot after his mishap in the qualifying heat. Johnny Miller to the inside of Alan Downey. They'll drag race down the back straightaway. Miller on the bottom of that bright orange wing. Alan Downey up on the high side, getting a nice run around the top.
Couple of rookies doing battle at the front of the field. Good job by Alan Downey to race around the top side of the Speedway in that number 19 machine. Miller running in that second spot. Here comes DJ Christie. A little bit more experienced, the driver, the number 5 machine, holding down the third spot. Another experienced driver, Derek Lemaire, coming after him for third. White flag waves.
Derek Lemaire has driven everything you can imagine on a racetrack over the last 25 years. It's funny that we're calling DJ Christie an experienced driver, because I think he's in his 2.5 season, I believe.
A little more experience than the 2 guys in front of him. The checkered flag's going to go to Alan Downey in the number 19 machine at the line. Johnny Miller's going to barely hold on for second. DJ Christie settles for third. Derek Lemaire moves up into fourth, and taking that final transfer spot, the number 38 is Derek Miller in that Victory Game sponsored ride. Brad Herron, Brian Nanakoke, and Josh Hill going to the B main.
So I'm scrolling through my race pass here. Where do we have lineups for the Race of Champions sportsman cars? I believe they are up next.
I don't think they're on the program. I think this is going to be the old eyeball test.
What the heck? Joe Scott Nicky rolls in, promoter extraordinaire Joe Scott Nicky, and he's not on my race pass.
It's kind of amazing as we get new pieces of technology how we cease to be able to operate without them.
Oh, I'm useless. Make no mistake.
Before, you used to show up to the racetrack with a pen and a clipboard, and you'd make it yourself. Now when it's not hand delivered to us on a nice pretty screen, then we don't know what to do.
I am used to such comforts. Well, Brent Bigelow in the 16, the 73 is Dylan Davidson. 72 is James Michael Friesen, and I'm out of ideas.
The 119 of Chris Waters will go from the 4th spot. The 66 of Daryl Fairway scheduled to go 5th, and the number 17 of Jordan Costco from the 6th starting spot in heat race number 1 for the Race of Champions Sportsman.
I was good right up until Waters. I was fairly proud of myself.
Well, that's why there's 2 of us. You got the first half, I got the second.
Is that how that works? So Greg Callan, for those of you who aren't sure what's going on, Greg Callan not with us tonight.
His one vacation week of a year pretty well.
When I haven't had this chat with Clint, I was going to have it later. I think I'm gone the next 2 Fridays. I think it's Trois Rivières and then down to Antigonish, Nova Scotia. And I'm a little bit bummed. I'd gone the whole year without missing a race.
Fortunately, I think I'm here the next 2 weeks, and then I'm pretty much out because hockey season starts.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So you are equipment manager?
I am the head equipment manager for the Barrie Colts of the Ontario Hockey League.
I didn't want to say the wrong thing because that... Yeah. And
but
I was told...
Don't call me a trainer.
I was told we were in Mexico with one of your players, actually.
I heard.
And he spoke very, very highly of you, actually, which is unique for a young hockey player because they live in a world unto themselves. But he said, no, as an equipment manager, Clayton Johns does a really good job.
Riley Piercy was the player that you came across.
Well, there was 3 of them. One played...
Well, he was the one that
yeah, he was
said
the
he had ran into.
year-old.
Yes.
Yep. Green flag is out in this timed hot lap session, so they are setting up for the qualifying heats. I believe that'll come up a little later in the evening, if I'm not mistaken.
Problems for Brent Bigelow's number 16 machine.
James Michael Friesen with a 17.452. Chris Waters in second. Now Daryl Fairway with a 17.8 jumps up to the second position. As the checkered flag flies, let's see if anyone able to pick up speed. 17.267. Dylan Davidson with a 17.557. Chris Waters with a 17.7, and Daryl Fairway clips him again at the line with a 17.6. I wonder if James Michael was down in Eldora. Stuart Friesen getting the opportunity. Oh, so maybe that's how they're lining up.
That's an efficient race program right there. Qualify and line yourself up.
That's pretty cool. That's actually a really neat idea. So Stuart Friesen, of course, winning the Truck Series race at Eldora. And how cool was it that his whole family was there, his dirt modified race team was there. He got to share that with a lot of his friends and family.
The video of Parker dancing on the rear deck of the truck is my favorite video of the year so far, by far.
It may be the best victory lane celebration ever.
I got a picture of him a couple of years ago when Stewart won at Utica Rome with the Super Dirt Car Series. Parker was a couple years younger, playing with the confetti that had landed on the ground. That was pretty cool too. All right, back to racing. Lap number 2 of heat race number 1 for the Race of Champions Dirt Sportsman. JMF James Michael Friesen out in front of this one. Dylan Davidson running the second spot, then Jordan Costco third, Daryl Fairway fourth, and Chris Waters in the fifth spot.
Bobcat of Hamilton, number 72 of James Michael Friesen, as Daryl Fairway clears. Jordan Costco coming off of turn number 4. Costco going to try to return the favor up off of turn 2. They race nose to tail down into the third corner.
Friesen with a comfortable lead out in front of this one. He takes it right to the cushion. Oh, that wall came up a little bit quick on Dylan Davidson's number 73. Kept it off it though. Lost a little bit of ground on the race leader. That's allowed Daryl Fairway to close the gap a little bit for the third position as the race leaders pulled away by half a straightaway. And then each of the next 4 cars separated by about 3.5 car lengths.
Yeah, Friesen out in front by that half straightaway over Davidson. Daryl Fairway up into third, trying to close the gap with 4 laps complete. I believe he might be closing in, although Davidson gets a nice run up off the turns.
Fairway's been trying to lean on that cushion a little bit. Davidson's gotten over it a couple of times. Looks like there's a bit of a bump there in the middle of corners 3 and 4. Drivers trying to either go under that or over it. Not quite enough room to get over it though. So everybody trying to drop down to that bottom lane in the middle of corners 3 and 4. We'll see if Friesen can get through there. He does. And now up over the cushion is Davidson. Fairway follows him through though. And we will come to 2 laps to go. Fairway not able to make up much ground that time.
Watch Friesen pitch the car into turn 3 and he's able to shoot right under that bump. But he's only able to do it because right there he gets the car slowed down and pointed and drive underneath it.
Yeah, real smooth piece of driving. You're right from the number 72 of James Michael Friesen. White flag waving now. Final trip around for the number 72 machine. 73 of Dylan Davidson holding down that second spot. Has 2 more corners to try and wrap up that runner-up finish. Checkered flag going to wave for the 72 of JMF. James Michael Friesen will win heat race number 1. Dylan Davidson second, Daryl Fairway third, Jordan Costco in fourth, and Chris Waters running out the top 5. And I suppose officially Brent Bigelow will be scored in the 6th position.
So this will give us a bit of a break that I wanted to talk about Clinton's road trip to Eldora Speedway this week. So he was down there to take in Stuart Friesen's win. When All North Racing came about, powered by Pinty's, we had some meetings on what we thought would be cool. What turned out happening was this 6-race series here at Ohsweken Speedway, but we had talked about doing some barnstorming. You know, chasing races and following prominent Canadians where we could. And I remember sitting there, and I think it was Clinton's idea, but said Stuart Friesen hasn't won a truck race yet. He's going to. There's a really good chance he's going to win down at Eldora. Wouldn't it be cool to take a video crew down there and just document the whole day, be there for it? Imagine what kind of great footage could have been had, what kind of great material for a program to go down there and document all that. And although that didn't happen, I hope Clint had a great time being down there to take in that show and enjoy it. because it would have been just spectacular.
I'm picturing something like HBO's 24/7, like they do with the Winter Classic, like the lead up to the game. But it could have been something like the whole lead up of the team preparing for that event, and then ultimately Stewart winning it. Well, that would have been a really cool program.
It would have been. So I'm proud of Clinton Jeffrey for having that idea, and it would have been awesome. And it just didn't come to fruition. But that happens, Clint, doesn't it?
Is there a more versatile race car driver than Stuart Friesen right now?
No, and you know what? I don't know why he's not getting more love.
Like he's won a World of Outlaws race here at Ohsweken. He's won hundreds of races with the Super Dirt Car Series. Well, perhaps not hundreds, but he's won lots. And now he's won in a NASCAR National Series.
And the guy is pure talent. Like to me, I don't see the difference between him and someone like Christopher Bell and some of the others that really get that big push. And I do wonder where that push comes from sometimes. Like, why does Ross Chastain get so much? Anyhow, that's a different topic. Green flag is out in this Race of Champions Sportsman qualifying session. Chad Chevalier in the number 12. Brad Rouse is the 18R machine. The 15 is Adam Leslie. The 20, it's the mongrel, Jay Mallory.
The 57 is Joey Hermans. White flag waves. First lap for Brad Rouse was quick so far at a 17.144. Adam Leslie second quick in the number 15 machine. Second lap slower for Rouse. Adam Leslie quick time 17.117.
Wow, and that's a 17.117 compared to a 17.187. So I think the top three in this group would have been faster than everybody in that first qualifying heat. Interesting when you see stats like that.
Just barely a tenth of a second between Adam Leslie and Chad Chevalier.
The board is still showing the 18 as the fastest, but
I think that's because it's set to the.
it's not set to qualifying.
It's not set to qualifying mode. It's set to position. Rouse was the first car on the racetrack there.
Like you say, the little things that we get used to with technology. I still remember my favorite time is the green flag flies out of turn 4. We'll get back to that story, but it's one I enjoy. Brad Rouse on the high side in that orange and black number 18. Adam Leslie in that white number 15 down on the bottom. Still side by side into 3. Brad Rouse drives a little bit deeper, but Adam Leslie with a nice run on the inside.
The veteran Brad Rouse to the outside of the 18R. The Rick's Delivery sponsored machine takes the point position here on lap number 1. Will lead the field here now down the back straight on lap number 2. And 4 drivers that are awfully familiar with each other racing at the front of this field, racing against each other each and every weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, multiple nights a week usually. These 3 drivers dueling it out between Ransomville, Merrittville, and the Humberstone Speedways.
The Sterling Lubricants number 15 of Adam Leslie holding off, I believe it's the Williamson Welding number 12 of Chad Chevalier, and right behind them it's the Ohsweken Speedway number 20 of Jay Mallory.
Best battle right now, Chevalier trying to get underneath the number 15 of Leslie, running different lines there through corners 1 and 2. Leslie up on the top side of the racetrack, Chevalier through the bottom, and a little bit better run as Chevalier tried to come down the banking there in corner number 4 to build up some momentum here as he races into corner number 1. This time he tries the bottom. Leslie up top, still can't quite get there.
Brad Rouse having his way with this field. He's out in front by about 15 car lengths over Leslie, who's now worked his way up the racetrack a little bit. Chad Chevalier doing the same thing, but he'll come off of the cushion at the exit of the corner, try the bottom. Now in 1 and 2, he's going to stay on the bottom all the way around, but just not getting the acceleration off the corner that Adam Leslie has in that 15.
How about 2 laps ago, Brad Rouse into the 16-second bracket, the only driver to do so far here this evening in that number 18 R machine, and 16.960 with his lap there at the halfway mark. Now 2 laps to go for the 18 R machine of Brad Rouse. He works through corners 3 and 4. You'll see the white flag this time from the right hand of starter Kyle McKenzie, and Chevalier and Leslie still going at it for that runner-up spot.
Look at how these sportsman modified type race cars widen the racetrack, though. I've got to think that's a big reason why they're part of the Truck Series race at Eldora, even though it's big block modifieds. They tend to do that, really glaze over, smooth over a surface.
And when they get that really wide racetrack, man, can they put on a show. Checkered flag waves here. Brad Rouse wins heat race number 2. Second spot goes to Adam Leslie. Third to Chad Chevalier. Fourth to the mongrel Jay Mallory, and Joey Hermans rounding out the field in 5th.
So going back to before technology was involved in racing, one of my favorite days of the year was time trial day at Super Dirt Week, because Kevin Kovac would be down there with all of these pre-cut magnets. Do you remember this? He'd be right next to the infield pit building, and every time a car would take a time trial lap, because it wasn't done in groups, he'd write their time down. He'd have to slide magnets around to see who's locked into the top 6. And that was a time when there's 100 cars taking times. And to watch that go down, Lenny Salmon still has that whiteboard. It comes to a lot of the events, but it's useless now in this technology era.
Huh. I actually had never heard that story before.
I'll have to dig up pictures if you
Yeah.
look at old programs. They used to have a pit stop competition as well down there that I thought was cool.
Yeah, that would be cool. My memory of pit stop competitions was in the old CASCAR days, watching them do pit stop competitions at Delaware Speedway before races on the Victoria Day long weekend and on the Labor Day long weekend.
Dusty DeBoer in the 23, the 19T is Trevor Want. Kevin Thorne in the 367C is Cole Hardy. Mike Giverson in the 11. Tim Jamieson in the 177. Fabio Oliveri in the 16. The 13 is Vincent Pagnotta. Dave Goodacre in the 05. And Martin Schroeder in the 60. That's how they lined up to start this mini stock qualifier for tonight's Art Hill Memorial 42-lap feature event. DeBoer up the inside of Trevor Want down the back straightaway in that battle for the lead. The 23 machine down low. He slides up the track a little bit, gets Trevor Want up into the loose stuff. Cole Hardy takes advantage. He'll drop to the inside and pick up the second position.
So this is a Instapanels duel in the dirt race for the mini stocks as well. It was an open draw format for them coming into tonight as well, with all kinds of drivers from outside tracks invading the pit area here, but it is a local driver. Trevor DeBoer leading the field off of corner number 2 to the halfway point. 3 down, 3 to go in this 6-lap qualifying heat race number 1. Cole Hardy runs in the second spot. Then it's Trevor Want in the 3rd position at the moment.
Not for long. Trevor Want with a problem. A little bit of smoke out the back of that 19, and he has dropped the anchor down the back straightaway, losing position after position.
Something wrong on that car. Perhaps a tire gone down on the number 19 machine. Couple cars able to get by him. See if he can take that car to the infield and we can stay green. He's going to try and take it back to the pit area. Nope, he's going to go to the infield after all. We'll stay under green flag conditions.
Fabio Oliveri trying to make some moves. He'll break into the top 5 going into turn 3 as the white flag flies in this qualifying heat. It's DeBoer out front of Hardy by 10 car lengths.
360 of Kevin Thorne trying to reel in the number 7C of Cole Hardy here. Checkered flag will wave, and Trevor DeBoer is going to win heat race number 1. Cole Hardy, Kevin Thorne, Martin Schroeder, and Fabio Olivieri are going to transfer into tonight's 42-lap Art Hill Memorial A feature for the Instapanels Duel in the Dirt Mini Stock Series.
I'm getting smack talk from people because you're too young to remember the whiteboard at Super Dirt Week. If anyone happens to have a picture of that time trial board at Super Dirt Week, or even a recollection of it, send it up here so I can show Clayton.
So I'll just go ahead and make people really mad. My first Super Dirt Week was at Oswego.
Wow.
Not because I wasn't old enough to go to Syracuse. I just never made it to Syracuse.
Well, we got to do an interview with Chantel Kalika, an NASCAR Pinty Series driver out west. What's your favorite racing movie? It was Talladega Nights. I mean, come on. Six Pack, Stroker Race, the classics.
Set to go with heat race number 2 for the mini stocks. On the pole, the 93 of Andy Reichman. Outside of him, the 21H of Ryan Hillar. Jason Thompson, 16T, rolls from the 3rd spot. The 188 of Paul Longboat outside of him in 4th. 21 of Jonathan Ayrton, the 88 of Aiden Nye make up row number 3. 517 of Cody Somerville, the 96T of Tyler LaFantasi are in row number 4. Then it's Brighton Speedway's Matthew Moore and the number 1 of Jason Tolton. Lining up in row number 5. Green flag waves here on heat race number 2. Jason Tolton comes into tonight, that black, white, and number 1 car with the yellow number 1, the defending winner of this Art Hill Memorial for the mini stocks.
What a cluster of cars from third on back. Jonathan Ayrton, he'll be happy he doesn't have a rear view mirror because that would have been hairy looking back at that gaggle of race cars. Meanwhile, out in front, it's Hiller over Reichman. The top two have opened up a little bit of comfort space over the third place running Jonathan Ayrton.
Tolton had the transfer spot there for a moment, but then Tyler LaFantasi drove right back underneath him. Now here's 8 and 9 to the inside of the number 1 machine, going to push him back one more spot to the 7th. All Ryan Hiller so far out in front of the field here as we work on lap number 3. Andy Reichman up over the cushion there, the number 93 machine. That's going to cost him some ground.
It's not very often you can make a mistake like that in a mini stock heat race and get away with it, but Andy Reichman did. How about last year's winner, not quite up to a transfer spot, Jason Tolton in that number 1.
Going to make it 3 wide here, trying to get into that transfer spot here off of corner number 4. That gap closed a little bit for him. Races into turn number 1 following that number 188 of Paul Longboat for the moment right now. Somebody's going to go home out of these top 6 cars battling side by side for transfer position.
Hey, remember that time LaFantasi in the 96 was dropping back a little bit?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. He's driving up through the field now, racing side by side with Ayrton for the 3rd spot.
Good run going there for the number 93 of Andy Reichman, holding down that 2nd spot after that early race bobble. Now LaFantasi trying to wrestle that 3rd position away. Looks like he might have it into corner number 3. The car stepped out a little sideways though, and this one's far from over with 1 lap to go.
Reichman actually had a bit of a mistake there in turn 4 as well, so that keeps everyone bunched up because LaFantasi and Ayrton had a bit of a moment. Jason Tolton looking for racing room, and Reichman didn't want to be left out, so he kind of bobbled there in 4 as well. Checkered flag in the air.
Final time off of corner number 4. Ryan Hiller's going to pick up the heat race win. 2nd spot's going to go to Reichman. LaFantasi 3rd. The 21 of Jonathan Ayrton 4th. And squeezing out that final transfer spot was the number 1 of Jason Tolton. Paul Longboat 8 and 9. Matthew Moore and Cody Somerville all going to the B main. Heat race number 3 set to roll tracks 5 for the Instapanels Duel on the Dirt Mini Stock Series. And on the pole at a Simcoe Ontario board, car number 10 is Zach Buchwald. Inside him in car number 9 at York, Ontario is Tim DeBoer. Mike Sarantakos lines up in the 3rd spot aboard car number 6X. The 69 of Rob Twitchett will roll from the 4th starting spot. 54 of Christopher French lines up in 5th. He's out of Stratford, Ontario. Caledonia's Mike Evers in car number 265 is the 6th starter. The 79 of Steve Miller lines up in the 7th position. And the 2EZ of Evan Curtis out of Port Colborne lines up in 8th. And then the number 01 of Tristan De Silva out of Waterdown, tonight's 9th starter in heat race number 3. 5 more cars going to transfer into tonight's 42-lap Art Hill Memorial A feature.
I'm doing my best with Google to find that time trial board, but I'm not liking it right now. White flag in the air will set them loose next time.
That 2EZ car of Evan Curtis is cool. Blue car with the pink.
Wow. Yeah,
that's a real
funky.
sharp car. I'm kicking myself for not knowing this, but I'm assuming by his hometown that he's a regular at the Humberstone Speedway out of Port Colborne.
Well, the 2EZ, that's got a long history of racing down there, and some here with Blair Young. And I'm dating myself there as well.
So green flag waving on heat race number 3 for the mini stocks, and out in front is the number 9 of Tim DeBoer, and a couple of cars getting together there. Short straw goes to the 54 of Chris French. He slows at the bottom of turn number 2. Doesn't appear to be able to get that car to go. Now he's stopped, and we're going to get a lap in, and now he's got the car refired. Will stay green, it looks like.
Wow, and Kyle McKenzie had the yellow flag in hand, ready to wave it.
Just about had it unfurled.
Now we'll pull out the move over flag as Christopher French, the leaders, are on their way. Tim DeBoer just about 10 car lengths behind that 54, and he's got a 5 car length lead over Mike Sarantakos.
and 8 starting. Evan Curtis coming after Sarantakos for the second spot here as they race off of corner number 2 down the back straightaway. Curtis to the inside in that 2EZ car. Sarantakos fighting it back, and all of a sudden Curtis around at the bottom of corner number 3, facing the wrong way. Halfway sign given to the race leader, Tim DeBoer. And now Curtis backing that car into the inside retaining wall. And looks like the yellow flag is going to be necessary. It is, and now he refires the car. And Doug Leonard won't like that.
No, probably not. You want to sell that one just a little bit better. You wait until the field goes by, and then you take off. But things that you learn over time.
See, I always wondered as a fan why, if as a race car driver you're going to draw the caution, why not at least just like go all out and wait for the tow truck to push you at least?
Well, then you're just being rude.
I suppose.
That goes beyond gamesmanship a little bit, but no, you want to wait. And sometimes it's legit. Sometimes a car quits if you spin it out or have an issue. And
oh, I'm not saying that.
Like sometimes it happens,
Yeah.
but no, you're right. A little bit of debris up in turn number 2. The corner worker up there to get it.
Debris, as my father would say.
Exactly. That's pretty slick. I didn't even know we had a gap in the
I think
blocks
that's
down
new.
there.
Makes sense.
A lot easier than walking over them.
They don't look very high. They're high.
They're high enough to inconvenience me.
Yes. Set to go back to green. 3 down, 3 to go. Heat race number 3 for the mini stocks. Back to green with Mike Sarantakos edging ahead of Tim DeBoer, who chose the outside lane for the restart.
Side by side, Sarantakos down low, Tim DeBoer up high. DeBoer with a little bit of a pull through turn 2 to get the advantage down the backstretch. Rob Twitchett in that blue 69 right behind them in third. He'll draw in on the high groove, trying to make a move around Mike Sarantakos with 2 laps to go.
Rob Twitchett in the mix in the number 69 machine as well. He works to the outside of Sarantakos, trying to get a second spot taken away. Zach Buchwald in the 4th spot. Tristan De Silva, who started dead last, in a transfer spot right now, that number 01.
Always more comfortable to get that transfer through the qualifying heat than having to run the B main, that's for sure. Sarantakos, something looked amiss in that car. He got into turn 4 and got a little bit crossed up. That allowed Twitchett to get around. Zach Buchwald had to take evasive action. He winds up in the loose stuff off at turn 2.
Yeah, he falls back in position as Tristan De Silva takes full advantage of that, moves up into the 4th spot. Now Steve Miller on the outside looking in for the moment, coming after Buchwald here in the final corner. Checkered flag's going to wave for Tim DeBoer, Rob Twitchett, Mike Sarantakos, Tristan De Silva, and Zach Buchwald will hold on for that final transfer spot. Steve Miller, Evan Curtis, Mike Evers, and Christopher French will all go to the B main for the mini stocks. Zach Buchwald, a little slap to the outside of the number 10 machine. Not sure if that was a, hey, yeah, we got in, or a wish we had finished 4th.
Yeah, sometimes it can be hard to tell the difference.
4th and final heat race will go off like this. On the pole out of Chatham, Ontario, in car number 20A, it is Aiden Menard. Outside of him in car number 19 is Kyle Wirt, comes into tonight as a point leader here in the division. Daniel McKay lines up in the 3rd spot in the 13, and the 11E of Jeff Elsliger rolls from the 4th spot. Jeremy May lines up in the 5th spot in the 16J. Then the number 6 of John Jansen's in the number 66. He goes off in position number 6. Tim Newell lines up 7th in car number 26, the 1M of Jay Moulton in the 8th spot. And then the 46 of Wade Thorne going from 9th. 5 more cars set to lock into tonight's 42-lap Art Hill Memorial A feature. Green flag waves off of corner number 4.
And we don't have to fight about it. We've been calling him Maynard all year long in the 20. We could be wrong.
I said Menard, you're right. Maynard, it would be more phonetic.
And you could be right. I just didn't want to fight about it. If we say it different, I'm okay with that. Everyone has their differences.
I got lazy and slurred it together. Everybody fighting for troubles. Couple cars up to the top side of the race. Well, that looked like it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, that had the makings for some serious shenanigans up there as Brandon Janssens regains control of that 66 machine rather nicely. Maynard in the 20 dropping back through the field. I think I saw a Facebook post. They're planning on running the entire weekend down here. I think he's going to Merrittville tomorrow, and that is an exciting weekend for a mini stock racer, right? Just like you say, 4 nights of racing, lots of opportunities. Or at least 3 nights. I'm not sure if they're part of the 4th night.
Bit of trouble there for the 16J of Jeremy May. Takes that car to the infield. That car leaning a little bit on its left side. Perhaps a wheel down there for the 16J. And the number 19 of Kyle Wirt out in front of the field right now as he gets to the halfway point and commanding control, as we've seen a lot this season. That white and green number 19 leading the field.
Jeff Elsliger in the 2nd spot, not showing up on my race monitor screen for some. Oh, that's why I've got it set to time trials because I'm an idiot. Jeff Elsliger in 2nd in the 11E, Wade Thorne in 3rd. Then it's Matt Newell in the 1 machine. Who did we decide was driving the 1?
Jay Moulton.
Jay Moulton. Sorry, Jay.
Holding down that final transfer spot at the moment. Battle for 3rd. Tim Newell with a great run off of corner number 2 to the inside of Wade Thorne's number 46. White flag waves for Kyle Wirt in the number 19. Elsliger holding down that 2nd spot, but Tim Newell's found something these last couple laps in that 26 car.
Oh, and problems for Jeff Elsliger. He goes way up the racetrack. He's going to keep it on the speedway. He is in a transfer spot for now, but I don't think for long as, Janssens has to avoid him. That was a nice piece of driving for Janssens. That will get him into the show. Kyle Wirt going to take the win over Newell, Thorne, Moulton, and Janssen in the 66. As Jeff Elsliger has problems there on that final lap.
So that completes all preliminary action. Pardon me, all heat race action. Still a handful of B mains to come. Looks like we might have a touch of track work here. Try and knock down that cushion.
We're going to need more information. Spencer, a voice in our head just popped in asking us to talk about things that we know nothing of. Saturday at noon, Sunday at noon on MAV TV Canada. You can rewatch
You can watch the MAV TV broadcast on Facebook. So I believe we're going to see night number 1 of the Northern Summer Nationals on Saturday at noon, and then night number 2 will be Sunday at noon.
Nice.
I might do that Saturday since I haven't seen them yet.
I might flip it on. We've got some housework to do. My lovely wife Angela is here with us tonight, sitting in the tower. Once in a while, loud noises come out of her phone as videos pop up. But for the most part, she's just chilling up here, and she has a long list of things that we need to get done at the house tomorrow. So maybe I will pop that up. The trouble with watching races, I enjoy watching races again. I don't like listening to myself.
Yeah, fair. And it's hard to watch on mute because you still want to hear the cars.
Exactly. It's a lose-lose.
Got a couple of fan appreciation and lucky program draw prizes. Race fans will get you to get out your ticket that you got when you came in the main entryway tonight. Fan appreciation draw in the Art Hill Memorial. Any ticket ending in the number 4242, you win a prize. Go down to the main entry.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they are made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough. What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they are made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough. What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they are made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian.
When you think about it, productivity starts at planting. So it's time to rethink how productive your planter can be. We did with the new Case IH 2000 Series Early Riser Planter. We rethought your row unit so it's tougher, more accurate. We rethought your meter, took the most precise technology, factory installed it. We rethought every inch of the Case IH Early Riser Planter to make it the most productive planter around. And if you think about it, that's exactly what you want.
Coming up this month at Ohsweken Speedway, next Friday, August 9th, Runway Energy presents Christmas in August, featuring a full card of action and adults who bring a new unwrapped gift get in for just $5. Friday, August 16th, Jibs Action Sports presents Autograph Night, and Halloween in August, kids in costumes get in for free. Come and trick or treat the front straightaway while you meet the drivers up close at intermission. And August 23rd, Gale's Auto Aftermarket presents Gale's Cash Blast 50, a $2,000 to win 50 lapper for the Thunderstocks. For more information on this week's action and everything coming up this season, log on to OhswekenSpeedway.com.
Ran at the King's Royal with the World of Outlaws. His first World of Outlaws race that he qualified for was the King's Royal 2 weeks ago on the Saturday night, and then was back home in England to compete for, I want to say it was I'm going to get it wrong, but like the English World Championship, which is kind of like their version of, it's like a cross between a stock car and a sprint car because it looks like a modified, but it's got a funny looking wing on top.
And wild bumpers.
Yeah.
Like
so he ran the King's Royal on Saturday, and then the following weekend he was back in England competing on dirt there in their series. Rick Young could tell us more about that. He's the only guy that I know that fully understands the racing over in England, because it's far different from anything we do here.
Well, and we had a lot of people over time. Well, I shouldn't say a lot, but Jim Swing was good friends. Stella Huggett, Paul Huggett, they spent some time here at the racetrack and what was the name? The other one had a nickname. Spiffy Man? Man, I should know these things. It's amazing the things that I've forgotten. I don't even know.
You don't know what you don't know.
That's it. And Clinton Jeffrey, I'm feeling bad at this point because I've seen him reach down for his microphone tonight, and my eyesight isn't that good either, but I've seen him reach down a number of times, and I just don't think we're seeing the magic.
I want to mention our friends down at the Western Survivor beef jerky table. They brought us up some samples here tonight. My favorite part was when he walked in the door and asked if McLean's dad was here this evening. Greg doesn't even get his own name. Which McLean's become more popular than Greg in some respects, and he's only been coming here for about 3 years.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I'm just glad I finally got some of the free samples. Usually Greg has them gone before I get here.
Oh, yeah, and McLean works hard down there. He hustles that jerky and related products. But if you're going to do something you love.
Yes.
That's what I say.
Which is apparently for McLean, selling beef jerky so that he can eat beef jerky.
Well, that works too. I'll work for food. Don't tell Clint that, but I'll work for food. Hey,
Hey, I got a microphone that works. How
Perhaps
about
at some
that?
point we will.
look at him. He's smiling now. He just stormed through technical troubles. And this goes back for 20.
I love it when you tell everybody all the behind-the-scenes problems we have.
No, it happens, though. And I mean, when mics break up, it's more frustrating for the person holding the mic than it is for us up here wearing our headsets that seem to be working perfectly as Clayton Johns. Those packages are clearly child-proof. You cannot break into that package of jerky.
I feel like I'm opening it wearing oven mitts. I can't do anything with
You
this
look like a
package.
complete jerky.
Yes, at least.
So while Clayton wrestles the alligator, we'll look out at the Case IH equipment working the racetrack. And I didn't mean to upset Clinton there because I wasn't calling out the technical, but I've just seen him try to chime in enough times thinking, man, I'd like to know what he wants to say. Because usually when he breaks in, he's got something interesting.
I'm out of breath.
So, did you hear me talking, Clinton, about that all-north racing idea with Eldora Speedway? How cool would that have been?
I think it would be great, if we can work that out.
To follow
Yeah.
Stuart Friesen, I mean, that would have been a home run, I think.
Well, for sure, to work on that.
Why don't we come on over here? We'll share this one. We'll have a quick chat, and then we can go back to those to the wireless mics. It's been a wild couple of weeks. We might have overheated them with the Northern Summer Nationals because that action was so hot.
Well, I don't know what to say. I'm struggling. Both microphones give me grief here tonight. I had some good stuff out there, but couldn't get it out, so we got up here. We'll work on the microphones. We'll get it sorted out, and as the manager, Adam, it's all the technical difficulties. We've got a great team here, but it seems like it's always some of the stupid electrical stuff getting to us every week. 1 week it's a scoreboard, then timing, now microphones, and pit stuff earlier. So I found myself running around doing that. But let's talk about Stuart Friesen. Amazing to be there, Adam. I kind of got the feeling like when we were there for his first 200 win at Syracuse. You know he was close. You knew he was due. For him to knock it out, one of the most popular guys in Eldora, so you Canadian race fans should be super proud. Everybody was wearing Stuart Friesen shirts and apparel down there. He got one of the best receptions, and I think it was all the dirt guys backing up our guy, and it was super cool to see him. We were joking, it was almost like the Super Dirt Week where he had the controversial fuel cell in because he made fuel mileage work, but kind of like when I spotted for Gary Clute at CTMP. We come out of the pits, the end of the race, we've got the best car, we got the best tires, we got more fuel than we need, and everybody else just got yellowed out. Yellow, 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 you couldn't make it work, and that worked into Stu's favor last night. I was monitoring the radio all night with the scanner, and they were just telling him save fuel, save fuel, save fuel all night long, and it worked out for him. And he did have the fastest truck. If you caught it, he was driving away from them, no problem. But super exciting to be there, and I guess no time better to announce that I'll be working with Stu at CTMP this year, and I'm super proud to do that. I've been with Kyle Busch the last 3 years, but to get with the Hallmark Friesen Racing team and be able to spot down in Turn 5A for one of the guys we grew up with is super cool.
That is really neat, and that's one job I've never got to do at CTMP because I know a lot of people do get called up. Well, not a lot of people, but if you know the right people, you get called up to step in there and work, and you've done a good enough job over the years that you get some pretty good calls for those events, so that's neat. I've
been super lucky to work with some great teams. I mean, the crew chief I worked with the first 3 years is Kevin Bono Mannion. He won the Daytona 500 with Jamie McMurray, so even when I was talking to Jamie Friesen, Stuart's dad, the other day, I said, yeah, I worked with Bono. And he's like, wow, he's amazing. And so I've been with some great guys. Last year I was with Harrison Burton and got to talk, be on the mic with Jeff Burton all weekend, which is cool. And you learn what the pros do. And we play a very small role down there in Turn 5A. But talking to Stuart, I said, that's where if you're leading, you're going to get punted. And if we're second, are we punting? And he goes, in Canada to win my first race on Canada soil, for sure we're punting them. So
you have to with tradition there.
Yeah, so hopefully we're playing defense or offense in that last lap, going for the win or protecting a win in a couple weeks.
We have always been very critical of long yellows and delays like that. I listened to the race on Sirius Radio because I was coming home from Toronto last night, and they kept announcing it how angry the crowd was when the yellows were getting drawn out and they weren't going back to green. Was it that hostile?
Not if you're a Stuart Friesen fan like we were. Every time the yellow came out, we were cheering because we knew it played into his hands. But, yeah, it seemed like they'd say we're going this time, and then the yellow would come out again and again and again. It must have happened 4 or 5 times and frustrated the heck out of the guys, as I said, who probably had a good package, a good set of tires, but just couldn't make it work because they were getting yellowed out where the race is going away with not enough time to make anything happen. And we're almost ready to go with B-Main. So just want to give everybody a bit of a Case IH track report from here in the tower. What's gone on here is Glenn Stiers has been grooming the track since Thursday along with Jordan and the crew. He came on the radio early night, said it's rolling up. We need about 10 minutes to fix it. He said, time me and let me know how long it takes to get it done. And if I look at my clock, we are right around 13 minutes of track work so far, and we'll be about another 2 minutes. So we appreciate everybody. Doug Leonard, our race director, has called this our intermission. So from here on out, folks, we'll be bombing through. Super thankful to have all of the Duel on the Dirt cars here, both the mini stocks and thunder stocks from all around the province. Super cool to have them on common rules and their own tour. I want to thank everybody from Instapanels, Foam Board for everything they do. Alex Schutz and his crew for everything they do. They're the tour-wide sponsor here across the province, and we're proud to have Instapanels Duel on the Dirt here with us tonight for the combined race. So I'll turn it back to you, pros. I'm going to work on my microphone and hopefully be ready to go for feature time.
Yeah, sorry, Clint. So glad you were able to join us, though, for a minute there. I know you've been running around like crazy tonight.
You know what, Adam? I really appreciate the hug you gave me tonight. I needed that. I was in a horrible mood when we got here, which isn't unlikely. I know I'm crusty, but I take the job seriously, and we want everything to be perfect. So.
Listen, when you're built like I am, you got to realize that hugs are free.
It makes up for the punch I gave you on Tuesday, and I'll let you tell that story.
I'm not going to tell the story,
I'm out
Clinton.
here.
You have kicked me in the nards and you have punched me in the nards in our announcing career, and I got to say you punch much harder than you kick.
It was a straight shot. Straight shot. No worries.
It was a surprise shot too, because I like to spar with my vocals. Right? I use a little bit of wit, and sometimes I forget that Clint's from East Hamilton, and your wit is directly attached to your knuckles. And now I know. I've learned for the second time in my career.
Good.
All good. I still showed up for work tonight. I'm wearing a cup, but I showed up for work.
All right, we'll see how this one goes tonight. Just want to mention Lucas Smith was our Ackland Insurance Top Gun Award winner. We called him out, but he didn't make it out here on this quick intermission. So as we get ready to go.
So the Thunderstock's going to lead us off with their B main event. There will be 2 B features, 18 cars scheduled to run in consolation events. First one's going to line up like this, and holy moly. Trevor DeBoer in the 23 in a B main out of Hagersville. He will start on the pole. On the outside of row number 1 from Port Robinson, the 108Z is Zach Bleach. Starting third is Pete Reed out of Welland in the 05. Starting fourth out of Hagersville, the 8 is Ryan Dinning. Starting fifth from Keister Center, the 41 is Adam Plazik. Starting sixth from Port Colborne, the 7X is Dave Small. Starting seventh from Ohsweken, the 38 is Frank Turkey. Starting eighth from Hamilton, the 43 is Kyle Andrus. Starting ninth from Brantford, the 13 is Casey Huffman. He did not make the call. Actually, it doesn't look like Kyle Andrus made the call either for this B main event. Top 2 going to transfer from this B main event, says Doug Leonard. He was down there to see Stuart Friesen win that race, and there was a neat picture with a bunch of the Super Dirt Car Series officials having a beer with Stuart Friesen following that win.
Only wish he had won it 2 years ago when I would have been a part of that picture.
Yeah, I've got to get down there one of these years for that event. I've only been to Eldora once. I was a kid.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
My only recommendation, and it's not such an issue now because the race has been pushed apart, but don't go watch the World of Outlaws and then stay the week for the trucks, because the trucks look painfully slow after you watch the sprint cars there, but the trucks put on an awesome race.
Well, exactly. Yeah, it's a spectacle that you're going to see, I'm sure. Green flag is out in this B main. Remember, only the top 2 are going to transfer in tonight's Duel in the Dirt 50-lap feature event.
Trevor DeBoer comes into tonight's second in the Ohsweken point standings in that number 23 machine, still trying to wrestle his way into tonight's Duel on the Dirt feature. He's got a battle here with that number 108 of Zach Bleach. Ryan Dinning's still got to get his way in as well. Good battle up front here. 3 cars battling it out for 2 transfer spots.
That was a nice move by Zach Bleach to cross over and get to the inside going down the front stretch. I mean, having to contend with Trevor DeBoer and Ryan Dinning in a race where only 2 cars transfer almost seems unfair, because those are 2 stout Thunderstocks.
Yeah, some really good cars up in front of this field. Pete Reed kind of lurking in the weeds right now in that number 05 machine. He runs in the 4th position, just waiting for those 2 drivers in front of him to maybe get into each other, slide up the racetrack, and he can drive the number 05 machine through to a transfer spot. Not happening so far as Dinning and Bleach lean on each other a little bit there down the front straightaway.
Pretty impressed with how Zach Bleach is driving that 108Z. As we said, Ryan Dinning has a ton of victories here in a Thunderstock. He knows how to position himself to get great runs off the turns, and right there, Zach Bleach was up to the challenge, made the pass around the outside, and as we're halfway through, 4 laps down, 4 laps to go, Zach Bleach back into a transfer position.
Adam, this is why I love these combined races. This B main is just up on the wheel, top drivers, all competing to get into the main event here this evening. Just as tough as a racing as you're going to see here this evening. Here comes the 41 of Adam Plazik into the mix as well. He's going to look underneath Dinning and try and take 3rd away.
Adam Plazik with a big run up off of turn 4 as Pete Reed dropping back a little bit to do battle with Dave Small on that 7X. And now Ryan Dinning going to lose another spot in that 8 machine as laps are winding down just 2 more times around.
Good lead for Trevor DeBoer, who's pretty well got this one sewn up as long as he keeps that number 23 machine pointed in the right direction. Zach Bleach has the 2nd spot. Plazik has worked his way up to 3rd. Dave Small up in the 4th spot as Ryan Dinning and Pete Reed have both fallen backwards here in this B main. White flag set to come out. 1 more trip around for Trevor DeBoer.
Adam Plazik with a good run in that number 41 gets a little bit loose there in turn 4 coming to the white flag, but it actually looked like he was closing the gap a little bit on Zach Bleach. Now in this final lap of the B main, Bleach looks to be out of harm's way, but Adam Plazik gave it a good shot.
Checkered flag about to wave here for Trevor DeBoer in the number 23. He'll go to tonight's A feature. Zach Bleach will go as well in the 2nd finishing spot. Dave Small will be the 4th finisher. Adam Plazik did get the 3rd spot. And then Pete Reed, followed by Ryan Dinning and Terry Martin. So those drivers might have to hope that they're in that provisional conversation here, as we have 2 drivers that will get in on a provisional starting spot to make a 26-car starting field here as we get set for B main number 2. Another 8 laps with just 2 more starting spots in tonight's A feature on the line.
You try to pick the 2 drivers who are going to make it out of this one. Starting on the pole from Trenton, the 72 is Doug Anderson, and on the outside of row 1, feature winner here this season from Caister Center, the 28D is Donnie Lampman. Starting 3rd, the Beamsville Fish and Chips, number 11 out of Thorold is Go Fast Teeple. Starting 4th from York, the 14 is Johnny Lowenberg. Starting 5th from Hagersville, the 93 is Melissa White. Starting 6th from Brantford, the 40 is Derek Liverance. Starting 7th from Font Hill, the 7K is Kevin Kokrick. Starting 8th, the 42 of Matt Cody Wilson. Rounding out the field, scheduled to start in 9th, the A1 out of Six Nations, Spencer General Thomas. And he did make it out for this B main, did not make it out for his qualifying heat. I believe this is the maiden voyage for the A1.
So green flag set to come out this time off of turn number 4. Doug Anderson in the number 72 and the number 28D of Donnie Lampman, formerly dubbed the Camaro Killer, set to roll off of corner number 4. 2 starting spots on the line here in B main number 2.
Still side by side through 1 and 2. A little bit of contact between Anderson and Lampman as they remain side by each down the back straightaway into turn 3. Lampman driving a little deeper into the corner. Anderson checking up to get that good run off the bottom. Now Anderson will slide up behind the 28 of Lampman and try to protect that 2nd spot. Wow, Anderson with a problem in 1 and 2, slides up the racetrack to the inside, goes Go Fast Teeple and Johnny Lowenberg. They're 3 wide for the 2nd spot into turn 3. There is not a lot of give and plenty of take among these drivers battling for 2nd. Go Fast Teeple just got himself a little bit loose there in turn 4, had to back out of the hole as then Lowenberg gets a little bit of a push into turn one, and that allows Doug Anderson to stretch out in that second position as Donnie Lampman all by himself at the front of the field.
Anderson's got a tough push in that number 72 machine. Had the wheel turn right, left, going into corner number 3 before he could finally get them turned back right and carry some momentum through the corner. He works up to the top side of the racetrack. Lowenberg a little bit high there. Teeple's going to close the gap a little bit in that number 11 machine. Will work to the inside of him, battle for the third spot, but still 28D of Donnie Lampman, the 72 of Anderson in the transfer spots here at the halfway point.
I think Johnny Lowenberg just found his entry into turn number 3. Let's see if he can do it in one. Yeah, he got through one a whole lot better. Watch now, he's got 3.5 laps to try to close in on Anderson the last 2 times. Last time into 3 and into 1. Drive it in a lot harder. Keep the back end out. He's got to hang on
Look how Anderson has the wheels turned completely left as he came into the corner there. Now 2 laps to go for Lampman, and Lowenberg is eating away at that deficit, trying to race his way into tonight's A feature. Now he gets to the quarter panel to 72 there at corner 2.
I've got to think Doug Anderson has a provisional to get into the show, but I don't think Lowenberg would, as he sails it into the corner, makes some contact with Anderson, but it's the only way he can make the car turn is to charge it into the turn one more time around.
Final time through corners 1 and 2. Lowenberg right up to the top side of the racetrack. Man, he got in a little bit too hot there, and that might have cost him everything. He'll have one last chance here in corners 3 and 4. The checkered flag is going to wave for Donnie Lampman in the 28D.
Lampman's going to win it. Anderson's going to finish second. Watch the back of the field here. Melissa Miller and is that Kevin Cokerich, I believe, in the 7. They were beating the heck out of each other the last lap out of turn 4. Looks like they're done there.
I'm going to tap it, but I'm just checking it. Don't throw it to me.
Looks like they're done their little rivalry out there. But the entire left rear quarter panel of the 93 is impaled into the passenger door of Kevin Kokrich in the 7. It was fun to watch. Some hard racing there in the Thunder Stocks. Going to be a great 50-lap feature event. So we should have more B mains on tap here as we wait for them to roll out of the pits.
2 B mains for the Strickland's Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint car set to roll trackside. Here's how they will line up for B main number 1. On the pole out of Kitchener, Ontario, board car number 39 is Shane Stickle. To his outside, the number 2J out of Burlington, Ontario is Jeremy Hughes. Third started out of Burford, Ontario, the number 12 of Brad Heron, and outside him at Hagersville, the 14T of Noel Teal. Fifth starter in the 69K, Jason Dixon. He's out of Brantford, Ontario. Freelton's Darren Dryden in car number 43 starts in 6th. Seventh starter out of Ohsweken, Ontario, the 69 of Joshua Hill. And in 8th out of Caledonia, the 70 M&M is Ryan Hunsinger. The number 19 of Brandon Merle goes off for the 9th spot. He is out of Gore's Landing. And scheduled to go 10th out of Woodstock, Ontario, the 29W of Tyler Ward. Everybody makes the call. All 10 cars on the racetrack, including the 70 of Ryan Hunsinger, had some issues in his qualifying heat race. We'll see what he can do. But we'll have his work cut out for him starting from the 8th spot.
The one thing going in his favor right now is the track has widened out a fair bit, so there's a little more option in lanes they can run. If the bottom is open, there's nobody quite as good, maybe McDeman, at rolling the very bottom of the turns in a crate sprint car. Ryan Hunsinger and Mac DeMann, 2 of the best at running that line. And, of course, Mac not in a crate sprint anymore. So let's see if Ryan Hunsinger can hug the orange and white blocks on the inside of the racetrack and work towards the front of the field.
Adam just got a report that Zach Bleach did not make weight after that last consi. He has been disqualified. Zach Bleach did not make weight.
Trying to remember who finished 3rd.
Yeah, that's more than 5 minutes ago, so I can't remember.
Done.
Green flag on B main number 1 for the crate sprint cars.
Down they go into 1 and 2. A nice line by Jeremy Hughes off the second turn. He'll take the advantage into turn 3 over Noel Teal, who drives to the inside of Shane Stickle down into 3. Stickle going to try to drive back around the high side off of 4, and he's got Darren Dryden right behind him in the 43.
Wow, not much rust for Jeremy Hughes in that 2J machine as he is out in front of this B main as the 69 machine of Josh Hill. Pardon me, that's Noel Teal in the 14. Wow, all those NREM cars start to blend together after a while. Good run going for the rookie driver up against another rookie, Shane Stickle, for that final transfer spot. 3 rookies battling for that transfer spot. Darren Dryden's in the mix as well.
Noel Teal comes out of our micro sprint racing on Thursday nights, where Shane Stickle comes out of go-karts, Can-Am midgets, open wheel modifieds, Canadian vintage modifieds. He's raced a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
Ryan Hunsinger takes the number 70 M&M to the infield. That'll end his night as he will not be able to make it to tonight's A feature. All Jeremy Hughes out in front of this one in the number 2J. Now Shane Stickle around the outside and Noel Teal to get into a transfer spot in the number 39 machine. Halfway home this time, 5 down, 5 to go in B main number 1.
Noel Teal trying to run that lower groove, and Shane Stickle realized if you get up there onto the cushion, you can really power through the turns. Now Teal working up the racetrack to get a little bit higher where some of that grip is, but it might be too late as Shane Stickle is pulled away to about 10-12 car lengths over the 14.
So Shane Stickle continuing to get his feet wet here in the crate sprint car division. That number 39 machine stepped away from racing for a couple of years after running regularly with the open wheel modifieds on the asphalt here in Ontario. Now back in an open wheel car, a sprint car here in 2019 at Ohsweken as the race leader. Jeremy Hughes, some slower traffic to negotiate. He darts through the middle of Josh Hill's number 69 in the 69K of Jason Dixon.
Good to see Jason Dixon out there mixing it up, starting to learn his way in these sprint cars. He jumped right up from the mini stock division. As laps wind down, the white flag displayed. One more lap to go as Shane Stickle is closing the gap on the leader. I don't think he's going to get there.
Not going to get there, but still impressive what Shane Stickle did throughout those 10 laps. Going forward here is now a couple of cars racing for that 3rd position. Darren Dryden and Noel Teal. Jeremy Hughes and Shane Stickler are going to transfer to that feature, and amongst that lap traffic, Darren Dryden's going to get 3rd, Noel Teal 4th, and Brad Herron will finish 5th, and that will end the streak for Brad Herron here in the number 12 machine. His first feature he did not qualify for in 2019.
It was a good run all the way into the month of August for Brad Herron. Now we've got to see how Rob Neely does, I believe, in this next B main.
Correct, and I was about to say, and then there were 2.
That's right.
Lucas Smith is the other one. He's already locked in. He qualified by winning his heat race.
I think it would be an amazing statistic if we get to championship night and can say nobody qualified for every feature event this season. Can you ever remember that happening?
Well, there's not too many racetracks that could say that they have enough cars.
In history.
Right.
In history, like when there was a lot of cars, just the cars that make it are the cars that make it. I mean, I used to go to modified races where there were tons of cars, but you pretty much knew who was going to get in and
right.
who wasn't. The parity here is phenomenal.
So Zach Bleach did not qualify out of that first Thunderstock B main, so Adam Plazik is in the show. That's a cool story for that youngster.
And Adam Plazik did a nice job. We talked about him a little bit. And like you say, if it happened more than 30 seconds ago, I've probably forgotten it. So here's how they line up. Liam Martin in the 29 out of Binbrook on the pole. On the outside of row number 1 from London, the 4B is Ryan Litt. Brian Nanakoke from Ohsweken drives the 9C. And then it's Trevor Young in the 51 out of Ancaster. Travis Hofstetter in the 2 from Kitchener. Matthew Hill in the MK8 from Hagersville. Blaine Barrow scheduled to start 7th out of Welland in the 3B. Rob Neely out of Rockwood in the 74. And then it's Adrian Staley in the 50 LS.
Obviously, Blaine Barrow not making the call there after that wreck there, but his name's on the page, so I got to read it off.
I read them all.
So 8 cars, 10 laps, 2 spots on the line again here in the final B main of the night for the crate sprint cars.
And we actually learned to do that from our producer, Spencer, because he'll put up graphics with the starting lineup. So even if someone elects to go to the back, he says, read them out the way they're supposed to start, and then explain why cars are in different spots.
Green flag at the front of the field. Liam Martin and Ryan Litt side by side for the race lead. Nanacoke out of shape in the middle of the pack there. Staley gets a good start. He moves up a couple of positions towards the rear, but it looks like Liam Martin will lead lap number 1.
Rob Neely had to lift there going into turn 1. That cost him some serious momentum. I think if he'd have committed to getting way to the outside, it would have worked out for him. Now he's got his work cut out. He's a few spots back. And I mean, there's drivers ahead of him who are hungry. Trevor Young would love to get into a feature event. It's been a little while for him.
Wow, Neely just threaded the needle around the outside of Staley there. That time off of corner number 4. He's got that radio shuttle sponsored number 74 machine wound up a little bit on the top side now. We'll see if he can get to Trevor Young and Matt Hill here in the next couple of laps. That'll determine whether he's got a shot to get to the 4B of Ryan Litt.
I was going to say, really, Ryan Litt's going to play a big role here, because if he can sort things out up there and keep running some nice laps, which he's doing right now, it'll be hard for anyone to catch him.
Working on lap number 4 here. It'll click off as Liam Martin crosses by the start-finish line. And now Rob Neely getting by the number 51 of Trevor Young. Now coming after the MK8 of Matt Hill. And Young coming back at Rob Neely. Takes back that 4th position off of corner number 2. Neely's got his work cut up. Now he bobbles over the cushion. And that's going to cost Neely some time.
Yeah, just hit a bit of a bump there going into 3. It upset the car, and he had to chase it up the racetrack. So now Trevor Young has broken away there, but he's behind Matt Hill. Matt Hill's behind Ryan Litt. So Ryan Litt in the catbird seat right now in that 2nd spot. He's where he needs to be, although Liam Martin in the 29 is where you want to be.
The whole field has spread itself out about single file. Martin's advantage straightaway over the number 4B of Ryan Litt here as he works off of corner number 4 this time. There's 3 laps to go for the number 29 machine. Litt doing a good job aboard that Oakwood Transport Barn Motorsports number 4B here this evening. I believe his second start behind the wheel of that race car. Got his first one during the Northern Summer Nationals a week and a bit ago. 2 laps to go now for Martin as Matt Hill continues to try and reel in the number 4B for that final transfer spot. Not doing a whole lot though in terms of gaining ground.
No, I think Rob Neely is in trouble there. Trevor Young is in trouble there. They're too far back with the white flag flying. Liam Martin in the 29. Ryan Litt in the 4B, who does have some dirt experience back in the Ford Focus midget racing days. Far cry from a Crete sprint car, though. I don't know how much of that would really transfer over. As the checkered flag flies for Liam Martin in the 29, he will pick up the 22nd starting spot, and Ryan Litt in the 4B is going to start 24th tonight in the A main event. Everybody else is headed to the pits to load up for the trip home. Although, we should say you don't have to go home, you just can't stay here.
Well, you can stay till the lights go out.
That's true.
This is quite actually the opposite of Hotel California. We would like you to leave.
Oh dear. Mini stock consolation event, B main number 1 about to roll out onto the racetrack. Here is how they will line up. Tim Jameson scheduled to start on the pole in the 177 out of Ohsweken. Outside row 1, it's Steve Miller in the 79 from Brantford. Vincent Pagnotta from St. Catharines drives the number 13, and Evan Curtis out of Port Colborne drives the 2 Easy. Starting 5th in the 05 out of Brantford is Dave Goodacre. Starting 6th from Stratford, the 54 is Christopher French. Starting 7th, it's the Pinball from Caledonia, the 11 of Mike Giberson. Outside of him, another Caledonia driver, the 265 is Mike Evers. Rounding out the field from Niagara Falls, the 19T is Trevor Want, and Christopher French, he has some trouble. The Bell Camp number 54 had his problems on the front straightaway, got that car rolling once again, and he will catch up to the field, and I believe we're going to go green out of turn 4.
For those that are regular Ohsweken fans, normally we go with 28 starters in our feature, but we're on dual in the dirt rules tonight for these combined races, so it's only 24 cars that will qualify in, plus those 2 provisionals in each of the 2 divisions. So green flag waves here on this mini stock B main. Steve Miller out in front early.
And you can already see how much slicker the racetrack is. They're just not able to pound the corners like they were. They have to be a little bit ginger, do a little bit of pedaling with the throttle to keep these cars under control.
It's a lot tougher in a mini stock too, where you're not getting the back end to snap around. It becomes that much more difficult and a lot more of a skill to keep these cars pointed in the right direction. Still, Steve Miller pacing this field out in front of the number 13 machine of Vincent Pagnola, holding down that second spot right now, the transfer position. But that too easy of Evan Curtis right there trying to knock down the door.
Evan Curtis trying to push Pagnotta in the 13P through turn 2, and now will swing to the outside to try to make that pass, and that pretty number 2 easy.
Curtis had that great heat race run going before he got spun around up in corner number 3. Now he's in the B main, but has worked his way up into a transfer spot here as he gets past Pagnotta's number 13 machine. Down the back straightaway here, he'll come after the number 79 of Steve Miller, who's going to get 2 laps to go here, the 6-lap B main for the mini stocks.
Looks like Christopher French is up to speed now, and that 54 just took him too long. He's not anywhere near a contender out there into a transfer spot. It's out in front of Steve Miller, who is being chased down by Evan Curtis as they're about to see the white flag.
Off of corner number 4, Curtis is starting to eat away at that Miller lead. Down to about 3 car lengths. They cross the stripe that time. They both go to the high side here in corners 1 and 2.
And it looks like they won't be contested by Pagnotta, who has fallen back in 3rd and dropped way back from this battle for the lead. Steve Miller coming off of turn 4, Evan Curtis closing in. They will be 1st and 2nd in that order, and they will race in the Art Hill Memorial. Everybody else going to have to hope that they have a provisional. Greg Boydell was reporting from turn 2 that the 29 had a bit of a sputter the last few laps. I believe he was talking about that crate sprint car B main with Liam Martin. So they'll want to take that fairly seriously.
I think that between Liam Martin, Brandon Merle, and Jeremy Hughes, they kind of have the full attention of the Team Turner Racing crew tonight because the 360 sprint cars are not here. So Jamie Turner, Corey Turner, and Ryan Turner, their cars do not need to be attended to tonight. So those 3 drivers kind of get the support of Team Turner Racing and kind of have an all-hands-on-deck approach here this evening. I know Ryan Turner's down in the pits. Corey Turner's out east with his fiancee Dana. I know they're not around this weekend, but I definitely saw Ryan. I'm sure Jamie's over there somewhere as well.
You would think so. It's Friday night in the summertime. Where would you rather be?
Right here.
So we are waiting for a radio, I believe. I believe there's radio needs to be passed along to somebody. I hear Doug Leonard from the next room barking some orders.
So it's a pretty big rest of the weekend here in the peninsula, so to speak. Merrittville Speedway runs a regular show tomorrow night, I believe. Humberstone Speedway has their all-Canadian races on Sunday, which is a huge event for them.
Yep.
Then the Super Dirt Car Series Big Block Modifieds are at Merrittville Speedway on Monday and Ransomville on Tuesday.
APC late models with a race tonight up at Sauble Speedway. I should fire open my race monitor and see what's going on up there. And they will race again on Sunday night.
At Sauble again?
Yeah, 63 laps in the book. It looks like Ryan Kimball is leading the way up there. 26 cars from the looks of it took the green flag. Wow.
Our green flag set to wave here on B-Main number 2 for the mini stocks. Paul Longboat, Jeff Elsliger up front with Aiden Nye, Aiden Maynard in row number 2. Matthew Moore, Daniel McKay made up row number 3. And Cody Somerville, Jeremy May, and Jason Thompson were scheduled to go from the 3rd and 4th rows, but out in front of the field is the 188 of Paul Longboat.
Jeremy May peels off into the pits. Whatever the problems were in that qualifying heat in the 16J did not quite get sorted out for this B-Main, and his night ends prematurely. Another driver with problems in his heat after having a great heat run was Jeff Elsliger in that 11E. I'm not sure what happened to him late in that race, but the car seems to be back up to speed as he is putting the pressure on Paul Longboat for the lead.
Those two drivers in transfer positions at the moment. Third is the 88 of Aiden Nye, who's picked up a bit of momentum and trying to reel in that number 11E of Jeff Elsliger. Matthew Moore racing with that number 28 machine of Aiden. I'm struggling with this tonight. Maynard?
I think it's Maynard.
Maynard?
And I'll probably go over there and ask him, or at least send him a Facebook message and ask. Because, you know, some names look obvious to me, and then you hear someone else say it, and you go, oh, that could be right.
I'm just struggling having to enunciate those two syllables instead of putting them all together. He's racing with Matthew Moore, a regular in the mini stock division at Brighton Speedway in that number 14 machine. They run 4th and 5th on the racetrack, and now Elsliger all over the back bumper, the Paul Longboat 188.
Well, Aiden Nye closing in to make this real exciting in the 88 machine as he's looking for racing room. He'll swing to the outside of Elsliger, and I don't know if Elsliger was content to run in second or just having a hard time sizing up Paul Longboat, but now halfway through this race, they just took the 2 laps to go. In fact, it's time to go. One of those 3 cars will not transfer out of this B main into tonight's feature.
And Nye is trying to work the outside of Elsliger's number 11, and Elsliger pushed up the racetrack there. That forced Nye out of the racing groove and cost him all kinds of time here. White flag waves. Aiden Nye's got his work cut out for him here on the last lap. He races down the back straightaway with a 3-car length deficit into corner number 3.
Jeff Elsliger had a problem going into one that last lap, but so did Aiden Nye. Look at Matthew Moore closing in. A little bit too little, too late. Paul Longboat going to take the win. Jeff Elsliger headed to the show. Everybody else has to hope they've got a provisional. Aiden Nye, Matthew Moore, Cody Somerville, Aiden Maynard, and Jeremy May. So I believe that'll do it for all of our qualifying. It should be time for our first feature race of the night. And if I could find the pit notes if they weren't buried under empty beef jerky packages.
On top of full ones. It's a grouping.
Is that what that is? Bob Galea reminded me to talk about Clinton's road trip, and we did, Bob, a little bit earlier because I was complimenting Clint's idea that we were going to sort of shadow Stuart Friesen when he raced Eldora because he had a good shot of winning it, and it was a great idea, and it just didn't happen, and it would have been pretty neat. But hearing some technical glitches from the live feed, some internet issues on the go. The sarcastic solution is to come out to Ohsweken Speedway on a Friday night. You'll really enjoy yourselves. But we understand that some people some people don't come from a great distance away because they can't make it. So the live feed is a great thing. We have people who literally watch from all over the world.
I was going to say a Friday from New Zealand's a bit of a tough ask.
It's a tall order.
I mean, I know the admission's only $14, but the plane ticket's a little more.
So we are pleased to provide this live stream, and we do feel badly when it doesn't work the way it's supposed to. But Rick Scott in that Strickland's GMC pace truck is waiting patiently in turn number 4 for what should be the Instapanels Thunderstock feature event to roll out onto the racetrack. It's been quite a night of racing. We're ready to go feature action, 9:45 p.m. That's not too bad, not too shabby at all. I get nervous when I see Doug Leonard this quiet for this long. His head is buried in his work, and this is the Brock Leonard Memorial Night, correct? So it's a big night.
It is, and we don't do this too often at Ohsweken Speedway, but this is one of those nights where we take some time with our driver introduction. So drivers will remain in their cars, but we're going to have the field park here on the front straightaway and introduce the starting lineup for tonight's 50-lap Brock Leonard Memorial, and Brock was a former official here at Ohsweken Speedway, passed away, I believe, 8 years ago now, and father of our race director, Doug Leonard, and thankful for everything he did here at the Speedway to make it a better place every Friday night. So a race that we're happy, a memorial race we're happy to have each and every year.
And I believe Brock Leonard's initial stroke is the reason Doug Leonard basically became a race official. He was able to come out and spend a lot of time with his dad and wanted to take his place, and quickly moved up through the ranks to eventually become race director and do some pretty good work in this business. But like most of us involved in this sport, got into it because of his parents.
Yeah, absolutely. The cool thing about this race is that nobody's won it twice. No driver has won this Brock Leonard Memorial more than once.
So who has won it? Chris Hale won it last year. And I remember everyone was so eager for technical inspection because they were doing a real thorough check of things, and he passed tech with flying colors.
Christopher Hale won last year. Ryan Beagle, Ryan Dinning, Carl Salt, Lee Winger, Ryan Turner, and Brad Heron, past winners of this event.
Bring him up, Haley.
Interesting to see where these drivers have gone over time. Of course, some still in the Thunderstock division. Some have moved up through the ranks. Sounds like some square dancing going on the roof of the tower. Dave Steyer is our man in position up atop, giving us those great views.
Quite literally right above our heads.
Well, as you guys know, it's our Brock Leonard Memorial. We have the field assembled. We'll turn it up to you guys for the starting lineup, then I'll say a few words and we'll fire them up. Give it to us, guys. Here's your starters for the Brock Leonard.
Rolling off 26 from Hagersville, Ontario, driving the number 8, it's Ryan Dinning. On the inside of the 13th row from Thorold, the 11 is Go Fast Teeple.
Outside of row number 12 at a Trenton, Ontario board, car number 72, the big smooth Doug Anderson. And inside of him at a Keister Center, Ontario, car number 41, Adam Plazik.
Row number 11 on the outside from Keister Center, the 28D is Donnie Lampman, and to his inside from Hagersville, the 23 is Trevor DeBoer.
20th starter tonight outside of row number 10 at a Brighton, Ontario, car number 85 is Austin Reed. And the 19th starter in car number 6 are Jeff Roloffs.
Starting 18th from Brantford in car number 1, it's Chris Dickey, and to his inside from Merlin, the 96, Steve Shaw Sr.
Row number 8 outside the row at a Guelph, Ontario, and car number 79 is Christopher Hale. To his inside at a Port Colborne, Ontario, car number 21 of Racing Jason Fontaine.
Starting 14th from Jerseyville, the number 53 is Logan Schwedick, and starting 13th from Caledonia, the 21X, Mark Bazine.
Tonight's 12th starter out of Canfield, Ontario, car number 32 is Mark Fawcett, and to his inside out of Hagersville, Ontario, car number 49, Brewster Baker, Dave Bailey.
Race fans, your top 10. Starting in 10th out of Keister Center, the 28 is Jim Lampman. Alongside him from Beamsville, the 47X is Kyle Pelrine.
The 8th starter tonight comes out of Harley, Ontario. Driver of car number 37 is Rob Hoskins. To his inside, the 7th starter out of Port Robinson, Ontario. Car number 108, Bill Bleach.
Starting in 6th from Six Nations, the 24 is Blake Bomberry Jr. And rolling off 5th from Demorestville, Ontario, the 53P, Wade Purchase.
Tonight's 4th starter out of Simcoe, Ontario. Car number 4 is Aaron Rowitsky. And to his inside in the 3rd starting spot, former winner of the event out of Victoria, Ontario, the 84 RK, Ryan Beagle.
And now your front row, race fans. Starting 2nd, a regular at the Brighton Speedway. From Belleville, the 03 is Justin Ramsey. And on the pole from Hamilton, the 25, Ken Sargent. Clinton Jeffrey, that is your starting order for the Brock Leonard Memorial 50-lap Thunderstock feature event.
Thanks a lot, guys. Brock Leonard was a huge part of our early days here at Ohsweken. He was our pit steward and always a great guy to be around. Had a great attitude, kept the drivers calm and cool, and gave birth to our race director, Doug Leonard. Doug, we have this race in your dad's honor. We're super proud to do that each year. Fans, how about it for all these Thunderstocks from around the province? Let them know you appreciate them. As Brock is looking down on us tonight, he would smile on these guys. He liked the little guys and liked to see what they could put on. We do 50 laps in his honor. Do me a favor, let's have a moment of silence for Brock, and then we'll fire these cars up. Well, if you knew what Brock was like, he'd be saying, enough round, let's get going. Fans, are you ready to help me start these drivers up? Let me hear ya. All right, let's go. You know those words I want to hear. 3, 2, 1, drivers, start your engines. Adam and Clayton, it's up to you. 50 laps here in the Brock Leonard Memorial, a huge event here for the Thunderstocks year after year. So glad we can put it on for Doug and his family and our fallen buddy, Brock Leonard. Up to you guys for the call of the race. 50 long ones coming up.
Thanks, Clayton Jeffrey. It is no secret I am a big fan of Thunderstock racing. I brag this division up everywhere I go. You can put this alongside any type of racing at any racetrack. It's almost always exciting racing. It's always dynamic, lots of different grooves. These guys just get at it week in and week out and put on a heck of a show, Clayton.
And the way this division has evolved from being a street stock car to a full-blown race car, and so competitive at so many of these different racetracks, and as evidenced by the number of cars that showed up tonight and how difficult it was to qualify into this A feature here this evening. 50 laps for these Thunderstocks, and as much as Clint said that these are the little guys, they're not the little guys anymore. This is a top division here at the Speedway. It's tough to win in this division.
And if I'm not mistaken, it's a $1,000 payday to the winner of this race. And if you followed dirt racing for a long time, you'll know the Pro Stock division really took off. Every track in New York, Ontario, everywhere the dirt tour went had a Pro Stock division. And for whatever reason, it kind of petered out. The cars got costly, and it still exists, but it's not what it was. That is what the Thunderstock division has become, is picking up. But because there's enough racetrack promoters who really care about this type of racing, they've controlled the cost. They've kept things from getting out of hand. We have good technical inspection. And I mean, even though Dave Bailey is probably the one driver you can pick out that's a dominant force, you couldn't pick a sure winner of this race.
No, absolutely not. Taking a couple of moments here under pace laps here at the missing man formation at the front of the field, and now the rest of the field will double up side by side and now get set to show you one of the most awesome sights in all of motorsports. We'll go 4 wide for you race fans as they come off of corner number 4. We'll ask you to get up on your feet, wave your hat, wave one of those programs you got in your way in here tonight, pick up your little brother, whatever you got. Wave these drivers on, let them know you appreciate the show that they're about to put on for you here this evening.
And a big hats off to Haley Thompson as well, driving the pace truck tonight, as Rick Scott had something come up and couldn't stick around for the show.
Lone Wolf fireworks lighting up the sky here for us this evening as we get set for the Brock Leonard Memorial with a 4 wide salute to you race fans. An awesome crowd here for tonight's action.
Oh, that
awesome
looks cool.
4 wide.
So Haley takes off down the back straightaway as the field remains in that 4 wide formation coming through 1 and 2. As always here at Ohsweken, a great crowd assembles in the pit area to watch the action on a Friday night or a Monday or a Tuesday, as the case may be.
I think I said this to Greg Callan a couple of weeks ago, but I almost enjoy watching drivers break out of a 4 wide as much as I do the 4 wide itself.
It's like a ballet of race cars,
right,
only you're not at the theater.
Exactly.
Thankfully.
Thankfully. Popcorn's cheaper here.
It is something to see. I mean, those are the things in racing that I enjoy. You know,
it's those little nuances, right?
Pomp and circumstance. We don't have a ton of it left because you try to get through a show in a timely fashion, but that's one of the things you still get to watch. Kenny Sargent on the inside of the 25. Justin Ramsey on the outside in the 03. That is your front row waiting for double green flags from Kyle McKenzie.
26 Thunder cars ready to hit the loud pedal off of corner number 4. Green flag waves the 2019 Buck Leonard Memorial.
Down into 1 and 2, the inside row almost entirely dropped right to the bottom. The outside row up high. Ryan Beagle right around the middle of the racetrack in that 84. He kind of likes that slick area. Has his own lane all to himself out there, battling for third with Aaron Rowicki in the 4.
Behind the top 5, 3, 4 wide, a couple of spots throughout the field as this racetrack definitely widened out a little bit. Oh, right now around in front of the field is Bill Bleach and Doug Anderson piling in the number 72. That'll bring out a caution.
Hopefully they made contact in a way that won't damage the right front of Bleach or the left front of Anderson. You can see the left front is folded in a bit on Anderson's left front tire. But they
could be cosmetic.
They should be able to pry that out. It looks like he can control the front end. He can steer it to the left and steer it to the right. Unfortunately, we didn't get a good look at Bill Bleach at the right front corner of that race car as he peels back towards the pit area.
Looks like there's a bit of a dark spot there on the racetrack, kind of right where Anderson was sitting before he pulled that car forward.
That is a radiator. So we're watching a good replay. I think Bill Bleach will be all right. That must have punched the left corner of the radiator out of the 72 of Doug Anderson.
Yeah, I think it might be a little further back than that, though, Adam. Like
I think he drove that far away.
I don't know. Darren's saying he doesn't think so. Let's see.
You see Bleach go around. Yeah. I think that's the right front corner.
No,
of
it's
Bleach.
coming out the rear end. I think it's fuel. It's fuel out of the rear end. Look at the fuel leaking out the bottom there.
Huh. Well, let's see if the fire crew lights a
Good
match.
eye.
Good job, Darren. Before the time of instant replays, I was right a lot more.
So were National Hockey League officials.
Yeah, exactly. Why would fuel be coming out of that thing?
Yeah, you could see it almost immediately start leaking. Kind of strange. So Bleach is able to rejoin the field. He just pulled onto the racetrack off of that turn number 3 entryway. And Spencer doing a great job with the broadcast there to get that zoom in on the fuel coming out of Eddie Anderson, number 72. Clint's mic's on. You got an update?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know a bit of the procedures that are going on here tonight. They were told at the drivers' meeting there would be no courtesy laps. So drivers are going in the pits. They will not have an opportunity to fix it. The track will not wait. As soon as the lineup is ready, we're going back to it in both the mini stocks and Thunder tonight. Just want to let you guys know what it would be.
As long as it's the same for everybody and they know ahead of time, as Bill Bleach making his way towards the back. It looked like Bleach kind of drove down towards Kyle Pelrine as if to indicate he wasn't thrilled with something Pelrine might have done there. 50 laps is a long time. 1 lap complete, 49 laps to go. Ken Sargent gets on the loud pedal in turn number 4. Justin Ramsey still alongside in that second spot.
Green go stick from Kyle McKenzie, fires the field back up. We roll through corners 1 and 2. Ken Sargent to the point, Justin Ramsey in second, and couldn't tell you who's in third at the moment right now. As a side-by-side battle between Ryan Beagle and Aaron Rowicki trying to sort itself out, and then just a whole gaggle of cars 3 wide as they work off corner number 4 to get lap number 2 in the book.
Jason Fontaine and Mark Bazine are going to give me nightmares tonight as the 2 Burger Barn number 21s. One has a black nose, one has a white nose. I can't remember which and which, although which is which. I believe Fontaine drives the black nose 21.
I believe so. Bazine from 21X has the white nose there as he works off the top side of corner number 4 there. And a good battle between 2 reigning champions there in the middle of the pack. Dave Bailey and Wade Purchase were side by side. Bailey, the defending track champion here at Ohsweken. Purchase at Brighton Speedway, the champion in 2018.
Bill Bleach just got real loose again, driving down into turn number 1 in that 108. He was able to gather the car up, but I wonder if it's from a heavy load of fuel. Not sure what it is, but the handling can't quite be to his liking just yet.
How about the run for Rob Hoskins in that number 37 machine so far, running in the top 5 position here as we work on lap number 5 as he's worked up past the number 4 of Aaron Rowicki, and Doug Anderson back out in front of the field, and he touched the second place runner, Justin Ramsey, and it wasn't intentional, but if you know the history between those two drivers, that doesn't look too pretty.
No, absolutely not. Unofficially, Doug Anderson will be down 4 laps, maybe 3 laps to the field as he is back on the racetrack now in that 72 machine. I'm wondering what they could have done down in the pits. I mean, obviously they took the hood off that 72 machine.
He's got that car up to the top side of the racetrack. Looks like he's headed back pit side. Doesn't like what he saw, and perhaps will put that car on the trailer. Tough break for a driver who drove a long way to get here this evening. And now a battle for the second spot heating up as Ryan Beagle has driven to the tail end of the number 03 of Justin Ramsey. They continue to work that outside lane here on lap number 8 of this 50-lap feature.
3 wide through turn number 2. Jason Fontaine down the inside. Jim Lampman rather in the middle. Kyle Pellrine on the outside in the 47X. That's a battle deep in the top 10, just behind the 49 of Dave Bailey and the 4 of Aaron Rowicki.
He's made his way up to the 7th spot right now, battling with that 4 car of Rowicki, who sits in the 8th spot, then Kyle Pellrine in 9th, and Mark Bazine holding the final spot in the top 10, battling with Jim Lampman at the moment in that number 28 machine, but still a real good battle here up front between Justin Ramsey and Ryan Beagle, who continue to go on it for the 2nd spot as Rob Hoskins, Blake Bomberry, and just as I said his name, Rob Hoskins around the bottom of corner number 2.
No yellow just yet. Now we were under yellow as Rob Hoskins sitting sideways on the racetrack. Yeah, he was having a good battle up there inside the top 10. The yellow flag flies with 9 laps complete.
Chalk that one up to an announcer's curse, I think.
Yeah, that qualifies. I mean, his name had just fallen out of your mouth.
Guys, just want to make a comment here. Doug Anderson in the 72 came back out after that fuel problem. But the rule here in Ontario with the Thunderstocks is you must have a hood on to compete. It's a safety issue. For that reason, we don't want hot oil or fluids flying up in the driver's face. It was determined that you cannot race if you do not have a hood. That's why Anderson was black flagged.
That's a fair rule when most of these cars don't have windshields, just rock screens. So if there were to be fluid coming out of the race car, you really wouldn't have anything except the driver's visor to protect them.
No, and again, I mean, rules are such that if you enforce them evenly and you enforce them with some competence, which I like to think Doug Leonard does, he does a nice job with that, it's the same for everybody. So they might have their work cut out for them trying to get the hood back in if there's been damage to the pins on that car. And might take some bungee cord, some duct tape, red-green special.
Is that show still on? It should be.
I don't know that they film more than 10 episodes and they just keep playing them over and over again.
They're a good 10 episodes though.
Fantastic.
Back to green here, 9 down, 41 to go. Ken Sargent continues to lead, and now Ryan Beagle taking advantage of that restart to pull ahead of Justin Ramsey's number 03 for the 2nd spot.
Yeah, Ryan Beagle, I wasn't sure how much he was holding back there earlier when he was racing behind Justin Ramsey. I just had a feeling he had another gear in that race car. And as these Thunderstocks run lap after lap with 24, 25 cars on the racetrack, the track is going to get slicker, and that bodes well for Ryan Beagle in the 84s. Right now, he's about 8 car lengths behind the veteran Kenny Sargent.
Took him a couple of laps there to get up to the top side of the racetrack, but seems to be where he prefers it, at least in turns 3 and 4, still using that bottom lane in corners 1 and 2, despite being clear of that number 03 machine.
As you say, down into 3 and 4, up on the high side. He's about a lane wider than Kenny Sargent in the 25. Behind him, Justin Ramsey hanging on to 3rd of Jason Fontaine, and Dave Bailey make contact out of 4.
Bailey working hard to try and break into the top 5, sitting just on the outside looking in the 6th position at the moment. Little smoke there out of the number 4 of Aaron Rowicki, who's battling with Christopher Hale and Mark Bazine for position. I believe that would be the battle for 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Dave Bailey coming back to the outside of Jason Fontaine down into 1 and 2. Fontaine sort of pitched the car in sideways, took away the lane Bailey was running, so he'll fall back in line in that 6th position. And as you say, Aaron Rowicki's got his hands full with Mark Bazine in the 21X and the 79 of Chris Hale.
Prior to that lap 9 caution, Ken Sargent had opened a pretty sizable lead, but since the green flag dropped again, Ryan Beagle has kept him in check a little bit more, keeping him to within about 5 car lengths here as he races into corner number 3 and 4. Sargent will come off of the turn this time. He will click off lap number 15, 35 laps to go as Lewis found a way, a little bit of a groove here and sorted itself out 2 by 2 all the way to the back.
That earlier caution, Logan Schwedick in the 53 ducked into the pits, and of course Bleach has been in the pits as well in that 108. As they're racing together, they're working on getting halfway back through this field again, so they've got quick race cars. They've got a lot of laps left to go, but it's just about time to make their presence felt.
Some more smoke out of the back of that number 4 of Aaron Rowitsky, kind of blowing right in the face of Mark Bazine's number 21 machine. Rowitsky running in the 7th spot at the moment in that black car with the yellow number 4 on the door. We'll keep an eye on that as the race develops. Doesn't seem to be slowing down too much, so perhaps just the tire level in number 4.
You know what? I almost wonder if the cap has come off the right rear corner of the rear end, because the outside of that tire on the right rear is really shiny on the 4 machine. Kyle McKenzie, give me a thumbs up if you smell rear end grease.
Not sure he can hear us at this point in the race.
I was hoping. Look at how shiny that right rear tire is. Just on the outside face of it. So I wonder either he's got, well, 1 around, 2 around. Trevor DeBoer in turn number 4 and the 53 of Logan Schwedick. So as Aaron Rowitsky comes past us a little bit slower.
I'm not sure. My expertise in the technical department's a little limited, so I'll leave that to you to analyze further. Or Clint, if he can get a better look at it. It'd be tough for him from the infield with that being the right rear.
But if the cap comes off the right rear, usually the axle flies out. I'm not the most technically savvy fella either, so we'll just sit up here and speculate and have a good time watching.
So the pole sitters led all 18 laps so far. Ken Sargent in that Club 54 Racing sponsored number 25 machine. Ryan Beagle kept him in check though over those last 9 laps. Didn't get out to a lead of much more than about 5 car lengths once Beagle got that car up to speed. Seems that 84 machine likes these a little bit longer runs so far. So we'll see what he can do if we get an extended green flag run.
So we got a message from Clint saying that we got the 21 cars backwards, and then he said he was wrong. I think we've got them right. I think it's Jason Fontaine in the black nose 21.
That's how it was on our lineups earlier in the night. So if we're wrong, it's because someone else was wrong.
Well, always. Actually, I don't even have to question that. My wife, Angie, is sitting right beside me. I promise you I'm wrong tonight. Doesn't matter the topic. When I want to be right, I will ask her my opinion.
Is that your advice for me, or like?
Oh, no, you don't need that advice. She's got the advice. Your new lovely wife is right. You're wrong. Don't care what you're talking about. Mike Thorne just tells me, yep, Fonz with the black nose, so that's good.
Field getting doubled up again. White flag from Kyle McKenzie this time.
Oh, sorry.
Go back to green next time.
Kyle Tomaski and Mike Thorne sent me that. So it's good to have people out there.
Friends in low places. Nothing?
Something like that. It is tough. I am not a good multitasker.
No,
I normally leave this.
realized.
Yeah, I leave this stuff to Greg Calden. I've got to stop with the technology and just watch and call. I screwed you again, didn't I, Clayton?
Well, it was a call and response item, yes.
Yeah.
Back to green, 32 to go. Still Ken Sargent out in front of the field. Big move, though, from Jason Fontaine on that restart. The 21 machine goes up to the 3rd spot. He races with Justin Ramsey. Those two drivers are good friends, so they'll race each other clean as they race off of corner number 4. Now Ryan Beagle takes a peek to the inside of Sargent for the race lead.
Things have intensified up at the front as Chris Hale trying to close the door coming off of 4 on Jim Lampman, and that Got a lot of rubbing down the front straightaway, those two did. And it's happening again off of turn number 2. Jim Lampman has to bite the brakes, and so does a number of his competitors. As Chris Hale wanted that outside lane that Jim Lampman was in, and he just took it.
He sank like a stone there for a moment. I thought something might have actually gone wrong in the race car, but gets it back up to speed now, racing side by side with his son Donnie Lampman there for position in the back of the field. Up front, still Ken Sargent leading across the stripe. 21 laps down, 29 to go for the number 25 machine, who has repositioned his preferred line around the bottom side of the speedway, at least in corners 1 and 2. He'll run a similar line through 3 and 4 as he takes it back up to the top side, the middle of the corner, and Ryan Beagle following suit, but not dropping too far back to that number 25 machine.
No, keeping him in his sights. And the top 10 right now, kind of nose to tail. They're sort of jockeying. 11th on back is madness. They're running 4 wide through the turns. We're 22 laps into a 50-lap race, and they haven't got it sorted out. Fantastic action here in the Brock Leonard Memorial.
Yeah, we talked a little bit earlier about the parity in this division, and that's pretty well evidence of it. They can't get away from each other in the back of the field right now, and it's the back of the field, but those are all top race cars that are running side by side and 3 wide at this point. There, as you see, Mark Fawcett, Trevor DeBoer, and Kyle Pelrine all racing side by side there for position.
Battle for the lead, and we've got a new leader here at the stripe. Ryan Beagle drops to the inside of the racetrack, pulls alongside Ken Sargent out of turn number 4, and clears him in turn 2 down the back straightaway. Ryan Beagle out in front as we reach the halfway point. 25 laps in, 25 laps to go in this Brock Leonard Memorial.
A win for Ryan Beagle would make him the first driver to win this event twice. He's only halfway there though, so we'll reserve those comments for a little bit later on in the event as Beagle goes to the top side in corners 1 and 2, trying to push that cushion back just a little bit there in corner entry. Beagle, strong run going in this number 84 RK, has opened up about a 5-car length lead over Sargent here, who settles into that second position. And now Blake Bomberry Jr. and Justin Ramsey pushing the pace back in the 3rd spot, trying to shuffle Jason Fontaine back a couple positions.
Yeah, Bomberry up on the high side, Ramsey up on the high side. That is the preferred groove here at Ohsweken, at least traditionally the preferred group. Jason Fontaine, the bombs down on the bottom in that Burger Barn 21. Trying to make tracks down low, and then behind them a few car lengths of Dave Bailey in the 49, and the other 21 ex-Burger Barn machine, that being Mark Bazai.
Just approaching 20 laps to go here as Ryan Beagle works past the number 6R. Jeff Rowan puts him a lap down, and this could get interesting, Adam, if we stay green. Maybe in about 10 laps or so, they're going to run into some slower traffic. It's quite impressive how well the rear of the field has kept pace, though, and not have the leaders work in the lap traffic. It's not uncommon a 20-lap feature for them to work in the lap traffic. And you know, we've gone just about well, another 12 laps since the last caution, so it's a pretty extended period of time. You would have thought that they would have worked into traffic right now, and again, a testament to the quality of the cars in this race.
And a 20-lap weekly feature has the fast cars to the back, generally speaking, so you would think that with the fast cars to the front as they are tonight, but the reality is we have fast cars all the way through this field.
Justin Ramsey making a bit of a gain here on the number 25 of Ken Sargent. Has got the number 03 machine wound up on the top side of the racetrack, especially through corners 1 and 2, gaining a little bit there on Sargent's number 25. Those two drivers pulled away by about half a straightaway back to number 21 of Jason Fontaine, who runs in the 4th spot. Blake Bomberry Jr. back in the 5th spot, and still Dave Bailey on the outside of the top 5 looking in. He's finished in the top 5 in every race so far in this Thunderstock division here at Ohsweken in 2019. And for the moment does not have a spot in the top 5, although now he takes a look at the inside of Bomberry.
He was trying to work the outside into the corner. There just wasn't enough room to squeeze that car to the high side and be able to make it workable, so Bailey dropped to the bottom to try to make a move. That didn't work either, so back in line he goes behind Blake Bomberry, still in the 6th position.
Really enjoy watching Bomberry. Look, problem for Jason Fontaine. Takes that car straight to the pit area, will stay green, and that will promote Bailey into the top 5. Tough break there for Jason Fontaine. And the side-by-side battle continues for the second spot. Ramsey to the outside of Ken Sargent for the runner-up position.
It's almost a tough break for the whole team as we've got yellow on the racetrack, Aaron Rowitsky.
That smoke is finally beyond an acceptable level.
And then Trevor DeBoer, where the heck did he come from? Like
He's been running at the rear, towards the rear of the field. He's running in 20th.
34 laps into the Brock Leonard Memorial, 50 lap extra distance Thunderstock race and Insta Panels Duel on the Dirt Series race. Ohsweken Speedway with 4 of the top 5 positions right now. Brighton Speedway being represented by Justin Ramsey in the 03, having a great run, running in the 2nd spot. What would you call for Steve Shaw's home track?
Steve Shaw, I believe, is based at a Southern Ontario Motor Speedway.
He still is?
His hometown was Merlin, but I guess he's been here a lot this year.
Yeah, he has been. And that's why I asked. Yeah, geographically, he's down by Southern Ontario Motor Speedway. Wade Purchase, a Brighton Speedway car.
I believe this is the 3rd of 4 combined races, and we'll wrap up as it always does at Brighton Speedway's Applefest Shootout weekend, the final weekend in September.
Is the All-Canadians not a combined race?
I believe Humberstone did theirs on Canada Day weekend.
Okay.
I don't think All Canadian was part of this event, part of this series.
Yeah, guys, Steve Shaw would be a Southern Ontario Motor Speedway regular down there, multi-time champ, and been barnstorming a bit, but he still calls Saturday nights home. They had 23 cars there, guys, on the division that only started a year ago, which was awesome. And the only outsider on that night was Ryan Dinning last Saturday. So they got a healthy car count down at Southern Ontario Motor Speedway, formerly South Buxton.
That's good to hear.
Can we just say that the track formerly known as South Buxton, just like Prince did for many years? Because I would even find that easier than blurting out Southern Ontario Motor Speedway and then doing a geographical correction for those who realize that that's not Southern Ontario.
What do you mean?
It's not.
So what is it?
Southwestern Ontario.
I suppose.
Big difference. You ever meet someone who goes to Western University? It's Western University, so it's not Waterloo, it's not this area. Like they are proud of where they're from. They can keep it all down there.
I'm not going to argue this one. I'm going to get you a t-shirt that says South and in brackets Western Ontario Motor Speedway. All right, back to green off of corner number 4, 34 down, 16 to go. Ryan Beagle on the point for this restart with Justin Ramsey to his outside. Drives down the hill. Good restart for the number 84 of Ryan Beagle. Into corners 1 and 2. Ramsey up on the top shelf trying to hold on to that second spot. Drives to the outside lane. And we'll go to the outside of Beagle this time into corners 3 and 4. We'll try and push the number 84 machine down to the bottom side of the racetrack. Beagle prefers that line anyways, but it's a drag race off of corner number 4. And I believe Justin Ramsey might have let it to line, and all kinds of problems as cars come together in the front straightaway.
Yeah, Go Fast People ran out of steering in that 11 machine. We've got one car backwards off the turn. I believe that's Wade Purchase in the 53.
Tough break.
My computer's going a little bit wonky, which it does. These laptops are usually just a 1 or 2 year investment for me. Too many dirt tracks.
Likely. The last one lasted 6 years. I was quite impressed with it. Cell phones are a year and a half max.
Oh man, I
They're
dropped my
garbage.
cell phone like crazy today.
They're all junk.
You know that new unlimited data?
Uh-huh.
Have you inquired about that?
No.
I'm with TELUS, and I really like TELUS. They serve me well. But you can only get unlimited data if you own your phone, not if you're on a payment plan. And even if you do, you get unlimited high speed, and then after 20-something gigs, it drops you down to low speed, which who the heck wants low speed internet for one? And who the heck owns their cell phone for two? Do you own your phone?
No.
No. By the time you're done paying off your phone, you're ready for a new one. So why would you have unlimited data only if you own your phone? I'm going to give you a great deal, but only if you're a sucker and you paid retail price for what you got.
I took one university course on telecommunications, and I literally hate all of the phone companies at this point.
Well, guys, you're going to get a look at Wade Purchase. Got the rear end out of the 53. It is twisted around. The guys down at Concept One Fab going to have to do some work on that for him, as he's got the rear end totally tore out of that car.
Wow, that was hard to see for us, Clint, because his rear end was facing us kind of straight on, so it was difficult to see the damage to that. But wow, you can definitely see it now as he gets pulled away. That was a hard hit there between the 11 of Go Fast Teeple, and I believe the 108 of Bleach might have been involved as well.
Stompin' Tom up on the roof performing again. Let's Go Fast Teeple. They're going to pull him off on the flat deck as Clinton has a look at what's going on over there in the front end of the 11 machine.
No steering on the 11, we're told, among with a bunch of other problems here. Teeple working on the car here on the front straightaway, but it is going to get flatbedded off.
Oh, I should check my race monitor to see what's happening at Sauble Speedway.
20 cars still running in this event of the 26 that started. Pretty solid number with 15 laps to go. Somebody's working out up there.
The stuff that's going on up on the roof is kind of freaking me out. Looks like 92 laps complete up at Sauble. 10 cars still on the lead lap.
That's a tight place.
A fun place to race. Hopefully it's a clean race because they got another show up there on Sunday, and it's always a fun weekend at Sauble Beach.
Now, why is there a day off in between?
Fix them up. I wondered why they were racing
Beach
on
day?
a Friday night.
See, like, to me, Friday, Saturday, go enjoy the rest of your long weekend.
No, Saturday, Sunday. The long weekend up there, Saturday, Sunday. As I say, over the years, I mean, I raced there in a vintage modified over the years. It used to be TQ Midgets headlined that weekend, and they would get to the point where they would stop selling tickets because they couldn't fit any more people in there.
Wow.
The beachgoers just love it. I've seen that happen up there on the Saturday, Sunday. They had a Wednesday night show every year up there for a long time.
I always like the beach up there because you can drive right onto it.
Yeah. Oh,
Pretty
it's
cool.
a great beach. I'd tell you the story about the time my wife lost the keys to our van up there, but because she's sitting next to me, I won't. But you don't know chafing until you walk 5 kilometers back to a cottage in a wet bathing suit because the keys to the van are gone. My poor parents, they were living in Waterford at the time. They drove a spare set of keys from Waterford to Sauble Beach, dropped off the keys. Did they even stay for supper that night, Ange? I think they just turned around and headed straight back home. Never did find the keys.
Ouch. That's a haul.
That's a haul. It's got to be 5 hours anyhow.
One way or round trip?
One way. I mean, because Waterford is out by Port Dover.
Yeah.
Sauble Beach.
Yeah, that's a lake to lake.
Lake to lake.
I was thinking Wasaga Beach maybe for us on Sunday. I don't know. It's only about 45 minutes from my house.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking whatever my wonderful wife says we're doing Sunday is what I'd like to do on Sunday.
I told my other half yesterday that we got some new Muskoka chairs as a wedding gift. So I said that tomorrow morning I'm going to build them, and then tomorrow afternoon I'm going to sit in it. That's my plan for tomorrow.
That's not a bad plan.
Gave up on the flatbed idea here for the Teeple number 11. Going to try and pick it up by the front end. I guess that means the rear end is well enough to keep straight. As the field continues to circle, Justin Ramsey is the leader. He did take the lead just prior to that yellow flag, so the lap was counted as enough of the leaders got by the start-finish line before the cars tangled at the rear of the field.
This is one of the best comments ever from Billy. If you're in Sauble and need keys, call Randy's Lock, Safe, and Alarm in Owen Sound. Well, where were you 10 years
Good time
ago?
for an ad placement.
Connor was a baby. That was 14 years ago. Wow. I am so old. Dave Hunsinger says he can get to Sauble from Fisherville in 3.5 hours. He may have a heavy foot, though. Buckle up for safety. Sauble Speedway or Sauble Beach in the summertime is one of my favorite places.
Yes.
That's a great.
Pretty much any of those little towns along Lake Huron are fun places to be. I grew up going to Grand Bend a lot in the summertime.
Okay, and I've only been to Grand Bend a couple of times. It's funny how you.
It's very similar to Sauble Beach. They're very similar towns.
Yep. Party it up, have a good time. There's something about the smell of campfires.
Yes. We always joked that the population of those towns was about 10,000 in the summer and 1,000 in the winter.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
My in-laws lived up on Sauble River year-round for a few years, and yeah, it was pretty desolate in the wintertime. So for people who have messaged me tonight, I apologize. I've got something weird going on with my keyboard and trying to send messages back, and I don't, keeps copying and pasting things, so I think my control key might be stuck on or something weird like that.
You gotta stop eating chicken wings with your keyboard in hand, 'cause the key stops sticking.
I don't know if I can promise to do that.
That Pinty sponsorship's not coming in so handy right now.
I get paid in chicken.
Yeah.
Love it.
All right, we're set to come back to green. 15 laps to go on the Brock Leonard Memorial. Justin Ramsey is the leader in the 03. He's chosen the outside lane. Green flag waves back underway. Ken Sargent thought about threading the needle and going through the middle there, thought better of it, and they race off of corner number 2 at the front.
Look at Logan Schwedick in the 53. He has been all over the place in the pits tonight. He's up there racing for a top 5 position with 15 laps left to go. 14 now when they come by the stripe.
Side by side for the race lead. Ryan Beagle the inside, Justin Ramsey the outside. Ramsey noses ahead a little bit at the line that time, but Beagle fighting back in that bottom lane. Ramsey has some good momentum wound up at the top side though.
Ramsey holding a pretty wheel. He's up there on the cushion. You can see him ease into the corner and then really able to get on the throttle and power around the turn as Ryan Beagle down a little bit lower, trying to feather the throttle a little bit. Now he'll go all the way to the bottom of the racetrack looking for grip. Ryan Beagle in second. Kenny Sargent third in the 25.
Beagle's driving that car awfully hard into the corner in order to pull even with Justin Ramsey each time. Driving just about a lane lower that time through corners 3 and 4. Ramsey noses ahead. 3 car lengths the advantage here. He works to complete lap number 38. Lap number 39 now as they work down the back straightaway.
Dave Bailey back in the 5th position and almost losing that spot to Logan Schwedick. He struggled a little bit for what we're used to seeing out of Bailey in that 49 machine as he's battling now with Schwedick, and Jason Fontaine, who, believe it or not, is scored on the lead lap.
Good to see Schwedick after that early pit stop running in the top 10 here, and as you said, contending for a top 5 position right now, battling for 6th with Jason Fontaine and Steve Shaw in that number 96 machine. 10 laps to go. Double high five from Kyle McKenzie to the race leader, Justin Ramsey, in that number 03 machine. This would certainly be considered one of the biggest wins of his career if he can close it out over the final 9 3/4 laps here.
Yeah, Justin Ramsey up on the high side looking good as he's charges down the front straightaway. Big gap back to Ryan Beagle, and now the race is on for third between Blake Bomberry, Ken Sargent, and Dave Bailey.
Sargent rather quickly fell into the clutches of Bomberry's number 24 machine there, and Bailey trying to make quick work of the 25 machine as he shows the nose to the inside, but Sargent finds a little extra get up and go on the top side of the racetrack, holds on to 4th here at the start finish line. 8 laps to go now for Justin Ramsey, the 03.
So the top 3 sort of on their own now. They're in their own little space down into 3 and 4. 4th, 5th, 6th, Ken Sargent, Dave Bailey, Logan Schwedick, Jason Fontaine. Great 4-car battle.
Tough battle for that 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th positions right now.
Bomberry's pulled ahead just a little bit, but Logan Schwedek, Ken Sargent, and Dave Bailey all going at it nose to tail for that 4th position. Looked like they might have touched a little bit going into corner number 3 that time.
Christopher Hale with a problem in the 79, the defending winner of this race, is not going to repeat. He is headed to the pits.
Things not going quite so well for Christopher Hale as a whole here in 2019, not seeing the same level of success that he saw in 2018. Now 5 laps to go for Justin Ramsey as he passes by the starter stand here. That number 03 machine has been to victory lane a lot of times at Brighton Speedway over the last 5 years. I don't believe he's picked up a win here at Ohsweken Speedway. We'd have to check the Tommy Gooch archives to figure that one out, but now he's got 4 laps to go. A little lap traffic to deal with though before it's over.
This is a difficult place to come and win a race. Ohsweken Speedway, the wide sweeping turns, finding speed here, finding victory lane at a place where Dave Bailey and Ryan Dinning for years owned victory lane is very challenging. Justin Ramsey looking to do that. He's got to be having sweats right now as he threads the needle between Mark Fawcett, Adam Plazik, Rulips in the 6th down into turn 1. Now he needs this race to stay green. He's got a great cushion of 3-lap cars between himself and Ryan Beagle in the 2nd position.
He's never won a race here at Ohsweken Speedway. This would be the first, but now a car around at the front of the field of 21X of Mark Bazine gets it back in gear, will stay green. 2 laps to go for Justin Ramsey, who, like you said, Adam, has built up a bit of a cushion, and now it's 4-lap cars between him and Ryan Beagle's number 84.
Classy move by Mark Bazine to keep that car running, take off before a yellow flag needed to be called. White flag for Justin Ramsey. He leads by half a straightaway over Ryan Beagle in 2nd. The race on the track is for 3rd. Blake Bomberry has the spot. Logan Schwedek took a big run through 3 and 4, trying to take that position over. He fell a little bit short there in 3 and 4. We'll see if he can do it this time by, but green checkered flag in the Brock Leonard Memorial goes to Justin Ramsey. He'll take the win. 2nd place to Ryan Beagle. 3rd to Blake Bomberry. 4th goes to Dave Bailey. 5th to Logan Schwedek, Kenny Sargent, Jason Fontaine, Steve Shaw, Jim Lampman, and Donnie Lampman officially. No, sorry, Jim Lampman must be down. Donnie Lampman 9th. Trevor DeBoer rounding out the top 10. What a race for Justin Ramsey, Ryan Beagle, and Blake Bomberry.
The 8th different winner of the Brock Leonard Memorial in as many races, Justin Ramsey, all the way from Trenton, Ontario. And Ryan Beagle pulling alongside him to congratulate him.
And I'm getting a report from Dale Calden, who's got some great information that Ramsey's lost 2 engines this year in that 03. So lucky engine number 3 for the 03 of Justin Ramsey, who is headed to victory lane to be greeted by Clinton Jeffrey, Doug Leonard on his way. And still, there has never been a repeat winner in the Brock Leonard Memorial.
Great fireworks courtesy of Lone Wolf Fireworks to celebrate this victory for Justin Ramsey. KD Transmissions, MP Tire, ABC Taxi sponsored ride.
Getting a lot of shout outs from people down near Brighton Speedway, supporters of Justin Ramsey. It's the crew making their way down through turn 3 to head to victory lane. Clinton Jeffrey is down there, Mr. Transmission victory lane, wandering in as you're about to see Justin Ramsey climb from that 03 victorious.
Well, Ohsweken fans, you can hear you now. Your Duel on the Dirt combined winner. He picks up the Brock Leonard Memorial. Another new winner. No repeats in this division in this big race. Justin Ramsey gets it tonight. How about it for him, ladies and gentlemen? Come on around front, Justin. We'll get a quick word with you here. We've also got 2nd and 3rd down here. We'll get a word with them also. Justin, what a big win for you. You had a good lead at the end there. A few lap cars really gave you that margin you needed to ensure this would work out.
Yeah, I started falling back at the beginning of the race, and I didn't know how it was going to work out, but the long runs definitely paid off.
How's the track here for you guys tonight?
It's awesome around the ring. It's a little slick in the middle, but I'm not used to it. I'm used to a little bit more abrasive track.
Who you want to thank for your run tonight, Justin?
Big list. I'd like to thank Peacemaker 420, MP Tire, Club 54 Racing, Just Having Fun, which is Barry O'Connor. He's the owner of the car. ABC Taxi, KD Transmission, Hotch's Auto Parts, Bellevue Fabricating, Hennessy Point Landscaping, my girlfriend at home with the baby, everybody that helps out. I know I'm missing Himmet and Barry O'Connor, and I'm speechless.
Great job, Justin. We'll get Doug Leonard in here. We also have a few extra special guests for Victory Lane to get things done. Doug Leonard will come in and present the trophy in honor of his dad's race. We also have our Brand Six Nations Plowman Association Queen of the Furrow here today, and she'll get in here to give away the trophy as well with our mascots and get a picture with them. We'll get over here and talk to second and third place. First off, Ryan Beagle, what a run for you tonight in the 84. Justin had you, but you're still going to get a good payday tonight.
Yeah, I'm happy. Justin's a hell of a driver. I think they deal with slick stuff like this up at Brighton all the time, so it definitely the track come into his favor, and we'll take a second.
Solid run there for Ryan Beagle. Blake Bomberry is in third too. Brian, Blake, wicked run for you tonight. You got to be pleased to be back here on the front concrete.
Oh yeah, I've had a rough season. Tore up car and getting smashed up, and just worked hard to get it to go. So yeah, it's good to be up front. I love this track and slicks off. Yeah, it works for me. I like it.
Solid run for Blake Bomberry. There's your top three. Justin Ramsey, Ryan Beagle, and Blake Bomberry get it done in the top three here tonight in the Brock Leonard Memorial. 3 more features coming up.
Blake Bomberry Jr. has been doing this for so very long. Such a soft-spoken gentleman. When you see him racing out there mixing things up, and he has had a tough season, that's for sure, and then you hear him talk, you'd have a hard time thinking that that's the driver behind the wheel, because he's just such a nice guy. But Blake Bomberry, nice to see him with some success in that Nitro 54, number 24. Always good to see. What did we say before the race? It would be tough to pick a winner. I don't think too many people at the start of that one would have said, you know what, Justin Ramsey, he's definitely going to be the winner here tonight. That would have been a tough win to predict at a racetrack that is hard to come in and steal a victory away from the regulars.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they are made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
When you think about it, productivity starts at planting. So it's time to rethink how productive your planter can be. We did with the new Case IH 2000 Series Early Riser Planter. We rethought your row unit so it's tougher, more accurate. We rethought your meter, took the most precise technology, factory installed it. We rethought every inch of the Case IH Early Riser Planter to make it the most productive planter around. And if you think about it, that's exactly what you want.
Coming up this month at Ohsweken Speedway, next Friday, August 9th, Runway Energy presents Christmas in August, featuring a full card of action, and adults who bring a new unwrapped gift get in for just $5. Friday, August 16th, Jibs Action Sports presents Autograph Night, and Halloween in August, kids in costumes get in for free. Come and trick or treat the front straightaway while you meet the drivers up close at intermission. And August 23rd, Gale's Auto Aftermarket presents Gale's Cash Blast 50, a $2,000 to win 50 lapper for the Thunderstocks. For more information on this week's action and everything coming up this season, log on to OhswekenSpeedway.com.
So Race of Champions Sportsman Series set to go green for their 30-lap A feature. And starting on the pole for this one, the number 18R of Brad Rouse. Outside of him, the number 73 of Dylan Davidson.
The 15 is Adam Leslie. The 72 is James Michael Friesen.
And the 66 of Daryl Fairway scheduled to go from the 5th spot. The number 12 of Chad Chevalier outside of row number 3 in that 6th starting spot.
Jordan Costco drives the 17C. Alongside him will be the mongrel Jay Mallory in the 20.
The number 119 of Chris Waters will line up in that 9th starting spot here this evening, and then the number 57 of Joey Hermans rounding out the top 10.
And starting shotgun on the field, he had troubles earlier on when it came time to qualify, but that's Brent Bigelow behind the wheel of the 16.
So that's your field for tonight's ROC Sportsman A feature.
I'm confident, 11 cars or not, it's going to be a good show. Trying to get my live timing from Sobel to
while we have a quick
reconnect,
second here, Adam, I want to give a shout out to our flagman, Kyle McKenzie, because I know he is expecting a child here any day now. So by next Friday, you can call him Dad, more than likely.
Exciting times, stressful times. As we're trying to get some people on the right side of the fence down here at the start-finish line.
You are not allowed to have that view for the race.
I think it'd be fun for about a quarter second, and then reality would set in, and it'd get a little bit sketchy from there.
Oh, cool. Oh, crap.
Yeah, exactly. So 30 laps the distance for this Sportsman feature event. Haley Thompson peels off the racetrack on the back straightaway. I believe we are going to go, and I'm hearing 25 laps is the distance.
Green flag wave on the loud pedal. The race leader, Brad Rouse, in the number 18 R, jumps to an early lead. 3 wide for second, though, Adam Leslie. And James Michael Friesen making a sandwich out of the Dylan Davidson, number 73.
Wow, did you see James Michael Friesen? He pitched it into turn 3, and I thought he made a bit of contact with Dylan Davidson. I thought it was going to send that car barrel rolling off the end of the racetrack, but he got it to settle down for him. He runs in the 3rd position as Adam Leslie in the Sterling Lubricants, number 15, up into 2nd.
And a good run for that number 15 here. The opening couple of laps looked like he was going to settle into the 3rd position, and now making a run for the 2nd spot and not letting Brad Rouse run away from the field as he's done a number of times here this weekend.
No, Adam Leslie running the bottom groove of the racetrack, and I remember a long time ago watching Tammy Willard. She was legendary at getting the most speed out of the bottom groove. One of the early champions in the Sportsman division here at Ohsweken.
Top 5 drivers falling single file here. Dylan Davidson getting shuffled back to that 6th spot. Then Jordan Costco running in the 7th. Brent Bigelow and the mongrel Jay Mallory side by side for the 8th spot there as they race to number 3. Bigelow gets the spot off of 4.
Leslie getting a good run into the corner and through the middle, just having a little bit of challenge on exit, really pitching the car sideways, especially down in turn number 4. So he gets that car turned a little bit here. If he can keep the car under him again, it just kicks sideways. He's not getting the forward drive off the 4th turn.
It's tough to see if you're from our vantage point or pretty well from anybody sitting on the front straightaway, but it looks like there's a bit of a bump in the bottom of turn number 1 and 2. Chad Chevalier got all kinds of out of shape there last time through corners 3 and 4. He goes up and around that bump this time, so we'll keep an eye on that to see how that affects the lane these drivers continue to run throughout this race.
Chad Chevalier, I always have been a fan of watching him race. I like the way he drives. I like the way he crafts his way through a race.
Always thought he was a very smooth driver.
Yeah, and he does it quietly. There's not a lot of flash with Chevalier, but he can get it done in a sportsman car. I mean, hands down, Brad Rouse is one of the top sportsman racers of the last 10 years in the Northeast United States and in our part of Canada. So anytime you see the orange and black 18R of Brad Rouse, you know he's going to be a favorite to win. But then you've got to look at other drivers in the field who come up and shine at different moments.
Rouse has been the top driver in the Sportsman division in the Northeast week in and week out over the last several seasons. The Mongrel Jay Mallory takes the number 20 machine to the pit area here as we work on lap number 10 of this 25-lap feature. Rouse, the point man in the number 18R, but Leslie is not letting him get away, and you kind of start to get that feeling when he stays that close for that long that he's kind of just trying to wait for the right moment to make a spot.
Well, Adam Leslie has been married to that groove. He has run that line each and every lap. I mean, a little bit of variation. He might hit it a little bit better one lap, miss it a little bit the next lap, but he has been locked into that bottom groove this entire race. Brad Rouse has been locked into that higher groove, so I don't know if there's cat and mouse going on out there, but I do know that James Michael Friesen in the 72, he's moved around a little bit on the racetrack.
Yeah, he's done some searching to see what he can find, but I have to wonder right now if Leslie's just got a case of, I got to run where he ain't. I can't pass him if I run the same line as him, so I might as well try something out and see what's there. Friesen maybe trying to sample a little bit of both and see where he might be able to make some gains and then make a pass.
The one good thing for Adam Leslie right now is nobody else is really running that line that he's running, so it'll keep grip longer than the line that Brad Rouse is running, because a lot of Brad's competitors are running in that third groove up to the high side. And the minute Adam Leslie steps off the bottom and changes line, James Michael Friesen jumps to the inside to take that second spot, or at least attempt to take the second spot as they battle side by side down the front stretch.
What a job by Leslie to go back around the outside there off of corners 3 and 4, and then take the inside lane back from Friesen in turns 1 and 2. That was a heck of a move by Leslie off 3 and 4 with a lap car in the mix as well.
I love the line Leslie's running in 1 and 2. He is getting a lot out of that race car in the first and second turns. I think he's giving a little bit back in 3 and 4, but you watch, he goes in on the bottom, able to keep that car down low and really accelerate through the exit of the turn.
Yeah, I agree. That line through turns 1 and 2 is definitely a preferred one for that number 15 machine. I'm still kind of marveling at that move that he pulled off there in corner number 4. I thought he was snookered behind the lap car of Joey Herman's number 57 machine, and Friesen was going to walk away with that second spot, and Leslie made room where I didn't think there was any.
A little bit of willpower right there. Willpower is better than horsepower.
At times.
James Michael Friesen awfully quick in that 72. Brad Rouse, he hasn't turned a wheel wrong this entire race as we're working lap 18 here at Ohsweken Speedway. James Michael Friesen to the inside of Adam Leslie down the back straightaway in that 72, looking to take over the second spot as Leslie works up towards the cushion.
Tried to slide up in front of him, thought better of it there in corner number 4. Leslie will take the second spot back for the driver around the outside. Still, they're not letting Rouse get away, but can't seem to eat into that lead at all now, and won't help that they're battling each other for position now either.
That exchange between Leslie and James Michael Friesen reminded me of a horrible crash he had here might have been 5 years ago. I don't remember how long, but he got a run around the outside of someone coming off of turn 4. They made contact, and he went airborne into the wall and absolutely destroyed his race car.
Hopefully no repeats of such an incident here over the final 5 laps of this one. 20 laps down, 5 to go for Brad Rouse, and now Friesen has completely caught the number 18R of Brad Rouse and trying to stick the nose of the 72 machine to the inside. He'll do so this time in corners 3 and 4.
3 and 4, James Michael Friesen to the bottom of the racetrack. Brad Rouse maintains the lead across the stripe, and for the first time tonight, Brad Rouse changes his line, drops right to the inside to take the line Friesen used last lap. But like I said, Friesen's been working around the racetrack. He knows what his car has in various different grooves, and right now, it's not quite enough for Brad Rouse in the 18R.
So Rouse right down to the bottom side of the speedway in that number 18R, slammed the door shut on James Michael Friesen, and that shuffled the 72 machine back a couple of lanes. Now Friesen to the outside in corners 3 and 4, drives it down the hill to see what kind of momentum he can gather. Just 2 laps to try and solve that Rouse number 18.
Chad Chevalier to the inside of Adam Leslie for third. He makes that look almost easy through 1 and 2. Brad Rouse leading the way. He'll see the white flag this time. James Michael Friesen up off the cushion of 3, down to the bottom of turn 4. 1 more lap.
Final time in the corners 1 and 2. Lap car of Chris Waters in the mix, but Rouse will dispatch of him quite easily. Lap car between the first and second place runners. They race into corners 3 and 4. Rouse to the top side of the speedway, and for the 3rd time since 2013, Brad Rouse will go to victory lane at Ohsweken Speedway. James Michael Friesen will take second. Third spot to Chad Chevalier, Adam Leslie in fourth, and Jordan Costco your top 5.
I'll tell you, that was a good race for these sportsman cars. Brad Rouse led every lap, but if you look at the statistics of this race, you won't see how Adam Leslie had his shot, how James Michael Friesen had his shot, and how Brad Rouse was strong enough to hold all of them at bay.
Proving while he is a regular championship contender, not only at his home tracks, but also on the road, as they head to the scales to make this one official. And then we'll get Brad Rouse out here for Victory Lane presentations. Pit barn camera showing the number 18R on Brad Rouse pulling up on the scales right now. Gets the thumbs up and will pull away. So Brad Rouse headed to Victory Lane. From this pit camera, we can see that the 03 of Justin Ramsey is parked in the pit barn undergoing the technical inspection that you were talking about for those Thunderstock drivers, Adam. So that's still an ongoing process as Brad Rouse pulls onto the front straightaway and makes his way down to Mr. Transmission Victory Lane. Greet our track photographer, Dale Countlin, Image Factor Media, and Clinton Jeffrey is down there to get a word with our Race of Champions Sportsman Series winner.
Thanks a lot, Clayton. We'll get to work here. Brad Rouse will come out here for the ROC Sportsman feature win here tonight. We'll get a quick word with him. James Michael Friesen, recent winner here as part of the Northern Summer Nationals, and Chad Chevalier, who was the third place finisher on that night as well, down here in Mr. Transmission Victory Lane. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here he comes on the 18R. How about a big Ohsweken Speedway, Mr. Transmission Victory Lane. Welcome for the 18 of Brad Rouse. Brad, solid run here tonight. A bit of a reversal from what happened a week and a half ago, but this has got to be a bit better.
Yeah, no, for sure. Track was good up top. It was slowing down a little bit too much in 1 and 2, but James was on the bottom of me. I had to take his line away, but he was coming, and he's always a tough competitor, that's for sure.
Who you want to thank, Brad?
I thank the guys, Rick and that, Theo, these guys, J-Lo, Jamie. These guys put in a lot of time and effort, and all my sponsors on the car, and my family for coming and support me every time we come somewhere.
Thanks a lot, Brad. We'll turn it back up to Adam and Clayton. We'll get second and third ready and get right back to you guys.
Yeah, as I said, I mean, it's a little sentimental for me watching these sportsman cars for all the years that we spent here in the early years of the racetrack, enjoying some great racing from this division. And as I say, they did not disappoint tonight. That was a good show as Clinton really in second and third place, and I believe he's ready down there, Mr. Transmission, Victory Lane.
Jimmy, are you a dad yet?
Not yet. Well, I don't know. I haven't checked my phone since the race started.
When is the due date?
Well, the doctor said they're not going to let her go past the 15th, so anytime now.
Congrats, James. Good run here tonight. You got to be pleased.
Absolutely. Brad had a good car. He had the track position there. I had tried to move all over to find something to get him, but I might have been a bit quicker. I just couldn't get clear there to get the lead and kind of run where I wanted to, but second's good, and we'll take it.
Solid run, James. Chad Chevalier, our third place runner here tonight. Chad, can you be pleased with third?
Yeah, it was a good run. We'll take third here to these guys.
There you have it. Chad Chevalier, James Michael Friesen, third and second. And your feature winner, Brad Rouse, ladies and gentlemen. How about a hand for Brad?
There's Rick from Rick's Delivery in Victory Lane holding that trophy with Brad. How many years has it been now with Rick's Delivery on the rear quarter panel of that 18R?
More than I can count. I got to take my shoes off.
Quite a few.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they are made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
Coming up this month at Ohsweken Speedway, next Friday, August 9th, Runway Energy presents Christmas in August, featuring a full card of action, and adults who bring a new unwrapped gift get in for just $5. Friday, August 16th, Jibs Action Sports presents Autograph Night, and Halloween in August, kids in costumes get in for free. Come and trick or treat the front straightaway while you meet the drivers up close at intermission. And August 23rd, Gale's Auto Aftermarket presents Gale's Cash Blast 50, a $2,000 to win 50 lapper for the Thunderstocks. For more information on this week's action and everything coming up this season, log on to OhswekenSpeedway.com.
Car racing, the Strickland's GMC Crate Sprint Division rolling on the racetrack now. Here's how they're going to line up. On the pole from Mount Bridges in the 45, it's Nick Sheridan. On the outside pole from Brantford, the 49L, is Lucas Smith. Row 2 on the inside from Six Nations. Car number 20 is Johnny Miller. Alongside him from Hamilton, the 56 is Derek Lemaire.
Starting fifth at a Beachville, car number 5 is DJ Christie. Outside him, a rookie driver from Waterloo, Ontario, the 19D of Alan Downey. Seventh starter at Vanessa, Ontario, and car number 4 is the Hurricane, Hannah Farrell. And to her outside at a Beamsville, Ontario, the 1A of Paul Klager.
Starting ninth in the 26X from Ancaster, it's Terry Baker, and alongside him, rounding out the top 10 from Font Hill, the 08 is Stephen Beckett.
Tonight's 11th starter comes out of Scotland, Ontario. Car number 83 is Spencer Davis. And outside of him in car number 14 out of Thingsford, Ontario's Eric Glidhill.
Starting 13th from Ohsweken, the 28 is Jordan Hill. And while the 1C is Davey Boughton, and starting 18th from Niagara Falls, the 70 is Bailey Hurd.
19th starter out of Hankersville, Ontario, the 49H of Jerry Hill. And going off outside of row number 10, the 20th starting spot out of Ohsweken, the 38 of Derek Miller.
These drivers transferred out of the 2B mains earlier tonight. Starting 21st from Burlington, the 2J is Jeremy Hughes. Alongside him on the outside of row 11, Brook, the 29 is Liam Martin.
And on the final row, in row number 12, the 23rd started at Kitchener, Ontario, the 39 of Shane Stickle. And lining up 24th out of London, Ontario, board car number 4B is Ryan Litt.
That's your 24-car starting field, and race fans, feel free to give a round of applause to the 49L, the last man standing. He has qualified and made it for the pace lap. He's still got to take the green. For every feature event this year, it's Lucas Smith. He is all alone on that list.
So Lucas Smith comes into tonight 6 points back of the point lead in this division. But there's two drivers tied at the top, the 52 of Jesse Costa and the 08 of Stephen Beckett. So those are the three cars right in the points mix, right at the top. The 45 of Nick Sheridan came into tonight just 22 points back of the lead. So a real four-car race at the top of the point standings here. That there's still a lot of racing left to do here in August and September.
It's been great racing week in and week out. It's been unpredictable. It's been exciting. Everything you want out of weekly short track racing, and this is everything I love about weekly short track racing. We have been blessed this year with great car counts, great action, and the track is getting better and better.
Better and better all season long, and better as this night goes on. hasn't widened out to the widest that we've seen it, but it's certainly widened out to a pretty solid racing surface here this evening.
There's plenty of room. There's an inside, there's an outside, and if you absolutely have to, you can shoot the middle gap. We've seen a few drivers do it so far.
Strickland's GMC Brantford Chevrolet Pace Truck to the infield here as we get set to go green flag. 20 laps the distance for the Strickland's Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Cars. Green flag waving off of turn number 4. Nick Sheridan brings the field to life.
Good start down the front straightaway into 1 and 2 as the field fills out, widens out through turns 1 and 2, running a variety of lines. One car almost going off the end of the banking in turn 3. I don't know if that's Spencer Davis or if it's Jesse McDonald. No, it's McDonald in the 88 as a slide job for the lead. Nick Sheridan up in front of Lucas Smith. Smith turns the car hard down the banking, and he'll battle for the lead with Sheridan, and they run out of racetrack damn near coming off at turn 4.
Wow, Sheridan had to get right on the binders there to avoid contact with that outside wall, almost the exact same spot that the number 3B of Blaine Barrow hit it earlier in heat race action. Now Sheridan will slide back in position as Derek Lemaire moves up into the second spot. Adam, I have no idea how the entire field made it through those first couple of laps because absolute chaos in the back of the field. 2, 3, 4 wide at one point, but the race lead belongs to Lucas Smith, and up over the top is the number 5 of DJ Christie, turned around and on lap number 3.
Another slow car is Johnny Miller in the 20. I don't know if their issues are related. I was looking the other direction. That DeGroot Hill GMC number 5 Castrol Edge, DJ Christie. About to get a push up there in turn number 1, get that car pointed in the right direction. It looks like he's wanting to be pushed off. They're having a tough time getting the bite out there. Now he'll get it fired, turn hard to the right to rejoin the tail of the field. Not sure if we have any replays where we can see what happened up there. Because as I say, Johnny Miller was a little off the pace as well. It's nice we got voices in our ear. Spencer Mullen, producer extraordinaire. He does a great job for us week in and week out. And the fact that we can actually communicate with him now, or at least hear his cues in our ears, is going to make things a lot slicker, particularly for our TV broadcast.
Yeah, it helps and makes a big difference, that's for sure.
So the field working its way under yellow single file. Doug Leonard making sure everybody's in the position he needs them in. Now Clint had mentioned there's no work area tonight for the duel in the dirt races,
yeah.
but I would imagine we still have the 3-minute clock for the sprint cars.
2-minute clock.
2 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
Well, Adam, it is a 2-minute clock, but if you drive back to the pits like John Miller did on his own, you are not warranted that 2 minutes because we figure you just pulled off and scratched. Same thing if you pull down in the infield, you forfeit your 2 minutes. So I don't believe we're in the 2-minute clock here. We should be ready to go as soon as the lineup is good. And Doug's still working on that right now.
Clint, since we're on the topic, I know it's a little different between our stock car divisions and the sprint car divisions, but if a sprint car driver goes to the pit area, can they rejoin the field as long as it's under caution or no?
They can, but they cannot come out under green. They must come up on the next caution.
That's what I thought the rule was, but I wasn't sure because I know there's some sprint car series that if you take the car to the pit area, you're done for the night unless it's under a 2-minute clock situation.
You know, another thing I noticed we should commend is all 3 Bar Motorsports cars made it into tonight's A-Main. Hannah Farrell in the 4, Eric Gledhill in the 14, and Ryan Litt in the other 4.
So 1/8 of tonight's field came out of the Bar Motorsports stable.
It's funny you say that. I was actually doing the same math, thinking, yeah.
So what's the percentage?
1/8, I believe the percentage is 12.5.
There we go.
I was told there would be no math.
You were lied to.
For those of you wondering, Greg Callan is in an ice cream-induced coma. We heard reports he broke into Dairy Queen, laid under the machine, and it was just a big mess when they found him.
Had an elastic tied to the lever.
Liam Martin heads off into the pits in that number 29 as we're about to go green, so unexpected pit stop for Liam Martin.
Good restart for Nick Sheridan, the number 45 machine. Drives to the inside of Derek Lemaire, trying to regain that second spot he lost just before the yellow flag, but Lemaire drives around the top side of the speedway. Still lots of grip up in that outside groove as we work on lap number 4 here of this 20-lap feature for the Great Sprint Cars.
I was watching Alan Downey on that restart in the 19 and thinking how impressed I was at his driving, as we've got one around between 1 and 2. And as I was watching him impressed, Jesse Costa drove by him like he was standing still. So Jesse Costa has a pretty slick setup on his race car tonight in that 52.
I think that's the 14 of Eric Gledhill turned around. It is. God, we just got finished praising the Bar Motorsports team and they end up with the car turned around.
Well, that's different. We were commending them for all 3 being in the race and nothing they could have done.
We said no such individual names.
Fair point.
Kind of looking at these cars as they go by, everybody's got a very similar wing angle for tonight's feature, but there's a couple of cars that got them pitched pretty far forward, and then the 83 of Spencer Davis, his is pretty well flat. But Nick Sheridan's car, that wing's pitched pretty far forward.
Yeah, he's got an aggressive angle to it, and it's driver preference, personal preference out there on how they like the car to react. Jordan Hill in the 28 machine often has a unique, he's usually one of a kind. His setup is different than everybody else's as a rule, but you see all sorts of different preferences out there.
If you're new to sprint car racing and you're not too familiar how the wings work, they have to set the pitch of the wing before, but then they can move it on a hydraulic slider forwards and backwards. So as the race wears on, if the track starts to get slick, they can slide that wing backwards over the rear wheels a little bit more to help create some more downforce. But the angle of the wing is set before the race, and that cannot be changed once they're in the car. But the position of the wing can be moved a little bit forwards and backwards as we get set to come back to green. 4 laps down, 16 laps to go, back underway. Sheridan trying the inside line, trying to take that second spot back from Derek Lemaire. Much more successful this time. The youngster moves up into the second spot. Lemaire going to try and return the favor off of corner number 4. Can't get it done. Still Lucas Smith out in front of the field, but now Nick Sheridan back up into the second spot.
Perseverance for Nick Sheridan up there in second. Look at Paul Klager battling for third. He had a great qualifying heat in that Schneider Electric 1A. He'd love to back that up with a good feature run. Just behind them, some great battles going on between Hannah Farrell in the 4, the 19 of Alan Downey, the 26 of Terry Baker.
Paul Klager from the 8th starting spot, Jesse Costa from the 15th starting spot. They run 4th and 5th on the track right now, coming after Derek Lemaire for 3rd. They race off of corner number 4. Costa looks like he'll work past Klager and take that 4th spot away as they change lines in corners 1 and 2 as Costa goes to the bottom, takes the lane away from the Klager 1A.
Man, I'm watching the battles at the very back of the pack. Eric Gledhill in the 14 machine, Shane Stickle in the 39, Ryan Litt in the 4, the 1 of Davey Boughton. This is some no-holds-barred action, and it is happening about half a straightaway ahead of our race leader. Whoa, Lucas Smith, and they avoid a spin by Johnny Miller in the 20. That yellow flag might have been a big break for Lucas Smith because they were about to encounter some serious lap traffic.
That would have got awfully interesting to see how he navigated his way through that slower traffic. It would have been super interesting to see how the leaders got through that, and likely would have been one of those situations, Adam, where you'd rather be in the second place car than the leader.
You know, it's not always a bad thing, that's for sure. 20 laps the distance, 9 laps are complete as the safety crew heading out to pick up Johnny Miller in that 20. It looked like an innocent spin. He just sat backwards in 3 and 4. Clinton Jeffrey going out to have a closer look at the 20 machine. As the Iceman, Johnny Miller, awaits his push.
I should know this, Adam, but I don't. Why is his nickname the Iceman?
Because his father told me it was.
Oh. All right.
That's all I got there. He came with it. But if you look at him, it's interesting. It suits him because he doesn't have a lot of expression to his face. He's kind of an even keel, cool customer. So
Stone Cold kind of thing?
Yeah, I think it works.
All right.
And Stone Cold Johnny Miller just doesn't flow.
No. I mean, really, Stone Cold Steve Austin doesn't flow that great either, but you just kind of got used to it.
I was just going through the entire field of cars, reading it like in my mind. Stone Cold Spencer Davis, that could work. Stone Cold Jerry Hills. Steve Austin's the only one I can get behind.
Yeah. Back to green off of turn number 4. Lucas Smith past the restart code. Nick Sheridan in tow in the number 45 machine. Jesse Costa with a big move there off that start to get the 3rd spot away from Derek Lemaire.
Yeah, Jesse's been on a charge since the start of this race, but Paul Klager looking good as well in that 1 machine. As I say that, they lose a bit of ground to Jesse Costa in the 52, who's closing in on that top 2. Lucas Smith in the 49 and the 45, and Nick Sheridan.
Smith continues to get a good start, but not able to pull away much from that 45 of Sheridan, who tries to track him down here over the final 10 laps now. We've reached the halfway point of this 20-lap A feature. Top 3 starting to break away a little bit. Jesse Costa running that 3rd spot about half a straightaway back to the 1A of Paul Klager, who runs in 4th.
Yeah, the top 3 definitely have a little something on this field as they have drawn out. Lucas Smith again about half a straightaway from lap traffic. It's not quite as angry as it was before this most recent caution, but if he gets into the midst of that, it's going to take some serious quick decisions on which way he wants to go. And right now, Nick Sheridan is falling back a little bit, but that lap traffic can close him right back up on the leader.
It is certainly looming. It is a gaggle of cars. They're running too wide here right at the rear of the field, and then a couple more in front of him. So we'll see how Lucas Smith navigates his way through this. Lap number 13 clicked off. 7 laps to go for Lucas Smith as he worked his way into some slower traffic. Gets by the number 20 of Johnny Miller. Now he has Shane Stickle and Davey Boughton to navigate through as Sheridan goes right to the outside while Smith is pinched down on the bottom, and all that lead just completely evaporated as Nick Sheridan is right there.
Smith committed to the inside, and he hesitated for a second, and that allowed Nick Sheridan to get a big run. And now Nick Sheridan to the lead down the back straightaway as we're about to have 5 laps to go.
New race leader Nick Sheridan in the number 45 machine. The 8th grader, I believe, just finished grade 8, looking for his 2nd win of the season in that number 45 machine. Lucas Smith falling about 5 car lengths back, a little bit more than that now. They're working to corner number 3 in that 49L machine. There'll be 4 laps to go this time.
Nick Sheridan just working lap traffic to perfection. You can't fault Lucas Smith. He really hadn't been challenged in a long time out there, but he hesitated once, and it might have cost him the win tonight.
Talked about that. You sometimes want to be in 2nd place as you work into the lap traffic. Nick Sheridan showed you exactly why through that mix there on lap number 15. Now he works off of corner number 2, 2.5 laps to go as he reaches the middle point of the back straightaway. Lucas Smith has some work cut out for him. He's going to need some help from some lap traffic to get back into this one. Popsicle sticks up, 2 to go for Nick Sheridan.
Jesse Costa now closing in on Lucas Smith. He's about 10 car lengths behind. 1 lap car between them is Jerry Hill. Costa will get to the inside of Hill down the back straightaway, so we could have a battle for 2nd as they approach the final lap.
Nick Sheridan up as high as he can go in corners 3 and 4. He's going to have to go to the bottom in corners 1 and 2 to work past the 83 of Spencer Davis. Slides up in front of him. Davis hits the brakes to avoid contact. They race down the back straightaway. Final 2 corners for Nick Sheridan in car number 45, right up to the cushion, and he brings that car to victory lane for the 2nd time in 2019.
Nick Sheridan going to Mr. Transmission victory lane. Second spot to Lucas Smith. Jesse Costa third. Paul Klager in fourth. And Derek Lemaire, your top 5.
Great race for the Strickland's GMC Crate Sprint Car Division.
Amazing a driver that young can look that smooth. 14-year-old out of Mount Bridges, Ontario.
His smooth driving style, but the aggression as well. And as I say, you can't fault Lucas Smith. He chose the inside, just had to roll out of the throttle, and it was all Nick Sheridan needed to get that momentum.
He just pounced. He saw the hole and made it work.
Opportunity happened in turn 3. He made the pass in turn 1. So, you know, it's just that flow. It's the momentum of the race. A great battle, and that is a pretty youthful top 2 down in victory lane with Jesse Costa, the elder statesman of our podium tonight. Lone Wolf Fireworks going all out, lighting up the sky here in victory lane.
What a display there tonight from Lone Wolf Fireworks. Thank you so much for the show that they help put on here every Friday night. Nick Sheridan unbuckling from that number 45 machine. Lucas Smith, Jesse Costa also down in Mr. Transmission victory lane. So is our Clinton Jeffrey. We'll send it down to him.
Thanks, Clayton. He works his way out here. Here he comes out of the number 45 Pride's machine. How about a big round of applause for your 8th grader here tonight, Nick Sheridan. Climbs up on the roof to get it done. Nick, first off, how old are you and what grade are you going into in a couple of weeks?
I'm 14. I'm going into grade 9 in a few weeks.
How about that, fans? He's 14. Nick, you and this young crew of guys show us sprint cars going to be healthy for a long time here in Ontario. You grabbed the win tonight. You already had one, but that was because the first place guy got DQ'd. Your first legit win here. What does it mean to drive it into Mr. Transmission victory lane?
I mean, Clint, ever since I was a little kid, all I've ever wanted to do was stand in the back of that car and bang the wing. It's my dream forever, so I'm so happy to be here, man. We started up front. I thought we lost the race, so me and Lucas got together coming out of 4. Kind of got tight, but with some lap cars and a really good crew, we got her together. But still, first I got to thank my crew. Rick and Zach are here tonight, and so is my uncle, but everyone else, my crew, are out in Sauble racing with Jake, so I wish Jake luck. I'm not sure how he's done yet. But hopefully they're to pick up a win too. And then while I'm at this, I want to thank all my sponsors: Pride Seeds, Vibrant Farms, Leach Performance Engines, Cameron Crane, everyone else that helps on this crew. I can't thank everyone enough. This is awesome.
All right, we love the emotion. Young Nick Sheridan, ladies and gentlemen. Nick, grab us a 50-50 winner here. We're going to get a 50-50 ticket. Quickly, we'll get him to pull our 50-50. Nick, pull out a 50-50 winner here. The money tonight is going to be $1,115 for lucky ticket number 67570. 67570 for $11.15. Claim it down in front. We'll get ready over here with second and third place. First off, Lucas, solid run for you tonight. You look like you had this one, but then you guys got in a bit of a slide job, and young Nick got you.
Yeah, you know what? He got the best of me tonight. We had a good car. Thank you to the Massage Pro for that. You know, we're running a good race, and you know, just one of those things. You got the best of us tonight.
Awesome job, Lucas Smith. Talk over Jesse Costa. Jesse, another solid run for you. This is going to help you in the points this season. You got to be pleased with another podium finish.
Yeah, we're kind of in damage control there. We got a bad pill draw to start the night and ended up starting 15th for the feature, so we're pretty happy to be up here in third. I just want to thank Wells Foundry, DNO Towing, Best Safety Training, Magnum Signs, Ron Genitello, Property and Building Maintenance, Castrol Canada, and everyone else that helps me out. My dad, my parents, my girlfriend, Janelle, my crew, Steven and Sean. They work really hard on this thing. Just thank you, Ohsweken Speedway and the fans for coming out.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, your top three. 14-year-old Nick Sheridan, Lucas Smith, and Jesse Costa. Get it done here in Mr. Transmission Victory Lane. We got one feature to go, guys.
One feature left, and that is the Art Hill Memorial 42-lap mini stock Duel in the Dirt feature event.
Always an important race for us here at Adam, as every year we run this race in honor of Art Hill, the only driver to have lost his life in competition here at Ohsweken Speedway. Honor the man that drove car number 42 here at the Speedway with a 42-lap feature for the mini stocks every season.
Yeah, and the drivers really take this serious. Everyone takes this seriously here at the racetrack, but it's a real feather in your cap if you can call yourself a winner of the Art Hill Memorial event. It's a list of who's who in mini stock racing, drivers who have taken these victories. And in 42 laps, we will know who's going to take the win here tonight.
Cars will do pace laps in the missing man formation, leaving the pole position left open for Art Hill here this evening.
Well, guys, once we get them stopped, we'll get you guys to give us the starting lineup for the 42-lap Art Hill Memorial.
Here's the starting lineup for tonight's 42-lap Art Hill Memorial for the Instapanels Duel on the Dirt Mini Stocks. Starting from the 13th position this evening in car number 19, Tiana Niagara Falls, Ontario's Trevor Want. 25th starter to Port Hope, Ontario, the 14M of Matthew Moore.
Outside of row number 12 in the 11E, it's Jeff Elslager, and to his inside in the 2EZ, it's Evan Curtis.
Row number 11, 22nd starter of Ohsweken, Ontario, the number 188 of Paul Longboat. And beside him at a Brantford, Ontario, car number 79 is Steve Miller.
Starting 20th in the 66 is John Janssens, and starting 19th in the number 10, it's Zach Buckwald.
In row number 9, the 18th starting spot goes to driver out of Guelph, Ontario, aboard car number 1, the defending winner of this race, Jason Tolton. And 17th starter out of Ancaster, Ontario, and car number 16 is Fabio Olivieri.
Driving the 1M from Niagara Falls, he'll start 16th is Jay Moulton. And to his inside from Waterdown, the 01 is Tristan De Silva.
And lining up 14th at a Dundas, Ontario, and car number 21 is Jonathan Ayrton. And tonight's 13th starter in car number 60 is Martin Schroeder.
Starting 12th from Welland, the 7C is Cole Hardy, and rolling off 11th from Waterford, the 46 is Wade Thorne.
To the top 10 in tonight's 10th starter out of Hagersville, Ontario, and car number 23, Dusty DeBoer. To his inside in the 9th starting spot out of Thorold, Ontario, and car number 96T, it's Tyler LaFantasi.
Starting 8th from Caledonia, the 360 is Kevin Thorne, and starting 7th from Ancaster, the 19, Kyle Wirt.
6th starter tonight out of Hamilton, Ontario, and car number 93, Andy Reichman. To his inside in car number 26, the 5th starter is Tim Newell.
On the outside of row number 2, he'll start in 4th. Driving car number 9 from York, it's Tim DeBoer, and to his inside from Dundas, the 69 is Rob Twitchett.
And the front row for the 2019 Art Hill Memorial. Starting second at a New Hamburg, Ontario, and car number 21H is Ryan Hillar. And the pole sitter at a Smithville, Ontario, and car number 6X, Mike Sarantakos.
Thanks, guys. As you know, the Art Hill Memorial, Art was the only driver to lose his life here in competition at Ohsweken Speedway, and we have this race in his honor every year. We'll ask you for a quick moment of silence, and then we'll get these drivers fired up. As I mentioned, we have this race in honor of Art Hill, and we need your fans to help us get this race underway. When I count down, we need you to help us out. 3, 2, 1, drivers, start your engines!
You know, we usually say the field rumbles to life, but it's a different sound with mini stocks.
Swarms to life?
Yeah, maybe.
104 cylinders just started up there.
Wow. No. Yeah? Yeah, you're right.
26 times 4.
You're right. Well done.
I'm really making you do math tonight. That's twice I've done that.
I'm used to fat jokes and beef jerky. I'm not used to mathematics.
I'll share the beef jerky.
Sharing the one. No, share.
This cracked
the
peppercorn beef jerky from the Western Survivor guys is really good. You got to eat it slowly because it's got a bit of a kick to it, but it's good.
I'm going to try the dry sausage fingers. Because it's fun to say.
We're always children.
Oh, I won't grow up.
No, it's overrated.
Absolutely.
Yeah, grow out, not up.
I've done plenty of that. You're married now. You will. Your time is here.
I lived with her for 3.5 years already. I've already started. I'm well on my way.
Attaboy.
Mini Stocks getting themselves 4 wide for you race fans for their memorial race. The Art Hill Memorial, 42 laps the distance here this evening. Set to put on a show for you here tonight. One last time, we'll ask you to get up, stretch your legs, get on your feet, wave these drivers on for tonight's A feature. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight. We appreciate you sticking it out for us right to the end of the race program here this evening. I know these drivers are going to put on a great show for you here tonight.
Thanks, Clayton. I had to pause for a dinner break. That was tasty.
It's good. Next time you come back to Ohsweken Speedway, if you didn't already stop and visit them tonight, you got to go visit the Western Survivor. What are they? Is it a beef jerky stand? Is that technically? Because they've got pepperettes and other things too. So
they're not pepperettes.
We'll
they're dry sausage fingers.
Okay. Officially, they are dry sausage fingers. What did I eat? Did I eat those already? What were mine called?
It all happened so fast.
Mine were called pepperoni sticks. So.
White flag. Next time at a turn number 4, Mike Sarantaco's going to lead us to green in the Art Hill Memorial. 42 laps, the scheduled distance.
Two by two, 13 rows of mini stock set to come to life off of corner number 4 for 42 laps. Nearly triple the distance of their weekly 15-lap features. It's Mike Sarantacos and Ryan Hiller on the front row. Green flag is waving. The Art Hill Memorial is underway. And trouble on the green flag. Car in the wall is Matthew Moore in corner number 4.
I did not see that develop down there.
Me either. I'm not going to lie, I was pretty entertained by our mascots, Fang and Claw.
Forget the mascot. I'm watching the security guard. It's a dance-off at the start-finish line.
We might have to organize that officially one night.
I think so. Matthew Moore come to rest on the outside of turn number 4. He'll wait for help to come along.
Long haul to be here tonight for the driver out of Port Hope, Ontario. Competes weekly at Brighton Speedway. He and his dad Lloyd make the trip down to Ohsweken quite regularly, probably about once a month they visit down here. Brighton Speedway kind of in the midst of transitioning their mini stock division, was always referred to as a Comp 4 division, which was on a different rules package than the mini stocks around the province, but now they're running them together right now as they kind of started that transition this year from Comp 4 to mini stock. I'm not exactly sure the entire plan there that Mark Rinaldi has to kind of get his 4-cylinder cars on the same rules package as the Niagara region cars, for lack of a better term. So, but Matthew Moore, one of the early adopters, switching that number 14 car to the mini stock rule package as we get a bit of a look here at a replay. Looking at the front of the field right now to see what happened here. The number 60 of Schroeder just goes around all on his own.
Yeah, snap spin down there in turn number 4.
Schroeder lined up in the 13th spot, so about halfway up the field. And we kind of lose the view of the rest of the field as the camera followed the front of the field. So we saw that at the very least that Schroeder was the car that kind of started that whole situation. The rear end just kind of snapped around on the number 60. And obviously Matthew Moore just got the short end of that one.
That's how those deals usually go down. It's not generally the person who starts an issue or has the issue at the start of an event that pays the price. It's one who is just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Matthew Moore, who is starting dead last in the field, the last car to come along and get collected.
Wow, Tristan De Silva made a heck of a move to the outside to avoid hitting Schroeder as he went around there. That's as far as we can see in that replay, but Spencer did a good job pulling that little piece of video out of that.
Well, guys, Jason Tolton, last year's winner of the Art Hill, just went to the pits with a flat left rear. They're calling to double him up. He's going to have a quick chance to get this one sorted, but they will not wait for him.
No, he'll have a tough time getting that work done as Matt Newell in the 26 just drove up a long way. I'm sure that's where he's supposed to be. Everyone seems satisfied that the lineup looks right.
Take his word for it, I suppose.
It's all you can do sometimes. It's been a fun night, Clayton. Thanks for showing up and filling in for Greg.
It's been a good time. I like these Memorial Race nights. They're always a lot of fun. Like you said, we get to have some fun with the pomp and circumstance and celebrate some good people that were a part of the Ohsweken family here.
Absolutely true.
Back to green with Ryan Hiller and Mike Sarantakos out front. Hiller gets the early advantage down the back straightaway. No laps were completed prior to that first caution flag, so this will be lap number 1 if we get it in. Sarantakos around at the bottom of corner number 3. He comes to a stop. We're going to take the lap.
Well, no yellow as of yet. Sarantakos has come to rest down to the inside of the racetrack, and I believe they're going to have to throw a yellow flag with him sitting on the inside of 3 and 4.
I'm not sure he has enough room to get that car pointed in the right direction without kissing the concrete there, so looks like he's pretty tight.
So this would be the appropriate time to fire that car.
It's see from our camera view here, he's working on it. And he might have it. Yep.
So in terms of gamesmanship, that was the way to do that. And again, as you say, he was looking down, working on things inside the race car.
Yeah.
And also Clinton Jeffrey is right there on the scene. So you always get a report, hey, what's going on? Is the car running? Do they have it fired? Can they get it fired? As Mike Sarantakos just sails it down into turn 3 and then has an uh-oh moment.
Just got it in off the, oh, he did kiss the concrete block. I thought he had avoided it entirely. He didn't hit it hard.
Whether he was actually trying, it was good gamesmanship. He knew he had a close-up camera on him, and he was trying to work it over. And Sarantakos is going to go all the way to the back now, guys.
Yeah, and Clinton, you've got to reward that effort. You know, there's
you got to play the game, right?
That's right.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
You said it. So now it's Tim DeBoer up in front of that 9 machine Timson Auto sponsored entry. He's going to fire first. Ryan Hiller in the 21 on the outside of row 1.
Tim DeBoer came into tonight the point leader in the HRW Automotive Mini Stock Division. Not necessarily for the duel and the dirt points, but for our home track points here in that number 9 machine. And
The driver to his outside right now, Kyle Wirt, was the one chasing him in the mini stock standings right now. And here comes Tyler LaFantazia, that number 96 machine. It's 3 wide for second as they race off of corner number 4, but Ryan Hiller goes to the lead.
Kyle Wirt has been the dominant force in the mini stock division this year in that green and white number 19. He's up into the second position. That doesn't always mean you're going to win the points championship, though. Being the dominant car is a good thing, but you have to have those consistent results. And this year it's been Tim DeBoer behind the wheel of the 9. He's been doing a great job, and he is atop the standings. We are 3 laps into the 42-lap Art Hill Memorial.
Still love the look of that Tim DeBoer number 9 machine that he's got this year. It's a very classic looking race car that takes us back to some old NASCAR days, so cool to see him not only with a cool race car, but doing well here in 2019. But as you mentioned, Kyle Wirt has been the man to beat so far in terms of trips to victory lane. That number 19 machine's been there 4 times so far this campaign, but right now running in the 3rd spot, got his hands full with Tyler LaFantasy's number 96 as he drives right by him into the 2nd spot. They both trying to track down Ryan Hiller for the race lead.
That was a close call. Kyle Wirt driving it down into turn number 3, just slipped to the outside of LaFantasy because he had really closed in the gap a great deal driving into the turn. Where LaFantasy is gaining is coming off the turn, where he's able to draw away from Kyle Wirt behind him in 3rd.
Tim DeBoer and Trevor DeBoer holding down the 4th and 5th spots on the Speedway at the moment there. The number 9 and 23 cars, and it's Rob Twitchett in 6th, Tim Newell in 7th, Tristan De Silva 8th, Wade Thorne and Kevin Thorne rounding out the top 10 on the Speedway right now. 2 Thorne drivers battling it out for 9th spot there, the 46 machine and the 360, and here comes Jonathan Ayrton trying to break his way into the top 10.
Yeah, 3rd through 8th right now is in one tight little train. The top 2 kind of out in front on their own. Tristan De Silva just at the back of that group led by Kyle Wirt. Then it's Tim DeBoer in the 9, Dusty DeBoer in the 23. I thought he was going to go give a push to the 9 machine, but he'll swing to the outside.
All of a sudden, those 2 cars just caught Kyle Wirt in a hurry. And now Dusty DeBoer to the outside of Tim's number 9 machine. He'll move up into the 4th spot, and coming after Kyle Wirt for 3rd. Wirt was quite comfortably in that 3rd position there for a moment, and then all of a sudden Dusty and Tim DeBoer kind of tag teamed to erase that lead. And Dusty DeBoer trying to track him down, just 2 car lengths separating them into corner 3 this time.
Rob Twitchett in that blue 69 having a good run as well out there. He's in that battle in the top 8. Wade Thorne sort of in no man's land, running back in the 9th position, trying to close in on those front runners. But again, there's a long way to go. We're not even a quarter of the way through this race. About to complete lap number 10. And Hiller out front is about to have company from Tyler LaFantasy.
LaFantasy has been strong from the drop of that 3rd green flag of the night. And the number 96 machine, once he's got it wound up, he's been slowly inching his way closer to that number 21 H machine. Lap number 10 has been put in the books here. Working on lap number 11, and LaFantasy to the inside of Hiller just a little bit there in corner number 3. Not quite there enough to make the pass. He's sizing him up. You can see he continues to erode that one away.
And again, we don't know if Hiller has any more in the tank out there, if he's conserving it all, as LaFantasy tries to pitch the car to the inside. He got it real loose in turn 1, but I'm impressed. Still with a good head of steam. He's able to ease to the inside of Hiller down into turn number 3, but not really mount a challenge.
So Hiller obviously can now hear the number 96 of LaFantasy. Maybe turned it up just a little bit as the wick was starting to burn a little bit too close at the rear, as LaFantasy maintaining that 2 car length gap as they race into corner number 3. Kyle Wirt in the 3rd spot. Then Dusty DeBoer and Tim DeBoer, the top 5 still as they run on the Speedway right now. Couple good side-by-side battles. The middle of the pack there, Kevin Thorne racing with the Steve Moulton number 1M here as they race down the front straightaway.
And then just ahead of them is Jason Tolton in the 1 machine, who, if he's still on the lead lap, I believe he went into the pits to change a tire. I'm going to scroll down through my scoring and see if he is.
Sorry, I said Steve Moulton. It's Jay Moulton in the 1M.
And I don't believe he is on the lead lap, Jason
I think
Tolton.
he would be a couple of laps down more than likely. That battle for the lead continuing to heat up as LaFantasy drives to the inside of Hiller and in turn number 4. Less than a car length as they race into corner number 1 this time. 15 laps down, 1/3 of the way through this one. Jack Buckwald takes the number 10 to the infield. And now LaFantasi pulls alongside Hiller, racing into corner number 3 for the top spot.
Every time he tries to make a move for the lead, run down to the bottom, that car gets very loose on the 96. Ryan Hiller able to run his line a little higher on the racetrack. Just like our great sprint car race, so lap traffic is going to be a factor for these drivers. LaFantasi with a good run out of turn 2. He eases out in front on the back straightaway. Ryan Hiller fighting back in 3 and 4. We may have a new leader at the stripe.
Nope, Hiller's going to pull back around the outside, has the momentum, and holds on to the lead at the start-finish line on lap number 17. Clear of LaFantasi there a little bit in corner number 2, but the 96 machine pulls back to the door to 21H here in lap traffic, and Hiller's going to turn across the nose of LaFantasi as they worked into some slower traffic. They definitely made some contact there in turn number 3 as Hiller tried to get underneath Mike Sarantakis at him.
LaFantasi made a nice save there. He could have made a bigger issue of that. He gathered the car in, pitched it sideways. Steve Miller headed to the pits in that red number 79, his Art Hill Memorial. Going to end a little bit prematurely here tonight as we're about to have 19 laps on the boards. 2 laps shy of the halfway mark.
19 down, 23 to go. It's Art Hill Memorial, and it's a 2-car show out in front of the field. A half a straightaway, the advantage for Ryan Hiller and Tyler LaFantasi over third place. Kyle Wirt, they're not too concerned about that number 19 car at the moment, though. They just race side by side with each other, trying to sort out this point position. Hiller up top doing a good job of running smooth, consistent laps in that outside lane and making LaFantasi work for it through the bottom and middle grooves. And now the number 96 car noses ahead into corner number 3. We'll see what Hiller can do with that momentum up top here off of turn number 4.
LaFantasi has been able to draw around the 21 of Hiller in 1 and 2, but Hiller faster in 3 and 4. So if LaFantasi can try to clear the Hiller 21 and run his own line in 3 and 4, he might stand a chance. As it is, they're side by side, 21 laps into this Art Hill Memorial.
In the back half of this 42-lap feature now. The 21 of Hiller gets a little out of shape there, and now we've got a new leader here on lap number 22. Give the point to Tyler LaFantasi in the number 96 machine. Ryan Hiller back to the second spot amongst the lap traffic.
LaFantasi out in front. He'll try to pull away from Hiller in the 21. Hiller's going to try to adjust his line a little bit. He's running a little bit lower on the track here in 3 and 4, trying to chase down LaFantasi. Still a half a straightaway back in third is Kyle Wirt in the 19, who just about gets into the back of the Jansen 66.
LaFantasi pulling away by about 3 car lengths over Hiller's number 21 machine. Meanwhile, battle for the 5th position on the Speedway. The 0-1 of Tristan De Silva to the inside of Tim DeBoer's number 9. They race off of turn number 4. De Silva doing a good job clawing his way forward in that Jibs Action Sports sponsored ride.
Remember, he was at the back of that battle, 3rd all the way back to 8th, so he's kind of worked his way up the middle. Kyle Wirt and Dusty DeBoer have pulled away quite a bit as Jason Tolton in the 1 with a problem down the front straightaway. He's trying to limp that car back to the pits, and we are under yellow.
So yellow flag with 25 laps complete, 17 remaining. And the defending race winner, Jason Tolton, not poised for a repeat here tonight. This restart could prove a little bit interesting, Adam, because it seemed like everybody kind of settled into a long groove run there. We saw what everybody's car was capable of on a longer run. Now we'll see what happens here, because the length of this, the finish to this race will not be as long as that run was. So perhaps things could change a little bit. You never know just how much a car can cool off, or just how things might tighten up under these little bit of a yellow flag conditions. It's not so much a huge deal for these mini stock cars, but you never know.
No, you never know, and it is go time now, because laps are winding down. Now there's 17 laps to go, so you can't be hanging back. I'm a little curious to see what the 0-1 of Tristan De Silva has in store. Kyle Wirt has not been able to close in on the lead duo. Tyler LaFantasi in the 96, Ryan Hiller in the 21. So now it's time to see if any of these drivers who had been deeper in the field, excuse me, have anything for the leaders. great start to the long weekend, civic holiday weekend, sort of the unofficial kickoff, the midway point of the summer, the unofficial kickoff of the last month of summer. A little bit depressing in that sense, but a lot of great racing still to come. A lot of great racing still to come this weekend.
Yes, we talked a little bit about that. There's racing in a couple different corners of the province, so if that's your MO for the Labor Day Civic long weekend, let's not wish the whole summer away.
No.
There's lots of racing you can do. If you're from this area, you got Merrittville and Humberstone Speedway Saturday, Sunday. Back to Merrittville on Monday for the Big Block Modified Super Dirt Car Series. And follow them across the border to Ransomville on Tuesday if you want. On the asphalt, you got Sauble on Sunday with the APC Series. I believe Sunset Speedway, Peterborough Speedway are in action on Saturday night as well.
And, of course, Flamborough Speedway. Always in action on a Saturday night.
Yeah, unless someone's throwing hail down on the racetrack, you're probably running.
Casales will always open that racetrack. Great family down there. Good shows at Flamborough Speedway. Green flag out once again. LaFantasi leads the way down into turn number 1.
Ryan Hiller staying close, and Kyle Wirt trying to make a move here and try and slide up in front of Hiller's number 21H. Can't get it done though, and here comes Dusty DeBoer around the outside as he tries to reel in Hiller for that second spot.
Dusty DeBoer battling with Kyle Wirt. Right behind them is Tristan De Silva and Tim DeBoer battling for 4th and 5th, but out in front, Tyler LaFantasi drawing away. And look at the attrition. It doesn't sound like much, but 42 laps is a long time for the mini stocks.
Kyle Wirt tagged the back bumper, the 21H of Hiller last time through corners 1 and 2, and now he gets into the side of Dusty DeBoer's number 23, just got out of shape a little bit, and they came together. He gets a warning from starter Kyle McKenzie, and that number 19 machine moves up into the 3rd position, and Tristan De Silva and Tim DeBoer going at it pretty hard. Little contact there between the 0-1 and the 23 off of corner 2.
It's tough to race a family out there, but that's what Tristan De Silva and Kyle Wirt are having to do right now with the 23 of Dusty DeBoer and the 9 of Tim DeBoer.
You mentioned on that caution flag that it was go time, and these drivers are definitely living up to that statement here off of that restart. So working on lap number 29 now, 13 laps to go next time they cross the start-finish line. All Tyler LaFantasi, though, at the moment, 10 car lengths his advantage over Ryan Hiller's number 21H. That time by the stripe.
LaFantasi out in front. He's got a healthy margin. Not a regular here at Ohsweken Speedway in that 96 machine, but doing a nice job. Wouldn't that be interesting? Our 2 special events tonight won by visiting drivers.
Yeah, LaFantasi, not a regular here in 2019, has been a regular in the past on occasion. Not unfamiliar with Ohsweken Speedway, to use a confusing double negative for you. He knows this place well enough and running well here tonight in that number 96 machine as Kyle Wirt's starting to reel in the 21H of Hiller. Dusty DeBoer right there as well, battling for the second spot, starting to heat up here over the final 10 laps.
It looked like Hiller got out of shape going into turn 3 there, but he actually pulled away from Kyle Wirt. So that was impressive to watch. Young Ryan Hiller doing a nice job in that 21 machine. As he's starting to open a little bit of a gap as Tyler LaFantasi actually got squirrely into turn 3 as well.
10 laps to go, says Kyle McKenzie as he gives the field the double high five underneath the starter stand this time by. LaFantasi just continues to extend that lead. It's half a straightaway now over Hiller's 21H machine. And Tristan De Silva taking a peek to the inside of Dusty DeBoer's 23. That battle for 4th off of corner number 4. De Silva pulls just even for a moment, but DeBoer able to pull away a little bit down the front straightaway as they race into turn number 1 one more time.
2nd and 3rd, Ryan Hiller and Kyle Wirt. Even they've separated just a little bit right now. Half a straightaway behind LaFantasi, our race leader, as Dusty DeBoer. Really nice line going down into 3 and 4, but Tristan De Silva just won't be denied in that 0-1 as Ryan Hiller may have a flat right front tire in that 21 machine.
Yeah, I think that is unfortunately the case, and the caution flag is going to wave now as Fabio Olivieri goes around in corner number 4. That could be hugely beneficial for the number 21H if he's able to get that car quickly to his pit area and get that sneaker off.
Absolutely right, as Hiller will go back to the attention of his pit crew as Fabio Olivieri waiting there in turn 4 for help to come along. 8 laps remain in this Art Hill Memorial.
Oh, well, guys, he got it fired up, but couldn't pull out in traffic, and the yellow came out. We have 8 to go in this one. $1,000 on the line for the Art Hill Memorial.
I think Fabio might have been waiting for Paul Longboat to come along so he could express how he feels. I could be wrong. I do like running the mini stocks last. I think that's something we should do on a Friday night, but they do a nice job of swapping things around, so it's never really the same order. Different divisions get to be featured first, different divisions gets to be held for the final event.
Yeah, I'm good with it. Not that anyone cares what I think.
Your opinion is important, Clayton. Not as important as it was before you were married.
Please write it on the comment card on your way out.
I have as many opinions as my wife is willing to give me.
Somebody asked me if I felt any different being married. I said, well, my neck hurts a little bit more now that I have a leash on.
You get used to that. Kyle Work going to restart on the inside of Tyler LaFantasi. Row number 2 is Tristan De Silva in the 0-1. Dusty DeBoer in the 23. Green flag is out. 8 laps remain.
Ryan Hiller did not make it back out. That would have been a tough ask to get that car to the pit area and that tire changed that quickly. LaFantasi with a good restart in that number 96 machine. Kyle Wirt running in the second spot. Dusty DeBoer trying to pull alongside him for second. Hiller makes it back out. He'll stay on the lead lap. He'll have to hope for a quick caution.
Yeah, Hiller's only hope here is a caution, but great job by that crew to get him back out there, keep him on the lead lap as Rob Twitchett with a flat right rear tire and that Cal tire number 69.
Good battle for that second spot. Dusty DeBoer's got the bottom lane now. The inside of Kyle Wirt for the runner-up position. Tristan De Silva kind of lurking in the weeds there, just waiting for one or both of those drivers to make a mistake and then slip on by into the runner-up position as Tyler LaFantasi looking quite comfortable in the race lead.
And it could happen. Dusty DeBoer in the 23 racing hard with the 19 of Kyle Wirt. That's second and third racing between 3 and 4 right behind them. Tristan De Silva, who's had a great night racing his way up into the top 5, looking for a podium finish with 5 laps to go.
LaFantasi is pacing the field in that number 96 machine. Apologies if you're watching at home that the scoring ticker is not quite right. Ryan Hiller is the last car on the lead lap in that number 21H machine. Tyler LaFantasi is the leader in the number 96. Kyle Wirt running in that second spot. Then Dusty DeBoer, the 23, the 0-1 of Tristan De Silva, and Tim Newell in the number 26 machine, who started in the 5th spot, continues to run in that same position.
Tim Newell's car looks to be getting a little bit quicker out there, having a good run through 1 and 2. 3 and 4 was pretty solid as well as Kyle Wirt way up towards the outside wall, exiting 4 with 2 laps to go.
Newell's perhaps been the most consistent driver throughout this entire race. I don't think he slipped any further back than 7th at any point. Has worked his way back up into the 5th position here, and good run going for that number 26 machine. 2 laps to go now for Tyler LaFantasi as he crosses the stripe.
40 laps complete out of the 42-lap Art Hill Memorial. Tristan De Silva drives to the bottom of the racetrack to challenge Dusty DeBoer for 3rd. DeBoer pinches off his line coming out of turn number 2. White flag will be displayed this time at a turn 4. 1 more lap to go.
3/8 of a mile to finish off the Art Hill Memorial in 2019. It's Tyler LaFantasi trying to hold off Kyle Wirt for one last trip down the back straight and into corners 3 and 4.
Great battle for 3rd. Matt Newell is there as well. Tristan De Silva trying to find racing room to get around Dusty DeBoer. He'll drive to the inside, but it's going to be LaFantasi, the Art Hill Memorial winner. Kyle Wirt coming home 2nd. 3rd by a nose to Dusty DeBoer.
Tristan De Silva will come home in 4th, and Tim Newell wraps up the top 5 at the 2019 Art Hill Memorial. And Ryan Hiller on the gas right through to the checkered flag. He wanted to finish that one. Tough break for that driver, who certainly would have had a top 5 finish, likely would have been on the podium. Falls a little short tonight. in the 21H machine, but it's Tyler LaFantasi who gets it done. He'll head down to Mr. Transmission Victory Lane. So good to see a new face in Victory Lane here with the Art Hill Memorial.
Drove a good race, held a pretty wheel. 42 laps is a long time to get it done here in a mini stock. Kyle Wirt knows the drill. He goes around the 96 of LaFantasi, so they'll get down on the podium in the right order, where Clinton Jeffrey is waiting to greet them and have a word with our top 3 finishers in the Art Hill Memorial tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, you saw a lot of racing here this evening at Ohsweken Speedway. We thank you so much for coming out. Lone Wolf Fireworks lighting up the infield sky as we prepare to celebrate in Victory Lane. Take it away, Clinton Jeffrey.
Thanks a lot, Tyler LaFantasi down here in Mr. Transmission Victory Lane. He will work the steering wheel off and climb out. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. How about a big round of applause for Tyler LaFantasi, the Art Hill Memorial winner for 2019. He'll work to get the helmet off. We've also got Dusty DeBoer and Kyle Wirt down here. We'll get a quick word with them as well. Thank everybody for hanging out tonight. We appreciate you being here with us. Don't forget, next week, another big night of racing here with all our 4 divisions back in action. He's got the helmet off, fans. Let him know you appreciate him. Tyler LaFantasi gets it done. Tyler, great job here tonight. This car was lightning fast. Talk about your run for us.
You know what? I was just trying to keep my line, hit my marks. I seen the scoreboard. These guys are wicked fast here, and it's just great to be able to come race with them and compete with them.
What does it mean to come in as an outsider and take home the big money?
You know what? It's I consider Ohsweken part of my home too, because racing here full time a couple years ago, I love coming here. Work schedule kind of changes that, but it's great to come back.
There you have it. Tyler LaFantasi picks up the Art Hill Memorial for 2019. We'll get over here and get a word with our 2nd and 3rd place guys. Kyle Wirt, step this way, guys, so we're out of the photos. Kyle, what a run for you tonight. You had to battle here to get up to 2nd. Your car was all over the place tonight.
Yeah, there wasn't much track left for the rear-wheel drive. They were all able to kind of push their way through, and I kind of couldn't really keep a handle on it, but drove it as hard as I could.
Solid run for you in those 42 laps. Get a word with here with Dusty. Dusty, another great run for you. You end up on the concrete. That's always a good night.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I was following Kyle most of the race. A couple of his restarts, he was on the inside. I got good runs on him, then he just cleared me. Then Tristan was coming at me at the end. I was kind of running a bit of a defensive line lower because that's where he was going. And then the last lap, my right rear tire blew. If you have to get a close-up on it on the camera, there's no tread left on the tire. But he was coming at me at the end. If it would have been 1 lap longer, I probably would have lost a bunch of spots. So the car just held up just long enough.
Awesome job. How about for our 42-lap Art Hill Memorial top 3? Tyler LaFantasi, Kyle Wirt, Dusty DeBoer. Get it done, guys. Take it home. Great night of racing here at the Big O.
Great job in Victory Lane tonight, Clinton. And Clayton Johns, that was a lot of fun tonight. We saw a lot of laps of feature racing, and we saw some quality action.
Yeah, absolutely. All 4 divisions put on great shows throughout the entire night here at the Speedway. Really a fantastic night of action. Really clean racing throughout each of those 4 divisions. A lot of green flag laps. Not too many yellow flags to speak of tonight. Pretty clean night overall, and a real great night of racing. And glad that everybody that joined us did so.
Race fans, drive safely on your way home. Please enjoy your civic holiday weekend, but stay safe. We want to see you out here next Friday night for another fantastic night of action.
Next Friday night, Renway Energy Christmas in July night here at the Speedway. As Clinton mentioned, all 4 divisions of action back in action here at the Speedway, including our Cool Kids Core Pack 360 sprint cars. Well, thanks everybody for joining us here this evening. We'll see you next Friday night.